Clubman Racing. That is a brilliant manoeuvre. Oh!
Welcome along everybody to our TCR UK racing weekend here at Croft circuit, entering the second half of the season. You join us today in something of a reflective mood. Motor racing can be full of great days and sad days, and we're here really to think at the opening of our meeting about a sad day that occurred a few weeks ago when we lost a very valued member of our paddock. When we think about what brings us into racing, many of us have the same answer. And sure, we all enjoy the sport. We love the sport that takes place on track. We also love the outside elements of it, the people, not just the racing drivers, but the teams, the engineers, the families, the race officials, the marshals. They all add to a wonderful personable experience that we all share and enjoy over every racing weekend. Racing weekends can, as I said, be good and bad, and they can be happy and sad. And it's a sad occasion today as we would like to spend a few moments collecting our thoughts over Bill Kirkpatrick, who we very sadly lost a few weeks ago. Bill was a racer through and through, and for me at the core, part of a vibrant British scene. If we think about the cars that he raced over the years, starting with Fraser Nash, a great British name, Cooper, another fantastic British name, and then on to the likes of MG, which he continued to campaign with the full support backing of his family, and brought his son Sam into the MG Trophy years ago, which Sam went on to win. Sam, of course, part of the Milltek Civic Cup, which is part of our programme here with TCR, and we're delighted to welcome Sam and his mum Michelle back here this weekend, and of course we send our love and very best wishes to Bill's family, many friends inside and outside of the paddock. In order that we can spend a little bit of time reflecting on Bill's contribution to his family and the sport, I'd like you all now to join me for a minute's reflection and as a mark of respect to Bill. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. I think it would be appropriate to show our respects with a round of applause. Always the most difficult of times at a racetrack, but we've got some racing to look ahead to today. As I mentioned, TCR UK back with us, Civic Cup enabled support, plus the British Racing and Sports Car Club Fiestas, Juniors and Seniors. We have the Audi TT Cup, and of course the three groups of Mazdas joining us on circuit as well for what should be a fine weekend of motor racing in honour of Bill. To set the scene for the first race, joining us in the commentary box, I'll be back up there in a few moments too. Let's head over to Scott Woodwis.
Thank you very much, Richard. And yes, first of all, thank you very much for everyone who is here at Croft Circuit for helping to remember Bill Kirkpatrick, who was taken from us very suddenly and is very much missed by everyone within the paddock here, particularly in the Civic Cup paddock. And all of our best wishes for everyone at Brscc and everyone within the paddock to Sam and his family, his friends, his teammates and everyone involved who knew him. And I'm sure that Sam will race in his honour and will do the best he can to score the best possible results. And again, thank you very much for everyone around the circuit and on the grid for helping us to remember Bill and to observe that minute silence. Thank you very much indeed. But we can, of course, honour him in the best possible way, which I know many people in the paddock will want to do so, and that is to go racing and to put on a fine show. And that's exactly what we've got this weekend, hopefully. By the way, Scott Wood was here again in the commentary box. Of course, you've just heard and seen from Richard John Neal, who'll be joining me for the support races. Aside from TCR and Civic Cup, I'll be joined by Henry Baudet. And we'll have Paul O'Neill here tomorrow alongside Henry for both the Civic Cup and TCR races tomorrow. As in terms of today's programme, effectively, it's one championship taking a turn each, if you like, apart from one which is racing twice today. And that championship racing twice today is actually our first race of the day this afternoon. That is the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. The rest of the timetable looks as follows. We have the Milltek Sport Civic Cup coming up as our second race after the MX-5 Clubmans. Then we have our first Brscc Fiesta Junior race that comes up after that. Then we have the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. The first of our TCR UK Championship races comes up. It's scheduled on the timetable at about 3:45, but of course we are running about roughly 20 minutes ahead or so. So it will be a little bit earlier on top of that, but of course that's next in the sequence. Then after this first TCR race, we have our second Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship race, which will round off their day of racing already. And then we'll have the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta SC240 Championship, the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship, and we complete today's action with the first race for the Audi TT Cup Championship, which is headline sponsored by Demon Tweaks. So, first of all, thank you very much for everyone who's tuning in on the live stream on YouTube, whether it's the Brscc, TCR UK or Alpha Live channels. Also, thank you to everyone who is here this weekend in person, particularly spectating. Thank you to all our marshals, thanks to all our fantastic volunteers and officials, and everyone that's making this race weekend as efficient as it can be. We can't go racing without you, so a massive thank you for your efforts so far this morning during the slightly damp qualifying sessions across the board, and of course, all the racing that's coming up later on this, from this afternoon onwards to the end of the day. So, as we saw the sting going into this first race, we are starting off action with the first Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship race. And they, as many championships are, moving into the second half of their season. It's been quite an entertaining and energetic first half of the MX-5 Clubman Championship, and quite competitive, or at least if your name is Paul Bateman, because he has won so far 4 of the first 9 races held this season, and he leads the championship on overall scores with 887 points compared to Jack Warry on 850, and then Del Pace on 782, Nick Ledoyne on 766, and then it's Bo Parry on 761. Now, last time out at Anglesey was quite a key event because it was a hat-trick, a perfect hat-trick for former MX-5 champion himself, Johnny Greensmith. And Johnny back on the grid not only here at Croft, but he's also managed to stick the car on pole position in qualifying this morning. So he'll be looking to try and capitalise on that as much as he can. And as we now get set for the first race, we'll take you through the grid very, very shortly. If you want to find all the grid information, you can do so via tsl-timing.com. You can find the event page for the Croft event there, and you can head through and take a look at all the results so far from qualifying in the sessions that we've had this morning. As I mentioned, it was slightly damp, a little bits of light rain and drizzly in the air, so that did mix up qualifying conditions a little bit, but in terms of the grid that we have for race number 1, it should stand as follows. Jonathan Greensmith on pole by just a fraction over half a second from championship leader Paul Bateman on the front row of the grid next to him. Third on the grid is a driver who's continuing to improve in pace and qualifying in particular. That's Alex Catoulis. He'll be alongside Martin Tolley on the second row of the grid. So there it is, Johnny Greensmith and Paul Bateman on the front row of the grid together, followed by Alex Catoulis and Martin Tolley in car number 23. Row 3 sees Jordan Head, and a welcome return to Rob Greensmith. We haven't seen him since the first race of the season. He's been out of action the last couple of meetings, but he's now back there in 6th. They're both of the Greensmiths up in the top 6. Good performance from them. Then it's Simon Waterfall and Pete Smith on the fourth row of the grid, ahead of Bo Parry, a little bit lower than he'd like to be in 9th. And Matthew Crosey, one of his best qualifying efforts of the season, he'll start 10th. Row 6 6 is Russell Halley and Jack Warry, who is definitely further down than he'd like to be. The man second in the championship, looking to make his way up from the 6th row of the grid. Row 7, we'll see Jamie Turner alongside Nick Ledoyne from Dougal McGregor and Thomas Greenwood on row 8. Row 9 is Robert McGregor, so a family affair for the McGregors again around the bottom of the top 20. He's alongside Simon Privet. And then we had Adam Lawrence and Peter Williams rounding out the top 20, with Andrew McGregor, Jonathan Fieldstend and David Sculler, the 23 cars rounding out the grid for our Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship contenders this weekend. So drivers to look out for alongside the championship leader. Well, of course, Jonathan Greensmith is the man in form. He's on pole position, won the last 3 races at Anglesey, a complete clean sweep of a hat-trick in beautiful sunny conditions. I can't say it's exactly the same here at Croft. It is rather overcast and grey and a bit wet, but the circuit is still damp in places, and that can make it a little bit tricky in terms of setup choices. Which direction do you go in terms of setup? Do you go left? Do you go right? Do you go much better in terms of a more dry setup and hope that it actually gets drier as the race weekend goes on and hope the conditions get better? Do you look to see if there's possibly going to be any... Do you look to see if there's potentially any chance of more rain coming through? We'll have to wait and see how people work their setups. I did see in the MX-5 SuperCup qualifying session this morning that before the session we had quite a few teams as it started to rain who were scrambling to change tyres and change setups in the assembly area just before they went out. They were all switching to wet tyres in the hope that it was either going to get wetter or the track wouldn't dry out as quickly as it potentially could do. And that has slightly scrambled up the grid in that session, but these are the kind of conditions which no driver really wants. There are some who do like the intermediate conditions, but there are others who either prefer it in terms of setup choice. Ideally, you want it either one of two ways. You want it fully dry or you want it fully wet, because you know exactly what parameters you need to change, to what degree, and how much softer or how much stiffer the car you need to make, what change to suspension, if you do make any tweaks to anything like the diff or anything else on top of that. All the parameters that you're able to change, you will then go forwards and try and sort out where you can. So looking at the rest of the grid, some drivers again further down where they should be. As I say, it was not a great qualifying for either Bo Parry or Jack Warry. Bo himself has won a race so far this season, and that was at Snetterton at the second meeting of the year. And then we look further down the order, Jack Warry, who also has a race win to his name last time out at Alton Park. So Jack himself has been a regular podium finisher. He was on the podium all 3 times at Anglesey. In fact, he's only finished off the podium. He hasn't finished off the podium in the last 5 races, because he took second in a win at Alton Park, and that was inherited in the second race by the fact that Paul Bateman got a time penalty, which pushed him behind Jack as a result. Then there was 2 second places, 3 second places. 2 second places and a third, including a fastest lap. I was getting confused by the points table for a second, and that's now helped him to get quite high up. He had a bit of a steady start to the season, a couple of top 5 finishes, got a bit quicker as Alton Park went on, and so he'll be hoping for some good results, but he's going to have to really work his way through from the 6th row of the grid. As for Bo Parry, he is 5th in points overall coming to the weekend. He's a little lower down than he felt he probably should be, due to the fact that he had a DNF in the first race at Alton Park. And before that, he was never off the podium. He took a victory at Snetterton and then 2 second places with fastest laps and a third, and that was through Silverstone and Snetterton at the beginning of the season. Since then, he hasn't finished higher than 4th after his DNF, which means he'll be hoping to try and get some better results in the top 10 and the top 5. He's going to have to do it from the 5th row of the grid, a bit further back than he would like to be. Just hear in the background that the cars are making their way around to the grid. So I believe this will be their formation lap from the green flag. Yes, the green flag lap. So Johnny Greensmith in white with the 2 blue racing stripes down the middle will bring them round towards the grid for our first of 2 Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman races today. And it's Paul Bateman in blue, number 42, who will be starting alongside him on the front row of the grid. So in 3rd place, car 51, Ewan Thomas there with the grey car with the orange roll cage. Alongside him, there is that's Nick Ledoyne on the 2nd row of the grid. His car is red with the little fluorescent yellow lip in front of it, so watch out for that car. And as we now make our way around on the formation lap, there's some very fast, high-speed sections on this Croft circuit. You've got the long back straight down towards Tower. This is certainly, if you're watching on the stream, a fantastic part of the circuit. The Jim Clark S is a very flat-out left-right section. You then approach at incredible speed up towards the first part here, the flat-out right, or the very high-speed right at Barcroft. and then the two right-handers at sunny in and sunny out. You've got lots of momentum going through in that sense. And then they wind their way back towards the bottom into the complex. In terms of my view out of the commentary box, the only parts of the circuit I can't see are the exit from the Jim Clark S's and sunny in and sunny out, and the back straight back around towards the complex, but I'll get them back in my sight. I lose them as they come just off of the Jim Clark S's and towards Barcroft. They come back into my sight as the leaders on the grid come around now through the complex. They'll come back around through the hairpin and past my commentary box position at the top of the tower. For some of you, of course, we're figuring out that our live stream commentary is also going out on the circuit commentary as well, which means that what you're hearing on the stream is also what you'll hear on the PA if you're watching out on the circuit. And again, big thank you to everyone who is here. I can see a few people gathered on the hill over at the complex watching down there. I know there's plenty of people will be down towards the grandstand up at the first corner at Clairvaux. So again, hopefully you try to keep as dry as possible if it gets a bit wet down there. Hopefully it's not too wet down there for you. But nonetheless, thank you for being here and supporting not just Club Motorsport and Croft, but also all the championships and series competing this weekend. And hopefully they'll put on just as good a show as we know they can do. So, Jonathan Greensmith then, starting on pole position on the left of screen if you're watching or anywhere on the track. It's to the inside of the circuit. Driver's right, but if you're looking at it on the screen on the left, white with blue stripes, alongside him Paul Bateman, championship leader, looking to try and pick up a strong result and again get back to winning ways. He hasn't won a race since the first race at Alton Park, so he's on a bit of a dry streak in terms of victories. Hopefully he can end that today and take his first victory in 5 races. And again, watch for Jack Warry from 12th on the grid back on row 6. He'll be the black Go For It racing car number 6. And then car number 14, which is the grey and orange car of Bo Parry, number 14. He's coming through, of course, from 9th on the grid. A few more drivers a little bit out of position towards the back, but all 23 just about getting themselves into position towards the rear. The last few cars started to be gridded up in position by our marshals, and then once they are in position, we will be set to go. So the sprint down towards Clairvaux is going to be pretty key. Let's see if you can get the whole shot. You can pass around the outside into Clairvaux, but there's a nasty bump on the apex, so we'll see how they deal with that. So waiting for the green flag at the back of the grid, which they'll get any second now. And once they do so, the 5-second ball will go up, the red lights will come on, and we'll be underway and racing for the first time here at Croft. The green flag is up, so who wins the sprint down towards turn 1? Greensmith, Bateman or somebody else? Ready to go racing at Croft for the first time today for the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. The red lights are on, they're out. It's a clean start from the front row of the grid from the front row pair. It's a better launch with less wheel spin for Bateman, and a cracking start also for the red car of Nick Ledoyen. In fact, he's pulling level with both of them, and Nick Ledoyen might well lead them down towards turn 1. I think it's number 3, in fact, as we come towards turn 1 for the first time. It's Jordan Head, in fact, forgive me. So Jordan Head around the outside in the red car. Wide over the gravel goes Bateman, side by side with Greensmith, turning in through the right-hander. They're wheel-to-wheel, exiting through Hawthorns. Everyone turns their ways. They tiptoe through the right-hander and up towards the S's for the first time. Very tricky, very squirrely here as they turn right and then left onto the back straight and up towards Tower. Looks like I think one of the Pacers skipped the chicane, as did also possibly one of the cars in the background. But it is going to be Bateman who leads it then from Greensmith in second place. And then it is for third now Jordan Head, and that's Rob Greensmith battling away with the 51 car, which is, if I can work it out on my timing screen on my grid, I'll be able to tell you. 51, Alex Catulus. Oh, and around goes 991. So around goes the spinner. That is Simon Privet already going around at Tower. So he's got a bit of a nosedive in terms of some of his fortunes. So he'll work his way up through the order. But through the Jim Clark S's, they slip and slide and twitch their way through for the first time. It's 3 for the lead. Bateman, Greensmith and Head. With Catulus trying to give chase. And up the inside with a fast start is Pete Smith. A great start for Pete Smith from 8th on the grid. He's passed Rob Greensmith, who's the brother of Johnny. So up to 4th goes Pete. And a couple of other big movers as well. Simon Waterfall's up into the top 6, just behind. And also in there too is 99, Russell Halley. He started 11th and up there to about 7th place already. Into the complex, it's Bateman from Greensmith from ahead from Catulus. Then it's 5th place for Pete Smith, 6th for Greensmith, 7th for Simon Waterfall. And Bo Parry up there in 9th, so he hasn't made up any more places from where he started. He started back on the 5th row in 9th. He stayed in grid position. Neither, of course, of Jack Warry. In fact, I think Jack's even lost a place. As there goes... That's Matt Crozier up the inside of 116. It's one of the McGregors, I think, Dougal McGregor. So Crozier's dropped back a couple of places. But at the end of lap number 1, it's Bateman who leads. It's then Greensmith in second place, Jordan Head in third, Pete Smith up to 4th after that move into Sunny Inn. And then Rob Greensmith in 5th position, Waterfall in 6th, Halley in 7th place. It's Parry up into 8th, so he's made up 1 place from where he started. Turner 9th and Crozier rounding out the top 10. Make their way out through the S's for the first time. And now onto the back straight. Nose to tail. Greensmith lining up for a move down towards it, and Bateman tries to defend initially, but he knows Greensmith has more momentum down towards Tower Corner. Turns his way through the right-hander, and into the lead goes the pole man. Jonathan Greensmith straight in through, and a huge sideways moment through Tower Bend. That was full Tokyo drift style from Jordan Head. Full opposite lock that was from the number 3 machine, and gathered it up beautifully. It is those kind of conditions where literally you're pushing as hard as you dare, and it might look flamboyant, but it loses you a heck of a lot of time if you keep on sliding around like that. So there's a noticeable gap now between second and third. In fact, more than that, Catullus is looking up the inside in towards Button, standing in. And that huge mistake has not just cost him car lengths, it's also cost him 1 place and perhaps 2, because Catullus has got through and trying to also work his way past appears to be, yeah, that looks like that is definitely, yes, that is Jordan Head going through. And then Pete Smith in 5th position, Rob Greensmith in 6th, Waterfall 7th. So no more changes going through, but it's looking pretty intense up there towards the front. Now into the complex for the second time at the hairpin. A little tap in the tail there from Jordan Head, just trying to get himself up at the apex. As they come down the pit straight, further back, huge slide for Bo Parry. On the grass there was Russell Halley. He was battling away with Rob Greensmith, and that's them fighting now over, that's now 4th and... That's 5th and 6th and 7th position now, because the timing screen's changed around a little bit. It's definitely Greensmith ahead of Pete Smith now, so there's a bit of a change there. Somebody's a bit out of position, I think, in the timing screen, because the timing screen showed Greensmith ahead of Halley. Yeah, it's now 7th and 8th now between Greensmith and Halley. It's Johnny Greensmith who leads, Bateman in that 2nd place, and then Catullus, Head and Smith in the top 5. And that's Catullus, in fact, actually. We've just seen Catullus battling with Jordan Head. We caught it off camera, but round he goes. So the man from 3rd place is now down towards the back of the field and he's going to be scoring not as high as he'd like to be. So he's got some work to try and get back to the tail of the field. He's got 10 and a bit minutes to do so hopefully he hasn't lost too much time. But the pace he was showing in qualifying might help him out a little bit. You can see by a couple of the cars that are still squirming and moving and wiggling around. You can tell these conditions, as I mentioned, drivers usually like it either fully wet or fully dry. When it's mixed like this, there's little sprinkles of rain and there's damp patches around the circuit, it's so difficult and so tricky to find a proper direction in the setup. Do you go softer in the bid that it'll get wetter? Do you go stiffer in the bid that it might get drier? Do you try and find a bit in between? It's such a difficult time. There are some drivers who are very good at racing in mixed conditions and can find that sweet spot, but others will tell you I either want it fully wet or fully dry, so I know exactly which direction I'm going on the setup, and that can make it so much easier. That's Pete Smith going way into the first part of the complex. Lock up from Jordan Head in front of them also. So a little bit all over the place for some of the front runners, but they are holding on as best they can. Now down towards the right hand, around the hairpin they go. Again, almost trying to give Pete Smith the hurry up here, and also twitching his way out of the hairpin of both Parry and Russell Halley as they go down the front straight. Greensmith now extends his lead with a new fastest lap of the race. That's now just under a second ahead of Bateman in 2nd place. It's then Jordan Head in 3rd, Pete Smith in 4th position. In fact, yeah, Jordan Head hasn't going down the timing screen just yet. I think it's waiting for TSL to update because it's still him showing in 3rd place, but there's like a red marker next to his name on the timing screen, which probably suggests that he is... No, that's... I need to look at the actual timing screen there for a second, because there is... It appears to be... There's a red mark next to Jordan Head's name, but for reasons I'm not 100% why. I'll look and see if on my laptop here, the race control app will tell me the reason why he has that. Is it a time? It's a time penalty, in fact. So it's a time penalty for Jordan Head. Now, it must be 10 seconds pending, which usually suggests either a jump start, which might explain why he was so quick off the line, or sometimes it can also mean an out-of-position start. But given the fact he got such a quick launch off the line to pull level with both Bateman and Greensmith, that would suggest to me it's possibly a jump start, but we'll leave the clerk of the course and Jordan to argue that one out to see what it's for. Lots of battles going on here further back. There's just some nice dueling going on between 4 of these cars in the mix. You've got Jamie Turner in the dark blue number 9. The purple and yellow machine is Russell Halley. Behind him is Jack Warry, who's not making as much progress as he would like to. He's currently sat at the moment in showing as being in 11th place. And then he's also battling with Dougal McGregor, but I think he's just got past Dougal. And then winding to the complex once again, halfway through this race. And now into the hairpin again. Looks as though that Halley's going to just try and work his way past if he can. Over the curb on the exit. Better run, better grip from the hairpin there for Halley as he comes down the pit straight. This will now give him an easy move up into what he's now become. That will have been 8th position. So up into 8th goes Halley, as Pete Smith now sets the fastest lap of the race, using all the clear air he's got. Little puff of smoke there from Halley as he locked the outside front wheel to get it stopped for Clairvaux. Into Hawthorne, you can see that the white car 116 of Dougal McGregor just closing up a little bit on their rear end of Parry, second in the championship, but much further down than he'd like to be, only in the fringe of the top 10. McGregor the top 2 in the lead. As they head down the hill towards the right-hander at Tower Bend. Bateman's close back in on this one. They were very evenly matched in terms of pace on a 148.4 last time out, but in terms of their ultimate fastest laps, Greensmith is quicker by about 4/10. But again, still in that first part of the Jim Clark S, as you saw the car to take a couple of bites of the inside curb on the first part of the S's to get that car in. And through Barcroft, it seems as though that Greensmith is a little bit faster and more comfortable when he's trying to find the drier patches of the circuit to push a little bit harder. See Bateman working away at the wheel through the second part of the Sunny Complex. And now they make their way up towards to the actual complex now before the hairpin. This is on lap 5. And coming around towards the end of this first race. We're in the second half now, and Bateman again closes up in those last few corners. Jordan Head is going with them, and so is Pete Smith. Remember, he just set the fastest lap of the race. So watch for the purple number 17 car, Pete Smith. Is charging along. New fastest lap of the race now goes to Jordan Head now, 1:45.662. But remember, he has a 10-second penalty hanging over him for either an out-of-position start or a jump start. My suspicion is possibly more a jump start, given how quickly he got off the line. Which means that even though he's running third on the road, that will push him off the podium, which really means at the moment it's Pete Smith in what will now be essentially an actual third place, if you consider the fact that it is, most likely going to be Jordan Head dropping way down the order. Down the back straight. And now we've got a scrap developing here on screen between Simon Waterfall and Rob Greensmith, and also just behind them, Bo Parry and Russell Halley are fighting over 7th place at this point. And that could be a few more points. You get 100 points to win in this championship, and it goes down in increments of 2. So at the moment, given the fact what they're battling over, that will be from 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So it's 92 points currently for Simon Waterfall. It'll be 90 for Rob Greensmith, 88 for Bo Parry. And Russell Halley will score 86. We're also going to point for fast slap as well, so that will currently go to Jordan Head. But unless anyone else steals it away, as the track appears to be getting a little bit quicker as the race goes on. Now through the complex here. Still Rob Greensmith just tailing on, and as I mentioned going through the grid, we haven't seen much of Rob Greensmith this season, as Johnny Greensmith now sets to be fast lap of the race. That immediately gets taken by first Jordan Head and then immediately by Pete Smith, who is motoring along. He's gone sub 1:45 now, as Rob Greensmith meanwhile darts out the inside of Simon Waterfall, moves himself up into what is currently, it's now become 5th position. And on the timing, that will then become 4th, because of course because Jordan Head will drop back after his time penalty. At the moment, that's going to place him. That will place him in about outside the top into 10th, I think, because the current top 10 is covered by 8.5 seconds. So quite a way down the top 10, Jordan Head will drop. Here comes Russell Halley looking up the inside of Bo Parry into Tower Corner, and that's a move he'll take to repass him for 7th place. Towards the Jim Clark S's again. Greensmith now, he's released himself from behind Waterfall. He's starting to pull away a little bit now. And this is where it's really going to count in terms of pushing forwards. Just Waterfall has Halley to deal with this time. A rather rapid Russell Halley. So a few cars seems to be setting up for what could be slightly drier conditions, and that's starting to come in now once now that the rain is still a threat of rain around. It's still very overcast and grey, but they're starting to work out the track is getting drier and drier, and I think those going more towards a drier setup are starting to benefit from that a lot more. Now, looking at the leading group, I'd say that's really closed up between the top 4 on the road now, because Jonathan Greensmith is leading. Bateman in second place he was a 10th slower on the last lap. As they go across the line now, lap times go, it's 44.9, then 44.8, 44.8 for Head, then 44.5 for Pete Smith. So Pete's by far the fastest man on track, and now it is a leading quartet, because Greensmith did a 44.9. That was then bettered by, and that was for the moment a new fastest lap of the race. That was immediately bettered by Bateman, then Head, and then Pete Smith. So Pete Smith then is currently sat at the moment in 4th position. It's a net actual 3rd place, given the fact that he is now going to be dropping down the bottom of the top 10. They make their way onto the back straight. Here comes Halley again, so Waterfall in danger of losing another place if he's not careful. They turn in through the right-hander at Tower Bend, and the way with there is Waterfall couldn't get the grip down. This is all the chance Halley needs. They're practically kissing wing mirrors on the approach towards the Jim Clark S's. If you're going to go around the outside and be side by side here in these conditions, you're a brave man. That's exactly what Russell Halley is. He backs out a bit of a last moment, slots in behind the number 24. And this, in fact, is teammates at play, of course. You've got the two close racing cars. It's good they're battling in 6th and 7th place, but I think the last thing that Mike Close needs is for these two to be giving him heart palpitations between these two battling amongst each other. I'm sure the instruction is race clean and race fair, but just don't take each other out. Through the complex they go. Still with, that's Bateman then still pushing on. And Jordan Head, I'm sure he's been told he's got a penalty. Never mind, he's looking up the inside of Bateman to try and get past. They're going to start the last lap of the race. Bateman touches the wheel onto the curb and just about holds on for the moment. And now onto the pit straight they go. Last lap board goes out then. So Jonathan Greensmith is on course at the moment to take his 4th win in a row. That will certainly help him catapult up the championship. It'll help him in terms of his drop scores, take a few more points out of Paul Bateman. The battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the road now between Bateman in number 42, Jordan Head in the red number 3, and the purple number 17, the man who really is motoring along right now. That is Pete Smith at this point. Still has the fastest lap of the race. He'll score at the moment. After Head's penalty demotes him down the order, it'll be 3rd place for Pete Smith, and it'll also give him 96 points, plus the extra bonus point for fastest lap on top of that. So down the head, down the straight, I should say, goes Jordan. And towards the Jim Clark S's for the final time. Greensmith's gap was 1.4 seconds. It looks a little bit closer midway through this final lap. In fact, actually, Paul Bateman was some half a second, 6/10 quicker on this lap alone as Pete Smith is having a look up the inside. He doesn't need to pass Jordan Head because he'll get 3rd place anyway after the 10-second penalty is taken into account, which will get applied as he crosses the lines to hit the checkered flag. And it looks as though we are going to get a victory, a 4th win in a row for Jonathan Greensmith. Round the complex he'll come for the final time. Bateman being closed in here in the final couple of corners by both Head and Smith. And even if Bateman lets him through, it's not going to affect him in terms of positions. Smith is still going to fight on all the way to the checkered flag. And as they scrap for 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the road, it is going to be a 4th win in a row for Jonathan Greensmith. Up to the checkered flag here with the first winner of the day. Johnny Greensmith wins the first Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship race. It's 2nd for Paul Bateman, 3rd for Pete Smith on the road, but now for Pete Smith with the fastest lap of the race, because now Jordan Head's 10-second penalty now gets applied. It's 4th for Rob Greensmith, so both the Greensmiths in the top 4. And in fact, Rob Greensmith had a fantastic run here in the very first MX-5 Clubman races back in 2021, and that was 4th place for him. He did a fantastic job there on that day. And then 5th position went to Simon Waterfall, 6th for Russell Halley, 7th for Bo Parry. It's an 8th for Jamie Turner, 9th for Jack Warry, and Jordan Head's 10-second penalty drops him from 3rd all the way down to 10th. So not a great result for him, but still looking pretty competitive. And if he does pick his way through in the second race later on this afternoon, I'm certain that he will definitely be on course to get a good result and fight his way into at least the top 5, I'd imagine. Should also mention the Masters contest as well. Jonathan Greensmith taking the victory there too from Paul Bateman, and then Rob Greensmith rounding out the podium in the Masters top 3. So again, both of the Greensmiths in the top 3 in the Masters and in the top 5 as well. So a good day all round for Greensmith. It's been pole position in qualifying and victory in race 1 by 1.6 seconds. The first win of the day in the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Paul Bateman second. Pete Smith takes, I think, his first podium in the championship with third, followed by Rob Greensmith in 4. Simon Waterfall rounds out the top 5. Then it's Russell Halley, Bo Parry, Jamie Turner, Jack Warry further down, and he'd like to be behind Bo Parry at least, and Jamie Turner finishing him second in the championship, down in 9th, and Jordan Head, after finishing third on the road, the 10-second penalty moves him down to 10th. Dougan McGregor 11th, ahead of Matthew Crozier. Thomas Greenwood and Robert McGregor rounds out the top 14 runners. 15th place then goes to Alex Catullus. He had a spin early on whilst he was battling for third place. He started on the second row of the grid, back down in P15. And Andrew McGregor, Simon Privet, Peter Williams, Adam Lawrence and Jonathan Fieldstone round out the top 20, ahead of Nick LeDoyne and David Sculler. We have one non-starter, which is not on the screen. So out of the 23 that qualified, only 22 made it to the start, and everyone appeared to make it home in one piece as well. So, entertaining stuff for the Mazda MX-5s, as always, to kick off their second half of the season and the first race of the weekend and of the day here at Croft. More still to come. The Milltek Sports Civic Cup is coming up next. I'll be joined on commentary for that shortly by Henry Burdett, who'll be talking us through the action. And we'll be able to head down very shortly to have a chat with Richard John Neal, who'll be able to chat to our race 1 winner for the 4th time in its succession. It's Jonathan Greensmith in pit lane.
Well done, Johnny Greensmith, who, remember, 3 weeks ago we were on Anglesey. The weather was lovely at Anglesey, and then we kind of, I don't know what happened to the good weather, but it certainly didn't follow us to Croft. Difficult conditions, but Jonathan Greensmith, I'll get to the point in a minute, took 3 race wins there, so it's our 4th winning interview with him on the bounce. And that's a nice thing to do, a little bit of record breaking. And we meet again, Mr. Greensmith.
How you doing?
Many congrats. I'm very well, thank you for asking. Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you. Yep, tough one that.
I was going to say, the Paul was ahead, wasn't he, at the start, and then you got him back, and from there on, just looking back.
Yeah, just it's so treacherous out there. The conditions kept changing each corner, and it's starting to drizzle again. So every time you come to a same corner all the time, it's different. So Paul took it off a little bit down there, and then after that, I got past him and just went forward. But he kept coming back at me.
4 on the bounce.
Yeah, I'm loving it actually. It's really enjoyable at the minute. Yeah, brilliant stuff.
It's great when it's running sweet, isn't it? But you can't let a little knot get you down. Are you going to get another one later on?
I'm going to try my best. I always try anyway when I come out. But yeah, it's let's try and make it 5, definitely.
Obviously, things started well with qualifying, pole position. Great place to be able to start. That's what you do the work for.
Yeah, definitely. I just need to get my start sorted out. Paul had me again on the starts. He's absolutely brilliant at doing starts and stuff. But down to me, it's just I need to practice on them.
Okay, it's not something you can do here. It's not actually the easiest thing to do anywhere, because people don't like you doing it on track days, do they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so you can't really do it until you're out on that circuit, and then when it's damp like this, that's another factor what comes into it and everything. So, but we'll get there eventually.
Nice one. Hopefully we'll have a chat a bit later on. John, well done. Many congratulations. Fine race. Thank you for entertaining us. Paul Bateman's over here. Paul, I think, will be our handshake from Johnny. Well done. Good camaraderie. There we go. Paul, we meet again. It's usually podiums rather than wins for me, so you're going to be saying, go away, Richard, go other events.
Yeah, it's just becoming a bit of a habit now, isn't it? Second. It's not good enough, is it?
But having said that, 100% podium this year, which is mega. And then the last couple of races last year, you were Masters winner in the last 2 last year as well, so good consistency.
Yeah, it's Johnny Greensmith's come back, you know, with a vengeance, and I don't even know the guy really, but he's got a hell of a pedigree. He's got a hell of a pedigree, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. There's not much in it. That's
a cracking race for you. So we've got cars coming onto the track, Paul, so I say well done. Thank you for that. I've got a quick hello to Pete Smith, but very quick. We've got cars on track, Pete, so we can't make it long. Congratulations. It's lovely to see you on the podium.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Absolutely buzzing. What a race. Everyone kept it super clean when it was greasy. Big thank you, Bromley Motorsport. Car was on the money. Quadra Pumps, Wimborne Properties. Wouldn't be able to do it without them, but yeah, really happy.
Nice one, mega. Hopefully a full chat next time, Pete. Just wanted to say well done. Pete Smith, first time on the podium. Cars on track. Back to Scott Woodwards.
Thank you very much, Richard. Cars are indeed on track for the first of our Milltek Sports Civic Cup races this weekend. Always a fun and energetic and competitive grid as it has been all season. It's been a few weeks since we saw them last at Alton Park, but they're out in force once again with a great entry, 28 cars here this weekend, including, of course, championship leader Max Edmondson, who is back on pole position. Alongside me for the first time today, and of course the first time commentating on Civic Cups and TCR this weekend, is Henry Bodette. Welcome back to Henry.
Thank you very much, Scott.
And we're going to head through with the grid very shortly for our first Milltek Sports Civic Cup race of the day coming up. It's been quite an interesting qualifying session in damp conditions, but this is how they're set to line up. So on the grid, on pole position, it is set to be, if I can bring it up on the screen in front of me, there we go. So pole position goes to championship leader Max Edmondson. He starts on the front row alongside Harvey Caton in P2. Then it's Liam McGill and Josh Files, who came close to victory in the race at Alton Park in row 2. Then it's Lewis Kent and Sam Kirkpatrick, also, who's racing here in honour of his late father Bill, who sadly lost shortly after Alton Park, and best wishes to him and best of luck to him too. Row 4 sees Will Redford alongside Alex Kite on the 7th and 8th positions. Then as the camp former champion in the FN2 Civic, alongside Daniel McDonald, who rounds out the top 10. It's Spencer Stevenson and Jamie Petters on the 6th row of the grid, Wesley Swain and Jack Riddell, and Dave Marsh and Jordan Bredon, followed by Harry England and Owen Hillman. Nick Charlier and a welcome return to David Buki in Kinetic Motorsport. He starts back in 20th. Then it's William Butt and Trevor McConnell from Josh Bromley and Aidan Hassan, and Anthony Gannon, Mark Hughes, Jackson White and Simon Welch. 28 cars on the grid. And the key thing is, of course, Henry, championship leader on pole position, go for victory once again.
Yes, championship leader on pole position, Max Edmondson. You can see him there on the left-hand side of your screen. 15 minutes of action on a damp but drying circuit. I say drying, you can see one or two of the cars with their wipers going because it is spitting with rain. So the key is going to be getting off the line cleanly and then finding that all-important bit of clear track for the run down to Clairvaux, which is harder than it thinks in dry conditions. So what's it going to be like in damp conditions? We set the one or two cars at the back of the grid just being manoeuvred into position by the incredibly hard-working Orange Army here at Croft. And of course, have to pay tribute to the Orange Army. Without their dedication, none of these drivers would be able to go racing. However, things are looking good. Max Edmondson comes into today with 276 points. Josh Files on 243, but dropped scores means that Files is a little bit closer, but that will come into play later in the season. This is race number 9, first of 2 outings for the Milltek Sports Civic Cup this weekend. And under grey skies, we now have a green flag at the back of the grid. And the engine notes rise. They look to the starting gantry for the green light. And we are off and racing. It's a great start from Edmondson, who gets the power down nice and cleanly. And as we look back, Scott, everybody off the track, off the grid, nice and cleanly. Edmondson with a big lead going into turn number 1, side by side for second place, however. And just looking back, believe it or not, everybody looks as though they behave themselves. Oh, with the number 54 car of Caton there running a little bit wide, he drops to 4th position.
It's 3 abreast going through the S's. It looks like it's Caton, Files and Kent up towards the back straight for the first time. And Max Edmondson, in what's becoming now increasingly wet conditions, absolutely trying to streak away already in the early sides. Nick Charlie off into the gravel. It looks like he is off the road, I think it looks like at the first corner.
Yes.
You can see the rain imminently coming down. It's tipping it down towards Tower Bend, which means they'll be tiptoeing their way through the right-hander. It's 2 by 2 like Noah's Ark as they come up out of it and through the Jim Clark S's. And 2 cars big sideways. That was one of the Pro Alloys cars and David Buki getting sideways. But in damp conditions, as he just simply flicks the tyre stack on the inside of the second part of Jim Clark S's. It is Edmondson who leads it from Caton second place. That was Dave Marshall running wide in the FN2 Civic as he lets a few cars through, including what looks like, I think, one of the Pro Alloys cars, and Dave McDonald on top of that too. Going around the outside of the first part of the complex. And as for the stricken car, Nick Charlie, which has very quickly been snatched away. It's a good job by our recovery and snatch teams to get that car quickly off the road. In fact, there you can see it is being dragged back in. So Kinetic Motorsport with a slight nosedive in their fortunes, but the early signs seem to be that it's Area Motorsport will have this race pretty much in command. It's now 1, 2, 3, 4 for their cars because you see Lynn McGill having a look up the inside of Lewis Kent, but it is Max Edmondson who leads the way, Henry, with Kent McGill and Files giving a chase here with both Harvey Kate in 5th position. And that's the camp in P6, the leading FN2 for Paralloys.
And of course, one thing we didn't mention was tyre choice. Of course, the drivers, when they went into the holding area, as we look at the number 62 of McGill, up the inside at Clairvaux, gets it sideways on exit. He somehow saves it, has to cut across at the exit of Clairvaux into Hawthorne, and that is going to give an even bigger advantage to Max Edmondson as Lewis Kent in the number 38 car. Oh, and a spin. Max Edmondson.
That was Edmondson.
That was Edmondson. He get crossed up coming out of the S's, and he's slow. Is he getting it back up to speed? I believe he is.
So that must have been a mistake exiting the S's, and now it's a mad scramble for the lead. It's now Liam McGill who now leads the way, but they're sliding all off the road in what is becoming ever increasingly damp and wet conditions. Off the road went Jordan Brennan. He's getting back on him with Liquid Molly Civic, but it is now what's happened to Max Edmondson. This has now become a mad dash, almost like a dash for the cash for the lead, because now it's Lewis Kent in the lead, but the gaggle coming through the Jim Clark S's, one after the other, like bullets from a machine gun. This is fantastic. So we try and read them through. It's Kent from McGill from Files at the moment. Files going on the attack in the first part of the Jim Clark exit up towards Shunny and Sunny out, and that was both Will Redford and Astor Camp going into a move, and that seemingly as a result of that gave Max Edmondson 2 places for the price of 1. He's now moved up back into wherever he is now. He hasn't updated on the timing screen because he's obviously way down the order, but he's back into roughly, looks like, I think somehow 5th position, and he's still in contention of the lead. Up the inside for Harvey Caton, and it's back to an area motorsport 1, 2, 3, 4, but not the area it was before. As McGill looks up the inside and taps the back of Lewis Kent into the hairpin. There was contact between the 2 area motorsport teammates. Files getting involved, the recovering Max Edmondson's at the mix. It has all kicked off after barely 2 laps, Henry, and we've still got 11.5 minutes to go.
Exactly, side by side for second place. There is Files to the inside, windscreen wipers ablaze into turn number 1, Clairvaux. There's Edmondson now back into 4th position, so Lewis Kent leads an area 1, 2, 3. Area 1, 2, 3, 4. In fact, just a couple of corners ago, it was McGill and Kent squabbling over the same bit of area on the track. Now, there's yellow flags waving as one of the FN2 cars coming wide out of the S's down towards Tower, and you can see nobody knows exactly which line to choose. Lewis Kent tiptoeing through the inside. Now, of course, coming up to the Clark S's, this is where you really want to be single file in these very, very treacherous conditions indeed. And Lewis Kent, Edmondson sideways in 3rd. Kent defending, and of course Lewis Kent is effectively the guinea pig. Here comes Josh Files to the inside going into Sunny. I think that's Sunny out, but Josh Files now in to the race lead. Kent seconds and Edmondson back up to 3rd.
So after the spin, it could be the spin and win a la Danny Sullivan in the Indy 500, I think, because he's now going to pick his way through, and in fact he was lucky to get himself back up the order, and all the battle that was going on around. In fact, Max Edmondson diving up the inside of his teammate, spooking Lewis Kent, and incredibly he's back up to 2nd place. Now behind his main rival for the championship, teammate Josh Files. Just cocks a wheel into the hairpin, but through he goes in 2nd place. Kent tries to fight back on the exit. In fact, does try to fight back, gets better traction. And look at the McGill on the inside line.
3 wide.
3 abreast, and McGill got himself onto the grass. It's 3 abreast now. Max Edmondson slots back in behind him. It's now side by side for second with Kent on the outside, McGill on the inside, darting and struggling at the undercut. Next, Edmondson takes a huge chunk of curb on the inside line. You can barely breathe all the action going on here. Edmondson back into 3rd place. Caton getting himself into the mix now. Everywhere you look at the front of this field, there is action in the Civic Cup. Up towards 4th goes Harvey Caton, and through he goes into position. And now down the back straight towards the right-hander at Tower Bend. It is all action, but still now, through all of that, Edmondson is still in 3rd position. Got the place back for Liam McGill. So Liam McGill got the place back. Back up the inside, he goes into Tower Bend before I was going to hand over to you.
I was going to do a rundown of the order, but it's all changed.
Every single corner, there is a position change somewhere. Redford up the inside, it looks like Alex Kite, who has the fastest lap of the race. Sam Kirkpatrick also is in 8th position. He can still get a podium. Where do you look? There is so much going on, and we're not even at half distance.
And we're side by side going through the Jim Clark S's there. That was Alex Kite in the number 97 car, who's actually the fastest driver on circuit at the moment. He's there ahead of Sam Kirkpatrick there in the number 22 silver and black and a sort of green area motorsport car. Then it's the 42 of Will Redford, and then the red car of Dave Marshall. Now, of course, there's only one championship this year, you know, between the two models, the FN2s and the EP3s. The FN2s are still sort of outnumbered by the EP3s, but there are more of them. The FN2s are the newer shape Civics, driven by the Dave Marshall car there in red. But here we go, side by side once again. This is McGill. No, it's not. It's Files and Edmondson round the outside into Clairvaux for the race lead. Now, it's going back to where we were at the start of lap number 1. Now, all Edmondson has to do through the Clark chicane. This is where he got the mother and father of all tank slappers on earlier on, but keeps it together now, and it's actually Edmondson who somehow managed to make the fastest lap of the race whilst overtaking Josh Files for the race lead. 7.5 minutes to go. There's Harvey Caton trying to hold off early race leader Lewis Kent, and I can understand why Kent was so tentative in those early laps, because with the grip level changing, the leader is effectively the guinea pig. He's testing the grip levels for everybody else. They're still side by side. Oh, that's Alistair Camp sideways into the Clark S's. He gathers it together. Now, we have had a couple of pitters for... sadly, it looks as though William Butt might be one of them. I think 3 cars have come into the pits, but we've been so transfixed. Oh, and sideways again, that is Liam McGill. Now, being a newcomer to this championship, Scott, I'm wondering, the yellow rims round the tyres, that's not a difference in tyre compound, is it? Or is that just, well, he likes the colour yellow?
I think that's a design choice rather than designation.
Right, okay,
or anything else. So it's a neat-looking car. And Area Motorsport cars are some of the neatest turned-out cars. All the cars in the Civic Cup look fantastic in terms of their standard and the livery and how well they're turned out. And Area Motorsport just seems to try and turn the wick up just a little bit more to make their cars look that little bit extra kind of effort in terms of delivery. Speaking of extra effort, Max Edmondson now sets another new fastest lap of the race. Did so setting the fastest first and third sectors of the race at this point in time as you come up the back straight out of the S's for the sixth time. And Edmondson now, of course, trying to pull away with Files in second place. These are the top 2 of the championship. This is going to be advantage, of course, Edmondson. Files will take as many points as he can out of the cars behind him to try and make their way up the order. But it's now Files in second place, McGill third, Caton fourth, and Lewis Kent in the top 5, running wide there on the exit of Tower Bend. It's Kite in 6th position, Patrick Hole 7th, Will Redford 8th, Dave Marshall 9th, and Camp rounding up the top 10.
No, of course. Oh, sorry, Scott. I was about to say that. A little bit of bodywork flying there off the back of the number 97 Pro Alloys Racing car of Alex Kite. Behind the leaders, we're looking down the order. Marshall runs 9th. Alistair Camp is 10th. And it's Jamie Petters in 11th. Daniel McDonald. And the number 12 car of Spencer Stevenson. Wesley Swain runs in 14th position. As you can see, we've lost, sadly, Anthony Gannon and William Butt. Also, Jackson White still running, but at the back of the field, as Marshall now sets his sights on the number 42 car of Will Redford coming out of the hairpin onto the start-finish straight. Edmondson goes quicker again. The gap to Josh Files grows to 1.7 seconds. And, of course, we're only talking about race 9 of the championship. But with Edmondson holding a handy advantage in the points over Files, well, Josh Files will not be happy letting Max just cruise away. He has to start chipping away at Max Edmondson's points lead. And I have to say, after that mistake from Edmondson, Josh Files will be kicking himself ever so slightly, because that was a real opportunity for Files to gain ground on Max Edmondson. But I have to say, Edmondson has been simply irresistible in his recovery drive. The fastest lap of the race is into the 1 minute 33s. We've got 4 minutes to go. The track is drying out. There are no more spots of rain. I think that Lewis Kent has just left the wipers on just because he doesn't want to look down off, because he's staring at the rear end of Harvey Caton's car. He doesn't want to take his eyes off the road to fiddle with the wiper blade switch. But into the last couple of corners now on this lap. And wheels cocking in the air, left, right and centre as we watch McGill holding off Caton, then Kent, and coming up behind them, Alex Kite, and of course, Sam Kirkpatrick in P7. Redford is 8th, and then the first of the FN2 cars. That's Dave Marshall, just a wee bit in front of Alistair Camp, and another new fastest lap for Max Edmondson. He's pulling away at the rate of 0.7 of a second per lap, Scott.
Quite astonishing given that he was in the middle of the road having spun exiting the S's just a few minutes ago, and now of course he's leading the race once again, and he was several places back down, what was it, 8th or 9th position.
I have a theory.
2 or 3 laps, he was back in towards the front. What's your theory?
I have a theory, is that Max Edmondson is rushing towards the finish line because he may need a change of undies after having a massive tank slapper in front of 26 other Honda Civics.
That could be plausible. That's a plausible theory.
We won't go and check afterwards. However, what is impressive is as how Max Edmondson has so quickly, you snap out of it. You have that huge moment, everything nearly goes pear-shaped, and then he's straight back in with some superb aggressive maneuvers, and now he is just putting gap after gap after gap on this driver, Josh Files, who's not hanging around. You could see the back end of that cart squirreling around just a little bit. Oh, and somebody is off. Oh, that's a big accident. That is a big accident for Alex Kite's car in the barriers. You can see the yellow flags are out, and the circuit is drying out, Scott, but it just goes to show this is a very, very tricky circuit indeed. And
the key thing is, first of all, in fact, no surprise, his red flag is out, race has been stopped.
Yes,
that'll be a result declared as well. In fact, actually, immediately, I think Max Edmondson, he is going straight into the pit lane because of that, because that looked like it was quite a hefty accident. In fact, no, he's been told to stay on the circuit, and they'll pause him there. The driver is getting out, thankfully. That's the key thing we're going to mention. The key thing in all of that is that the driver is okay first and foremost, and we are hearing in our ears that Alex Kite is getting out of the car, and that is a good thing. There it is. That's the best sight we can see. Alex Kite out of the car, walking away in his own steam. He will go to the medical centre just to be checked over purely by the CMO, Chief Medical Officer, just to make sure that he is a precaution, absolutely okay. In any incident, it always goes to the medical centre to be checked over, just as a pure precaution. And that's never how we want to see a race end, or somebody's race end at least, indeed the race end in total. So the red flag is out with 2 minutes to go. That will be a result declared because we're past 75% distance, which means they can throw that as a result. They'll count it back to the last complete lap, and that should mean, because of that, we will have Max Edmondson being declared the winner, I would imagine, with Josh Files in second place, Liam McGill rounding out third. So that is an Area Motorsport 1, 2, 3 on the podium.
Yes, I'll have to go back a lap. So what you're looking at, the order on your screen there, we'll wait for the TSL timing monitors to update ourselves. I will now head down to the pit lane. Yeah, Scott, I think it's going to take a little while to unpick the bones out of that one. But the main thing is that Alex Kite is absolutely okay. Fantastic. Quick response from the Marshals team. You saw the Marshals with the driver instantly. You've seen the medical vehicles on site as well. Fantastic. The Brscc and the Croft circuit do a wonderful job of making sure that everyone in the paddock is as safe as possible. And we paid tribute to the Marshals earlier on, the Orange Army, and that is why we paid tribute to them. So Mr. Kite will now be looking and saying, am I going to get out for the next race? It's going to be a mighty effort, but the main thing is that if the car is fixed, the driver is good to go. I will go and speak to, I would imagine, to be a very happy Max Edmondson.
Yeah, it's obviously never how you want to win a race in that circumstance, and of course every driver will wish Alex Kite well, but the key thing is, of course, as Henry heads down to have a chat to our top three, that Alex Kite is out and about and moving. As I say, he will go to be checked over at the medical centre as a pure precaution to make sure that he is totally A-OK. And of course that also means it's testament to how well built these Civic Cup cars are built. It's not just the base car in the EP3 and the FN2s, but also all the work that goes into making them safe, particularly the SW Motorsport rollover systems or the roll cage that they have in the cars, and how structurally sound they are as well. So again, big thanks to all of our recovery teams and marshals and the medical teams to getting on the site as quickly as possible. It's never how you want to see anyone's race end, or a race end for that particular matter, but the key thing is that those involved on the surface are okay. And as I mentioned, with the results going back a lap as they were at the end of that red flag, in fact, it's actually gone back further back. In fact, it looks though it's changed around because of that being the previous lap, although it was shown McGill ahead of Caton, but I don't think that's completely correct. We'll have to wait and see. It might well be that the result might change. They might just take it in the face of what it's on the timing screen. It might well change later on. There is going to be a bit of clear up going on because we have to recover Alex Tight's car. First of all, put it on its wheels again and then recover it back. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay in terms of getting the car back underway again. Let's look at the provisional results, at least anyway, to see where things should stand in terms of what we have on the timing screen. So it's currently showing us, but how right this is, we'll have to wait and see. It's currently showing us it's Liam McGill as the leader, as the winner on that race, but we'll wait and see if that's actually true. Harvey Caden second, Max Everton, who was in front at the time, is third. I think he might well be classified the winner because he was leading at the time. So we'll have to wait and see. But anyway, Josh Farrell's in fourth, then Lewis Kent in fifth, Alex Kite sixth, and Sam Kirkpatrick, Will Redford, Dave Marshall the top FN2, ahead of Alistair Camp in the top 10. The Jamie Petters, Daniel McDonald, Spencer Stevenson and Wesley Swain in the top 14. We then go further down to 15th. 15th place was then Jack Riddell, ahead of Josh Bromley, Dave Buki 17th from Owen Hillman and Harry England, with Trevor McConnell rounding out the top 20. Then it's Jordan Brennan, Aidan Hassan, Mark Hughes, Simon Welch, Jackson White, Anthony Gannon and William Butt in 27th place. And the only driver that we didn't get at that point was Nick Charlier. And of course, as we say, Alex Kite was running at that point in 6th position, but it means given the fact he wasn't running at the time of the red flag, it means that he won't be classified. So, and also I don't believe McGill and Caden are first and second because Max Everton wasn't leading at the time of the red flag. So I'm certain that it will actually be him, I think, who will get the victory, but we'll wait and see what the eventual final result works itself out as. There might be a bit of tyre barrier repair as well to go on because the JCB recovery snatch unit is down there too. So, slightly unsure what the exact result is. I'm almost certain that it's probably will be Max Evans who gets given the victory, but we'll wait and see how it works on that one. Just waiting on drivers down in pit lane to have a chat to Henry Burdett in pit lane there. Of course, the next race coming up for those preparing, it is going to be the next race coming up on the timetable is going to be that of the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. So they will be out on track very, very shortly for their first race of the day. But of course, we'll have to wait for the recovery of the stricken car of Alex Kite down at the right-hander ex-team Barcroft in the tyre wall. Once that's recovered and the track is clear, they'll be getting set to go. You can see the Fiesta Juniors down there getting themselves into the assembly area, getting themselves gridded up. There's a little bit of last-minute tyre changing because when they qualified this morning, it was in rather damp conditions with a little bit of rain. It has now stopped raining and it's started to dry out a little bit more, but still quite damp, quite greasy, quite tricky out there. So the track conditions are going to be a little bit unpredictable and slightly different to what they were this morning. A little drier, but still quite greasy. So setup direction is going to be very, very tough to try and work out in that sense when they get going. Plenty of team members down there just give them direction on where to go, how they're going to work out. Go through some of the main contenders for Fiesta Juniors very shortly. It was a slightly jumbled up grid order in terms of qualifying, given that there are a few drivers who qualified in terms of where they've normally been so far this season, a slightly bit out of position, some a bit higher than we expect, including a surprise, a positive way, a pole sitter in Archie Davis. It's his first Fiesta Junior pole. He will start after he mastered the tricky conditions. And the likes of Finn Leslie and Jensen O'Neill Going, who is champion leader coming to the weekend, he was a little bit further back in terms of where he would like to be. I think Jensen O'Neill Going, from what I saw in the grid, was P5 in terms of the order and qualifying, but we'll wait and see how he's set to line up. Still waiting on drivers down in pit lane, so again we'll grab our top three from the Civic Cup shortly once Henry Burdett is ready to have a chat with them down there in pit lane. In terms of the grid for this one, no amendments, so it should still be as it was from the end of the qualifying session. It should still be Archie Davis who will start this on pole position. Jacob Hodgkiss, who is in blue and white just in the screen there on the left, is in second on the grid. And then Tommy Harfield and Henry Foote, a really good effort from Henry, who starts fourth on the grid on row 2. That's a great effort in the mixed conditions. And then current championship leader and Mark 6 class leader, Jensen O'Neill Going, he will start in P5. It's Thomas Merritt, who's just poking out behind Tommy Harfield's black and kind of greenish turquoise. Yes, he will start on the third row of the grid from Finn Leslie, second in the championship, has taken a couple of race wins so far this season. And Alfie Garvin 8th, followed by Buddy Block and Callie Cliff. But the rest of the grid will come later. We can now head down to the pit lane to have a chat with our current top three from the Milltek Sports Civic Cup. And Henry Burdett can have a chat to who possibly could be our race winner in pit lane.
Well, thank you very much, Scott. That at the end of a truncated but highly entertaining Milltek Sport Civic Cup race, Max Edmondson. It started very well. Now, tell us a little bit about your incident that almost cost you everything.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was slippy because on lap 1 I took it flat and I nearly, like, it was, well, no, I didn't even take it flat on lap 1. I, like, lifted a bit and I nearly died on lap 1. So lap 2 I was like, there's a few cars driven over it, so it might be a bit drier, but I took it flat anyway.
And regretted it very soon, very quickly. But I mean, so after that recovery, dropping to 5th or 6th position, then talk us through the fight back, because there were some very impressive moves.
When you had the pace on the brakes, but yeah, I kept making mistakes. I was so angry with myself after bending myself out the lead, but luckily I brought it back, didn't I?
You did indeed, very impressively. Fastest lap of the race, you were 7/10 of a second a lap quicker than everybody else. Track conditions improving as the race went on?
Yeah, it was drying. I mean, like the first half of the lap was drizzling a bit, but the back end of the track was completely dry basically, so yeah, I was just trusting and hoping, to be honest.
So, of course, after after sort of your championship hopes flashing before your eyes almost at the first couple of laps, how do you feel now, having sort of driven up to and caught and passed your nearest title rivals to take another win?
I mean, it feels good, but I'd prefer to have done it without binning myself, but yeah.
And the question that everyone wants to know, do you need to go change your underwear now after that?
It was quite scary, yeah, I might need to.
Thank you, congratulations, well done. Your Civic Sport Race 1 winner, Max Edmondson. Now, of course, several of the drivers that passed Max Edmondson eventually finished behind him. Josh Files coming through. Josh, you had a grandstand seat of that incident. I mean, talk us through the opening couple of laps where you know, there were drivers. Lewis Kent was leading, you were leading. You know, it was pretty hectic, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were just saying we think it's probably made good TV. But yeah, no, I got a rubbish start because I thought it was slippier than it was. So I was in second and it didn't work out for me. But other than that, it was just crazy. People were swapping positions all the time. Obviously, Max Verstappen lobbed it by his own, coming through the chicane, which made it interesting as we're going either side of him. And then in his pooey pants moment, he just drove back through past everyone. But I don't think he's got any life preservation on him.
I was going to say, with age comes experience. And your sort of self-preservation mode kicked in, because of course it was very hectic, and of course you do have 2 races. The track is half dry over here, but it's still wet round the back. How tricky was that for you to then manage the car as the race progressed?
It's always hard. Obviously, I led Max for a few laps or whatever. It's always hard when you're the car in front, because every time it's changing and every time you're like, you know, what's coming up next. I mean, Max got a wicked run out of the hairpin, and obviously his car's very fast. I did think about giving him a bit more hell into turn 1, but I thought, do you know what? Today's not the day. He wants this more than me, because it's his home track. So we'll give him hell tomorrow from the reverse grid instead. I
was going to say, tomorrow is a new day. Obviously, we have to talk championship. You know, losing a few more points isn't good, but tomorrow, different day, different track, slightly different attitude. You say, like, you know, time to give a bit back, maybe?
Maybe. I mean, I set the car up for the full wet, so obviously the fact it started drying hasn't really helped me, because, you know, Liam and I were just talking. We've both gone straight into chronic understeer, so we're managing that, and Max kind of isn't. So tomorrow will be a good fun day, and I mean, I'm not really thinking about championship, to be fair, because I honestly just came here for a bit of fun and a bit of a laugh. But it's nice to go up against the competition.
Exactly. So says every racing driver's thinking about the championship deep down, or else he wouldn't be a racing driver. But second place, well done, Josh Files.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
So completing the podium after a very hectic race, Lewis McGill. Lewis, come this way.
It's Liam McGill.
Oh, Liam McGill, Lewis.
That.
Oh, I'm sorry. Luckily, I didn't call you Chloe McGill after one of the carters I usually commentate on. Liam, so talk us through those first couple of laps.
I can't talk through them because there's so much adrenaline I can't really remember. But no, I do remember some things. I remember skipping the chicane twice and then having to give the place back, which is quite annoying when you're a good bit in the lead. But I need to remember it's not a computer game. So, yeah.
And I could have called you Lewis Kent, and that would have really upset you then.
Yeah, I think it would upset him as well, to be honest. So that's no problem.
Obviously, the track conditions were changing lap on lap, but you were able to sort of eventually calm things down just a slight bit.
Yeah, kind of annoyed, because yesterday we had some really good pace in the dry, so I've been hoping all day for it to dry up, but these greasy conditions, we seem to have a little bit less front end on it for some reason, but hopefully we can get to the bottom of it for tomorrow anyway.
Because with Area Motorsport, you know, annexing the podium, how much setup data will you share between you all, considering you're fighting for a title as well?
Well, they can have all mine because they've beat me, so that's no problem, but I'm quite looking forward to getting theirs. But no, honestly, all of us, we're all friends, to be honest with you, and we're happy to share everything, so it's no worries at all.
So there we go, third place, Liam McGill. Not Lewis, not Chloe. Good luck.
Thank you.
So there we go. That's your top 3 in the first Milltek Sport Civic Cup race. Luckily, all the drivers are okay. Maybe a few bits of damage, but back up to you, Scott, for the next race.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Welcome back to Croft for more action from this TCR UK race weekend here, courtesy of the Brscc. And after a slightly premature end to our race last time out for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup, in which we saw Alex Kite's car off into the barriers, there's been a little bit of repair work going on down at the Barcroft complex, which means we get set for our first race of the weekend for the young stars, the future of the Brscc Fiesta Junior Champ. You can see there the barrier repair work just about getting itself finished before we get on track here for our first race for the juniors. And after a slightly mixed conditions qualifying session, it's a slightly mixed grid, particularly with a brand new pole sitter for the very first time. As you can see, the cars getting themselves prepared in assembly. Here's the grid, and for the first time, it is a pole position for Archie Davis, so a brilliant effort from him to get himself his fastest time in the session. He will start alongside Alton Park winner Jacob Hodgkiss on the comeback trail after a nightmare weekend at Snetterton. Got a win the podium, and that puts him on the front row of the grid in qualifying. Tommy Harfield and Henry Foote, again, brilliant effort from Henry to put himself fourth on the grid. He starts on the second row next to Harfield. Then Jensen O'Neill Goen, the championship leader, back in 5th position, and the highest of the Mark 6 cars starts in P5 alongside Thomas Merritt, who's back towards the front in 6th position. 7th on the grid is Finn Leslie. He was the winner at Snetterton after that brilliant photo finish. His stock goes off from row 4 alongside Alfie Garford, the first of the Weir Alliance Academy Racing, Weir Tools Academy Alliance Academy cars. We'll get that right at some point over the weekend. Billy Blockley and Callie Clifford, who's second best of the Mark 6, she starts in 10th alongside Maggie Webster in 11th place, and Josh Watts starting in P12. 13th place are 2023 Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner Daniela Sutton. She starts in P13 alongside the number 14th place car Jack Burgess for BPC Motorsport. Ben Doherty, low and he'd like to be in 15th position, starting in row 8 alongside George Foxlow. Then Jack Stanton and Bobby Holmes, who made his debut at Alton Park. He starts from row 9 in 18th on the grid. And then towards the rear, going into the row 10 and 11, we see Hayden Gray and Aaron Beattie, Harry Lindley with no time, and neither for Jensen Mason, unfortunately. Jensen Mason, one of the top drivers in the championship, took his first win at Snetterton, but problems in qualifying for him after he spun off at Clairvaux. No time for him, therefore he starts 22nd and last on the grid. The Fiesta Junior Championship is having an incredible year this year. The grids that have dipped below 20 or 21 cars once so far this season. Lots of the new Mark 7 cars. The majority of the field is rookies, which is amazing to see as well. A massive influx of drivers who only did 1 or 2 races to still be classified as a rookie for this season, and also lots of brand new drivers, lots of new Mark 7s coming into the weekend. This is also the last year for the Mark 6 car. That gets out, it's written out the regulations at the end of this season, so that a couple of the cars still handed in there. Richard John Neal's alongside me here. Richard, of course, you're quite enthusiastic junior racing in many ranks. You've been able to chat to some of the juniors this morning, of course, and watching what they've been doing, qualifying, etc. But so far this season, in terms of competition, racing, driving standards in particular, on top of that, Fiesta Juniors, what a year they've had so far.
Yeah, always exciting to see. I was going to name check Esther Crook, the championship coordinator, who's just gone out of shot. She almost knows that the microphone is approaching her and then she'll disappear out. We haven't managed to get her for an interview so far this year, but she exited screen right. We might see her again in a minute, very possibly, but absolutely right, Scott. Been a super championship so far. We entered the second half of the season here. We had a non-championship round at Silverstone to kick things off. I say non-championship, it was pretty much a warm-up event. A lot of the championship regulars didn't take part in it. Well, not a lot of them, a few of them opted out, but the British Racing and Sports Car Club are running that round as part of the Champion of Silverstone, or Silverstone Trophy, because we have 3 visits over the course of the season to Silverstone, including the overall championship, non-championship round, the first one that we had. Winners there, Jacob Hodgkiss and Jensen O'Neill Goen. So they have good Silverstone points. We're back there. It's our next meeting actually for the juniors. I'm looking forward to that one. I think it's the 17th and 18th of August.
On the national circuit, yes.
On the national, yeah. Which is my actually my personal favourite, and that is just a personal opinion. That's my favourite configuration at Silverstone. The GP circuit for regular club racing, which I'm a big aficionado, is the GP circuit. A little bit on the long side for me. Great for the 24 hours. We've got the C1 24 hours back there next year with the club, which we are very excited about. But yeah, the national circuit is going to be good. But of course, for all that, we've got 2 races to look forward to at Croft, and as Scott said, some real surprises on the go. Archie Davis, where did he pull that lap from? Just looking at his qualifying form over the course of the season so far, Archie Davis in the 87 car. Silverstone non-championship round 10th, Brands Hatch qualified 10th, Snetterton qualified 19th, Alton Park, so he's been just in the top 10, 2 top 10s, and then comes here to Croft and bags a pole.
some of it might be down to the conditions, not taking away from Marshall's skill, of course,
absolutely
but,
right, but
some of it may have come down to the conditions and the adaptability. You might have just caught the track on a particularly dry part or a dry line on that lap as well. He'll have been doing some work, of course, between Alton Park and the last rounds in here this weekend at Croft as well. And I was going to say it's by far his best result of the season. You can't get better than pole, can you, really, in terms of qualifying?
No,
so
exactly.
excellent stuff for him to make some really good progress. The question is going to be, of course, is that he's starting from pole. It's still relatively damp out there on the circuit. It's how he gets off the line and if he can maintain himself around the faster cars he's got around him on that grid. You've got Jacob Hodgkiss, who is on that comeback trail after that nightmare at Snetterton. He had that mechanical issue that forced him, I think he's basically the car dumped all its fluid on the grid, and he had to come off and not start the first race. There was disqualified from the second race, so he literally scored nothing from Snetterton, but bounced back in the best possible way, got a victory in race 1, he got podium in race 2, and that was, and I spoke to him at the end of race number 1. I said to him, you needed that win. He said, yeah, I needed that win, absolutely, because that's a key points for him. It's for him now for the rest of the season. He's in that situation that I guess some drivers never really like to be, where quite literally every single result for Jacob has got to count and got to be a good one. He really cannot afford any more big slip-ups, because if he does, that's going to be his championship chances. Even on drop scores, they're pretty tricky at the moment. If he has any more mishaps, it's going to be really, really difficult for him to be up there come to the end of the season, battling the likes of Jensen Mason, Finn Leslie, Jensen and Neil Going. He needs a good weekend every weekend now for the rest of the season to get himself at least into strong contention. Otherwise, it could be tricky.
that observation, Scott, is absolutely spot on. He cannot afford to drop any more points. So, yeah, he's on the front rank. He's done a super job in quite. And I need to apologise actually to Jacob, probably half the field actually, because we were roving around with Johnny the cameraman earlier on, getting some bits. In case there are any delays, we've got some interviews that we filmed this morning that we can put in. We were going to put them in before the start of the stream, but things ran well, so we've managed to bring things forward. But as you're going around the paddock, we get a chance to talk to some of the drivers. I think I'm going to bring one of the interviews actually for you now. And I just interviewed this particular guy who's qualified fourth today, by far and away the best qualifying that we've seen from this young man, who's come a long way racing, come a long way geographically as well to join us here at Croft. His name's Henry Foote, lines up P4. Let's hear what he had to say a little bit earlier on. A first time visit, I think, here to Croft. Henry, it must be first time.
Yep, no testing at all here. We haven't had the budget to be able to do anything, so yeah. First time, it's been amazing actually, really enjoyed it.
When I spoke to you, Driven by Racing last year, I think the inference was you were going to do a couple of rounds this year, but you know, here we are, fourth event of the year and still here, and you just had a really good qualifying.
Yep, managed to get P4 in the end. Yeah, like you said, we weren't expecting to get this far into the championship. I think that we never had the funds to be able to get this far. So I want to say massive thanks to Glue, our sponsor, for that. They've really helped us get to where we are. But yeah, we're still looking for more to be able to continue. We don't have the funds to be able to do much more this season, so if anyone is looking for a young driver to sponsor, make sure to contact me, because we can try and help your business as well.
It's a great platform, isn't it, to be involved with, and a friendly paddock, great weekends away, if nothing else.
Yeah, no, the atmosphere here is amazing for any car championship in the Brscc. It's almost like a family atmosphere. Everyone knows each other, everyone's friends, especially in the Fiesta Juniors. We're all good friends out on track and off track, and yeah, it's just an amazing atmosphere, and the racing's amazing too.
I, for one, have been impressed with the way you've dealt with a lot that's been thrown at you this year. The first meeting in particular, you had some difficulties, but you've bounced back from those.
Yeah, the important thing is always to look for the positives. Things that happen aren't always in our control, like Silverstone, there was nothing else I could have done. We've had a few other incidents as well, but it's always to look for the positives. At the end of the weekend, I always go through what went well and just take the things that I can learn from to do differently next time. And it's always about just making different steps to try as much as I can to stop those things happening in the future. But like I said, it's always just there's going to be things which aren't in our control.
Nice one. Wish you well with racing, Henry. Well done on P4.
Thank you very much.
I have to say, just marking now, just off camera for a second, he's good in interviews in terms of media training, of course, and you must have been impressed by how he was until just talking. He's talked to him a couple of times so far this season. He has his own little thing on social media where he talks about mental health. He's also an ambassador for Driven Minds on top of that as well. Well, he's one of the champion drivers for Driven Minds, which I'm also a part of as well, which I'm previously part of. So shout out to all the Driven Minds guys who'll be watching around the country. I know they're giving Henry their support as well. But in terms of his demeanour and how he is on camera and how he's as a young racing driver, he is on course, I'm certain, to be something of a model professional, because he's brilliant talking about the championship, he's brilliant talking about his efforts on track, and I'm certain that if he keeps on that where the path is going, someone's going to pick him up and give him some support to get the rest of the season, because especially with a qualifying performance like that, to get P4, his highest qualifying spot to date by far, amazing job both on and off the track from Henry so far. Really good stuff.
Yeah, he's a good lad. Him and his dad came and spoke to me at Driven by Racing last year, the Brscc event, which is going again this year. If you want to find out a little bit more about that, it takes place in November. Come down. And I mean, this is an informal, but even more informal. You can come down, find out more about the championships, the roles that are available to get involved with the club, or even officiating, something like that. If you want to take an ARDS test, I believe you can do that at the weekend, that particular weekend as well. So much going on, so have a look. But we had a chat there, and Henry's dad was asking me about media training for Henry, and I said, to be honest, I'd seen his social media stuff. There's always something you can do, but I was really reluctant not to take him on as a client for that, because I do offer media training. But where he is, he just doesn't need it, Scott. You're absolutely right. And,
yeah, I agree. He's brilliant.
You know, I'm glad they kept the money in the pocket and put it towards the racing rather than, you know, potentially wasting money on getting my guidance. He doesn't need it. He's a completely rounded young man. Most of them are actually in the paddock. You know, but you talk to any of them. I've not had a bad interview with any of the juniors this year. And it might be because I'm a good interviewer, or it might be because they're good. I think it's because they're good.
Oh, don't put yourself down, Rich. The reason why we have is our regular presenter, Rich. Don't put yourself down. But no, you're absolutely right in the fact that this year's particular crop of Fiesta Junior drivers, all of them rookies, but there's such a wonderful atmosphere in the Fiesta Junior paddock this season. We talked about it last night at dinner. And the fact that the atmosphere is great, there's lots of friendships that have been formed already in the first half of the season. There's loads of them that get together and talk to each other pre-race and in the paddock and get on with each other, not just within teams, but also across the paddock on top of that. And this is the great thing about a championship like this, is that particularly when you're in the young stages, 14 to 15, 16, 17 years old, it's these kind of connections and these friendships that you make, and these are the drivers that you might end up racing in higher formula, whether it's touring cars, GTs, some of them might go to single-seaters or wherever they might choose to go to, endurance, sprint, prototypes, whatever they want to do. But some of these drivers might find themselves in the same paddocks and in the same weekends, regardless of what their fortunes are. So it's wonderful to see so many friendships formed. And of course, it's great as well that more drivers coming through means as they go higher and higher up through the ranks, it means more and more drivers graduate from Fiesta Juniors go up into the higher ranks of motorsport. Because we've had one more recent high-profile graduations back into British touring cars, so they're sadly not on the grid currently at the moment. Was Bobby Thompson. Started right in the very first season of Fiesta Juniors, for those who don't know, back in 2012.
He was too young to qualify on the Saturday, wasn't he? That day.
I believe so.
Absolutely.
That's news to me. In fact, that's new. So that's incredible to then even learn that. But even so, now he's worked up. He was a VW Cup champion. As we've got one car quick coming to the pit lane, that I think is George Foxlow coming in 144, sadly. And he's now, of course, was racing. He had that fantastic performance at Snetterton in the BMW, which is a shame, and he's not carrying on for the rest of the season, at least at the moment. But unfortunate to see. Again, one driver to shout out. It's our Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner, Daniela Sutton. She had a brilliant result at Alton Park. She had 6th place in race 1 at Alton Park, by far her best result. Getting more and more confident as the season goes on, and of course she is our first scholarship winner. The new scholarship takes place at the end of October for 2025, so if you want more info on that, you can head to the website brscc.co.uk. There is a tab at the top for the 2025 Fiesta Junior Scholarship. You can head up there and find out more. I think the Masters are just moving a couple of the cars into proper positions now, I think, because the cars, rather than being on a 2x2 standing grid, I think for reasons of safety and convenience, they put them into a 1x1 staggered grid just to help them be a little more cleaner and tidy through the first few corners. But the driving standards so far this year in Fiesta Juniors, I know there was one or two questions raised last year. It's all I say on that one about some of their driving standards. But this year, touch wood, the driving standards 95 to 98% of the time have been absolutely superb. But it's worked by the Brscc, the clerks that have involved, and even Esther as championship coordinator. Everyone involved has been doing some fantastic work to bring this championship up to the level that it is. Of course, now TCR Sport Championship, lots of new cars on the grid. There's even more cars we know we get inquiries on, and cars in build for next year. So there's cars which haven't been built yet, but there's lots more coming for next year, of course, particularly with the fact that the Mark 6 is essentially written out of the regulations at the end of the year. So it's all going to be Mark 7s from this year. And that's a really nice evolution and transition of the championship from where it was with the older Mark 6 cars. But new cars are coming over the last 2-3 seasons. So next year we're going to have our first Mark 7 only full grid, which is going to be amazing to see. And if you look at them, if you want to look at these cars, as anyone were to describe them, they are baby touring cars. They've got the little front splitter, the rear wing, they sit down their suspension. They look like little mini touring cars, and it's exactly what you want to see. Back to the racing in a moment's time. The green flag at the back of the field. We are all set for junior racing then. The first race of the weekend for the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship here at Croft. Archie Davies on his first ever pole position. Can he convert it to a first ever win? The lights go out and away we go. And he doesn't move. Archie Davies doesn't move. I think he stalled it on the grid. They all somehow miss him at the off the line in the first few rows, but he gets away. That's a nightmare situation for Archie Davies. But for Jacob Hodgkiss, it's dreamland. Down towards Clairvaux for the first time. Hodgkiss leads the way towards turn 1 for the first time. Jensen O'Neill going up to second from 5th on the grid, but it's sideways for Jacob Hodgkiss. He goes wide on the exit of the corner, and he's going to hold on for the position just about. In fact, he's lost out the position to Jensen O'Neill. Goes 3 went. It was a sideways moment for Jacob Hodgkiss, and he's now back in second place. But O'Neill going also sideways in the grey and pink Mark 6 down the back straight for the first time. Everyone mind their P's and Q's exiting through the S's down towards Tower Bend. And it is going to be O'Neill going who leads the way as the wipers come on. So it's starting to rain a little bit more, I think, down towards the right-hand end of the straight. Harfield third, Merritt fourth. Then it's 5th position for Alfie Garford. The rest of the pack goes streaming through. And there is Archie Davies. We talked about so much. Unfortunately, that's not a great start for him. What is a great start of note is Jensen Mason from the back of the grid. He's into the top 10 already. How's he done that?
Jensen Mason, incredible stuff. We last time I was with him, of course, a couple of rounds ago, and he got the post-judicial win, and we did a virtual podium interview with him midweek after the event to catch up and give him the moment of glory. We have got the safety car being scrambled, though. Jensen O'Neill going in the lead, trying to spot, okay, it's for the car being recovered down at Clairvaux.
And I hate to say, I'm afraid it looks, though, unfortunately, it's Daniel Sutton, I think, who's off down at Clairvaux. That's a real shame. Shame for Daniel Sutton off the road at Clairvaux, and hopefully there's no issues to that car not going again.
That's clear now, so we're going to get a lap of safety car. I did wonder whether they might just withdraw it. Nip and tuck for the officials here, and safety says, yeah, we'll run the safety car for a lap, calm everybody down, make sure that Daniela's car is clear, make sure that Daniela is okay, and it will just calm everybody down. Reasonably long lap, so they could have maybe cancelled it. That would have probably signalled a bit of confusion to the drivers had they withdrawn the safety car before it was needed, to be fair. So great shout from race control, our officials doing a super job there. But what about Jensen O'Neill going? Spoke to him. I was going to talk about apologies earlier on. When I'm going around the paddock with Johnny the cameraman getting interviews, like a lot of drivers come over and sort of hover. I think they maybe want their interviews. We were trying to get away and talk to other classes once we'd done a couple in each class. So apologies to those that if I didn't interview you, it's not a personal thing. We just wanted to get around as many of the classes as we could. And also we probably tried to avoid talking to the drivers we might get an interview with on the podium as well. So that's another thing. We did speak to Henry, who of course was, where's Henry Foote come through on the first lap? Down in 6th. So there was a possibility he might have been up on the podium. But Jensen O'Neill came down on his scooter and was having a quick chat, and he doesn't like this place. And I've said, well, do you know what? In the course of a season, you get ups and you get downs. If this is one of your downs, it's not going to be a big problem, isn't it? And look at this, it's not a down at all. He's leading after lap 1 from Jacob Hodgkiss.
One thing I've said recently, where it's something I picked up from Andy McEwen, admittedly, but it's a true thing. It's the races where you don't win is what wins you the championship, essentially. Because if you can still bank good, solid points, whether it's a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place, you might initially think about it, oh, it's not a win, it's a podium, or it's not a podium, or it's a top 5. But it's a top 5 that you may not have had if you come off the road and had a problem. So all those points really do add up at the end of the season, particularly when you get drop scores into account. And the better that you can score means that, yes, you're dropping more points towards the end, but it also means that you've got a better chance of being higher up, which means that those scores that you've got, even after drop scores, put you in a better position for the championship anyway. So keep on performing as best you can in order to try and get yourself as high up the order. I'm going to quickly run down the order under safety car at the moment then. So it's Jensen O'Neill going who leads, Jacob Hodgkiss in 2nd place. Tommy Harfield is 3rd. It's Thomas Merritt in 4th. Alfie Garfield is 5th. Then it's Henry Foote down to 6th. Finn Leslie in 7th position. 8th for Canny Clifford. That's a good run for her so far, the Jam Sport Scholarship winner, in 8th. Then Archie Davies, the pole man, in 9th. And Jensen Mason from the back of the grid in 22nd up to 10th position.
Wow.
That is damage for Billy Blockley, meanwhile, on the front splitter. And as you rightly predicted, Richard, it is also going to be the safety car in this lap because the race is coming in. Even before the safety car has actually turned into the pit lane.
They're going already.
It's a quick restart for Jensen O'Neill going. So into the hairpin he goes. And onto the pit straight he comes, and to get the race restarted. So back under racing once again in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. We've got 10.5 minutes on the clock, green flags around the circuit, and now O'Neill going is going to set off to try and take victory here in race number 1 at Croft. Side by side across the line that would have been, Foot and Leslie. And thankfully, Finn Leslie was smart there. He had a good run off the corner, a little bit faster than Henry Foot, but he held back until he crossed the line, because the rule is you're not allowed to make the move until you pass anyone until you cross the start and finish line and actually get racing back underway. There's Jensen Mason looking up the inside, take another place off the pole sister this time. Archie Davis is going to go wheel to wheel into the S's. Careful, boys. And Jensen does get through clean as a whistle, so up the place he goes. Next target is going to be the Mark 6 in front of Callie Clifford. That's going to put him up into what will now be 9th position. Gets past Callie, they'll be up into P8. So really strong run from Jensen Mason. Not hanging around here, trying to get up the order. And ahead of them, it looked like it was Henry Foot and Finn Leslie swapping places. Archie Davis, meanwhile, is possibly losing more ground. He's got now up the inside of him Benjamin Doherty. Just behind him, he's got both Jack Burgess in black and yellow, Josh Watts in black and yellow, who himself has passed Jack Burgess, which is the BPC Motorsport car in silver and white. So through the right, the Jim Clark S's they go. This is a great example here, even in the mid-pack. Lots of battling going on as Benson shows her nose up the inside of Caddy Clifford. Oh. That's close. But Clifford holds her line and holds on to the place and thinks, well, you might be in a Mark 7 and high in the championship. You ain't getting past that easy, Jensen. Go around the long way.
No, and to be fair, Jensen Mason read that well. A lesser experienced driver, a lesser taught driver might have continued with the move and tried to fire it through on the inside, but he didn't. He's now challenging the outside. They do get a little bit of a hip and shoulder, as Owie would say, and Mason's going very, very wide there. Is he going to be able to get on the brakes and get through on the inside? He does, but goodness me, and coming through, bowling through, it's the Boston Bowl car.
Well, that was 2 cars off the road. That was Archie Davis trying to go around the outside. He just collected Jensen Mason on the outside line. But you're absolutely right. He made up 4 places in one corner, which is incredible by the looks of it. Incredible move from Josh Watts to do all of that, and he's now up into 8th position. So into the top 10 goes Josh Watts with a very opportunistic pass, which is an understatement after that move, which is brilliant to see. And both Mason has now carried on unscathed after that, but he's now, all the hard work he puts in has now pushed him back down to 12th place behind Callie Clifford. As behind there, that was George Fox, so I think running through the runoff area, Exton Clairvaux towards Hawthorns. He's lost a place to the car behind that. Looks like it was possibly Bobby Holmes he's lost out to. There goes Alfie Garford in the other Weir Tools Alliance Academy car. He's now squeezing up the inside to make a move. Just edges Thomas Merritt out wide Exting Tower. He's also got 2 very fast cars behind him in Finn Leslie with the headlights ablaze. As 2 is Henry Foot. So Henry staying up there in P7 after he started in 4th position. At the front of the field is 8 tenths between Jensen O'Neill going and Jacob Hodgkiss at the front of the field. So just less than a second between the top 2. And Tommy Harfield in 3rd place, rounding out the podium positions currently. And then it is Thomas Merritt in 4th place, what it was. Next now, Alfie Garford up to 4th, Merritt 5th, Leslie 6th, Foot 7th, then Watts, Doherty and Burgess currently rounding out the top 10 as we go past half distance with 7.5 minutes still to go. And Hodgkiss now with the headlights ablaze, he's going after the lead, and O'Neill going into the hairpin.
He is going to have a go. He's not quite close enough to get that lunge and dip on the brakes down into the hairpin, but he'll show Jensen O'Neill going that he is there, and this is absolutely crucial for Jacob. Tommy Harfield 3rd, fastest lap, may well be closing in as well. Thomas Merritt in 4th, a little bit distant at the moment in the blue number 12 car, and coming under pressure from Finn Leslie. Henry Foot in 6th position. Alfie Garford, I think, dropping away a little bit. Sad for Archie Davis off the front, but do you know what? He's got that career pole position on his belt now, and no pressure on him other than to get home to the finish and see what he can do.
Certainly will, and if the higher we can get up into the points again, the better. It'll be one of his best results so far this season. If I have a quick look at where he was, I'll look at that in a second in terms of his current best results. But certainly, if he can stay in the top 10, that will certainly be one of the best results that I've seen him take. And he'll want to try and get as many points as he can to get himself up there. Now for the lead, you can see Jacob Hodgkiss looking a little more racy. He was having a little look up the inside into Tower Bend, but he looks as though, at least on this part of the circuit, he had the pace in qualifying in mixed conditions. In the race here, it seems as though Hodgkiss is there too. I think the dark horse to watch out for, though, is Tommy Harfield in 3rd place. If he keeps his powder dry and just watches the 2 cars in front, he's in prime position. Obviously, we don't want anything to kick off, so to speak, but if something does happen, he'll be in prime position to pick it up and possibly go for his first Fiesta Junior race win. But Hodgkiss might feel as though he's been doing this for the last few races, staring at the back of Jensen O'Neill Gowen's car. He's been trying hard to get past him in terms of pace. He's up there with him in terms of actual speed, but to get around him is going to be quite a tricky one. As the old microphone master himself, Murray Walker, said, catching's one thing, passing's a whole other different ballgame.
Unless I'm very much mistaken.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully we're not, but let's wait and see.
Jensen doesn't like this track, but I'll tell you what, he's driving it like a man who does, and really having a very good go there is Jacob Hodgkiss. Started P2. P2 at the moment, stays in second position. Fastest lap on the last tour as he closed in on O'Neill Going.
That's Jensen Mason with a front puncture. So unfortunately, what was a great start has gone from a negative dropping down the order, and now it's, I'm afraid, come apart with a right front puncture. He will limp back to the pits with that one. Now, hopefully there was no issue with contact. It could potentially be. These tyre stacks are quite large, so he may well have just clipped one at the wrong angle. It might have caused it to delaminate the front right. But either way, unfortunately, Jensen Mason's weekend has not started well in terms of race results. He'll go tumbling down the order. Back to the leaders, and it's still Jensen O'Neill Going who leads the way. Just under 5 minutes to go now in this first Brscc Fiesta Junior race. O'Neill Going leads the way. He's got Jacob Hodgkiss second right behind him. And if you're wondering, if you're watching on the stream or around the circuit, why the hazard lights keep coming on for some of these cars, as Highfield uses all the road and a bit more, that's because it's the ABS system in these cars. When they push the brake that hard, and there's 2 cars off the road, I'm afraid. That's Jack Santon, 86, and George Foxlow, who had an issue earlier on, is off the road too. So 2 cars off at the exit of Clairvaux. And unfortunately, that's now throwing the red flag, I'm afraid. So race is going to be stopped. Now, we haven't gone past 75% distance, so they won't declare a result, I don't think. So they'll take that back a lap, the last complete lap, and we might well get a short, maybe 4 or 5 minute restart. We'll wait and see what race control decide to do. But I'm afraid red flag is out here at Croft after a...
So the words of the clash, should I stay or should I go? Probably stay for the moment.
Yeah, I think stay for the moment once we know exactly what the result is going to be. If we do get a restart, and it'll be over, I think, 5 minutes, potentially. If we do decide to declare a result, it will be at the discretion of the clerk of the course. Usually that only happens if you pass the 75% distance mark, and we hadn't done that when the red flag was called at 4 minutes and 28 seconds left to go. That's the key thing we want to see. We never want to see incidents, of course, but thankfully, at the very least, the drivers appear to be out of the car and okay. And so the rest of the field is being led around onto the grid, where they'll pause for a moment, and then, pending a potential restart, will then be regridded into the order in which they were when the flag flew. Obviously, those who were not running at the time won't take the restart. And I guess the key thing will also be is what happens in terms of Jensen Mason, because Jensen Mason technically wasn't out of the race, but he was in there. He came into the pits with a front right puncture, so he'll want to wait and see. There's Billy Blockley's car, which has is missing a portion of its front splitter by the look of it. So he has had some shenanigans somewhere at this towards the end of that race. The order at the time of the red flag, we'll run through it just to see where they were. So Jensen O'Neill Going was leading the way from Jacob Hodgkiss in second place. Tommy Harfield was third from Vin Leslie in fourth place. Then it was Thomas Merritt in fifth to round up the top 5. Alfie Garfield was sixth. Henry Foote was seventh. Then Ben Doherty had moved up the order, and Ben was actually starting a bit further back than we normally see. He started 15th, so he's made up 7 places into 8th, ahead of Jack Burgess in 9th. And then Callie Clifford, who is the second of the Mark 6s up there inside the top 10. Archie Davis, the pole sitter, is back in 11th. And then Maggie Webster having a decent race for her. Maggie constantly improving. Of course, Maggie's the younger sister of last year's champion for... last year's ST240 champion, Albert Webster, who's now applying his Crafting Mini Challenge. And
cars are being ushered.
Cars are being moved.
Now, is it a result? I'll go down to the pit lane and see if I can grab anybody, but we may not be able to do that. But in case we can, I will.
Yeah, I think the car's being moved into pit lane rather than being moved around the grid signals they might well have declared this as a result, unfortunately. But it might well be because the clear-up also has to take up for the 2 cars that are down at Clairvaux. So whilst that happens, again, we'll take it obviously as a provisional result, because of course we have to work out the final result at the time of the red flag. In fact, the checker flag has now been thrown on the screen. Sometimes that doesn't always mean in some situations the race is over, but given the fact you can see at least on the screen, and those around the circuit, that the Fiesta Juniors are being moved into pit lane, would suggest that that is a result that they will declare, I'm afraid. So that will mean that also you might see 1 or 2 odd look results on the on the screen, that's only because summer cars are coming in. So what you'll see, there might be 1 or 2 cars on the screen looking a bit further than they should be, but it's only because it's what the timing screen shows. So it should be, in terms of victory, Jensen O'Neill taking the victory from Jacob Hodgkiss and Tommy Harper. I think it's only because they're crossing the timing line that's moving them down, as you can see on the screen. So it should be Jensen O'Neill who wins, Jacob Hodgkiss in 2nd place. It's then Tommy Harfield 3rd, Finn Leslie in 4th position, Thomas Merritt should be 5th, from Alfie Garford, Henry Foote, Benjamin Doherty, Archie Davies, and then it should be, I think, on top of then Jack Burgess, because the next cars in the order are Jack Sant and George Foxler, but they weren't running at the time of the red flag. Jensen Mason was in the pit lane, but wasn't essentially out of the race. Again, we'll let timing and scoring figure out exactly the order exactly. But then after Archie Davies, it should then be Jack Burgess, Callie Clifford, then Maggie Webster, then Billy Blockley, Josh Watts, Harry Lindley, Bobby Holmes and Hayden Gray. That should be the finishers. And sadly, we lost from that race. Jack Sant and George Foxler after they came together down at Clairvaux. And Jensen Mason was also out of the race, or at least in the pit lane at the time, after he suffered a right front puncture. So that will be victory for Jensen O'Neill going. Of course, he is by far and away the runaway Mark 6 in their particular class, but also that will give him big points in terms of the overall championship, and of course, big points gained on his main rival Finn Leslie. Jacob Hodgkiss also will have gained a good result with 2nd place, provided that he stays there in the result. He should do. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't, but we'll wait and see. We are going to wait on essentially drivers to come through so that Richard and John Neal can have a chat. That will also mean we've got some clear up to do for the cars down at Clairvaux, which gives us a chance to look ahead to the next race, which on the timetable means that we are getting set for more Mazda MX-5 racing, and that being for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Championship, Super Cup. And that is always a championship that guarantees action, and in the damp conditions, 1 or 2 drivers are a bit out of position, including the championship leader Aidan Hills, who is, I think, starting at the upper top 10. We'll give you the grid on that very shortly. But as we wait now for the race going on, but right now the result has actually been quickly reset on the screen, so I think we can give you at least a more definitive provisional result. So yes, it's now been switched around as the Jensen O'Neill going at the end of the last complete lap, which was ahead of Jacob Hodgkiss in 2nd place, then Tommy Harper in 3rd. So that should be your top 3 that we'll get with Richard John Neal down in pit lane. Then it's Thomas Merritt 4th, Finn Leslie 5th, Henry Foote in 6th position, then it's 7th for Alfie Garford, 8th for Benjamin Doherty, 9th for Jack Burgess, and 10th for Callie Clifford, who's also 2nd in the Mark 6 class. Then Archie Davies finishes 11th after he started on pole. It says 12th for Jack Sant, but discount him because he wasn't running at the time. It should be 12th for Maggie Webster. Then next in the order comes George Foxler, but he wasn't running, so he won't be there. I'm not sure about Jensen Mason, but if he is or isn't running, he either will be classified as 13th or possibly not running because he was in the pit lane and not actually racing, not moving. Then it'll be Billy Blockley, Bobby Holmes, then Harry Lindley, Hayden Gray and Josh Watts. The result gets wiped off the screen because we're getting set now for the next race, which is the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, which is getting underway very, very shortly once the repairs and recovery is complete. Again, big thank you to all of our recovery teams and our marshals and volunteers for all the hard work they're putting in to ensure that this race really can run as trouble-free as possible. You can see on the top right of the screen, or across the top, the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup cars who are waiting in the assembly area. If you're also watching down at Clairvaux, if you look to your right, you'll be able to see the cars in the assembly area right next to you. And we will give you an idea of who is starting where in just a moment's time. So we're getting set for action very, very shortly. And in terms of the championship, it is Aidan Hills who currently leads the way, but his qualifying performance stage suggests he's got some work to do from, I believe, the 6th row of the grid. We'll go to the grid very shortly. Whilst we wait for the top 3 interviews, we've got some time to do that, because of course the recovery is still going on for the previous race for the Fiesta Juniors. And whilst we wait for our top three, of course, Richard was down in the morning having a chat to some of the drivers pre-races during the qualifying sessions, one of which in the MX-5 Super Cup is Jack Brewer, who had an incident last year, missed most of the season, back in the MX-5 Super Cup this year. And to get his thoughts on the season so far this weekend, he caught up with Richard John Neal earlier on in the paddock. So let's have a listen to that interview whilst we wait for our top three from the Fiesta Juniors.
Another driver that I haven't had the pleasure of catching up with since Silverstone is Jack Brewer. Fresh out of qualifying, I think it went rather well.
Yeah, I've just came up to the 2010 boys to say thank you for telling me to go to wets. We're all ready to go out on the dries. Sort of before the start of that session, we got a last-minute call to go to wets. We changed tyres, roll bars, everything. We were ready to go, and it worked. We were fast, highest qualifying in SuperCup. Ready to go for a few races now.
That's great news, isn't it? When we spoke to you at Silverstone, it was about coming back after last season, and has this season all gone sort of obviously much better than last year because you're out?
Yeah, it's definitely gone better than last year. It's been a bit of a struggle, to be honest. We've had a lot of issues getting back into the car and learning the new tyre and everything else, and it seems we're pretty good on the wet tyre. We just need to get the dry tyre to work as well, but car feels really good at the minute, so I'm excited to see if it rains a bit more, to be honest.
There's always those changes, I know sort of apply to everyone, but they can be a curveball, can't it, when there's a change in regs, even a slight one, but something like tyres fundamental.
Yeah, I mean, tyres, they affect how you drive the car. Well, they affect everything that touches, well, it's the only thing that touches the ground, so it makes a massive difference to the handling, and it's kind of swung away from us a little bit. But we're getting on top of it slowly but surely, and my dad's had a few sleepless nights working on it, but we're getting there. We're getting there slowly, but it's nice to see we're getting some reward for that in the wet anyway.
Much experience of Croft circuit before?
I've never lost a race here. I've only done 3 races here. It was all in the Mark 1, and yeah, won all 3. One of them was wet, 2 of them were dry, and that was 4 years ago, so first time in a SuperCup car. Seems to be going all right.
Well, that's good. I'm glad we had the chance to catch up. Good luck for the race. All being well, we'll see you on the podium.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
Well, the cars are in Parc Ferme, so we've managed to drag a few drivers out to have a chat with. Jacob Hodgkiss, every race counts now, we were saying up in the commentary box, and you were really fighting hard for that.
Yeah, we got very close. We made a mistake at the start. It should have been a win, but you know, another lap, we don't know what happened, but you know, sadly we got cut short by the red flag. You know, we were catching Jensen around the lap, but he was too fast in a straight line for us to get past. So we'll see what happens in the next race tomorrow.
How difficult was it for you? A couple of rounds back where you had the, I'm sorry to remind you, but you know, you had a non-start and a DQ, that sort of thing mid-season for a front runner like you, that's a pain, isn't it?
It really hurt us, but you know, we're still in the running mathematically, so we've got to keep on pumping in the podiums, pumping in as many wins as we can, and we'll get there eventually. So.
It's character building stuff, isn't it? Croft, obviously we had the pole man, maybe a little bit of pressure, and you managed to get away, so there was that. Archie had his pole, and you know that's in the record books for him to build on, isn't it? Yeah, massive congratulations to my teammate Archie. He did a really good solid lap in tricky conditions in qualifying, so put him on pole. Just while I have the chance, I'd like to say thank you to Thermserve, Marsigalia, Dubai Cranes and Aluminium Shapes for all helping me get here. Wouldn't be anything without them. So it's great, isn't it, that they support young drivers like yourself, and hope that they stay involved in your career as you move on. Do you get involved with them outside and do promotional work outside the car? We try to, but you know, it isn't as much as the media side. They mostly help with, you know, the space on the car and helping me through. So much to do to your car. Obviously conditions are going to be changeable, so you're not really going to know how to set things up until we get closer to the next race. Yeah, I mean, we changed tyres 5 minutes before we went out just then, so we'll see what happens tomorrow with the conditions. Hopefully it's drier, hopefully it's more, you know, concrete what the conditions are going to be, but we'll see tomorrow morning. Okay, good stuff. Jacob, thanks for having a chat with us. Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're doing this in Higgledy order. This morning, Jensen O'Neill going, when we had a chat, Mum said, oh, Jensen doesn't like Croft. You said, I don't like Croft. It's a little bit, you were whizzing up and down on your scooter, but you just come away with a win.
Yeah, well...
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you. So, me and my engineer were having a discussion just before the race. I wanted to go wets. He said, choose what you want. So he went down to the grid on wets, and then my dad came out of nowhere and went, let's go dries. So we put the dries on, and magically I managed to go from 5th to 1st in one corner. So I can't really complain, but hopefully we can get one more tomorrow, maybe 2.
magically went. Talk us through the moves can you remember it? Is it in your head or does it go into your head once you've looked at the onboard replay?
No, I just got a really good launch. I've been driving these cars since a very young age, so I've known how to launch them. So I made the revs a little bit lower just to get away quicker. And unfortunately Archie stalled, but then again gave me a place. So I done Henry, Archie, Tommy and Jacob by the time I got to turn 1. So can't really...
On a track that you don't like?
Yeah. The thing is, I was here last week and I just hate it. My car always seems to bounce and it's just... I've never really liked it, but yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Nice one, well done, Jensen. Congratulations. A quick word let's get Finn. Very quick word. I'll make this quick because we've got cars on track. Thank you for waiting, Finn, and class podium for you, and obviously, hopefully, fighting for the win tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we had a bit of a poor qualifying. You know, nothing to do with me or the team. Just the look of the draw, really, with the weather. You know, it did put us on the back foot, but you know, it was a nice, calm, sensible drive. You know, we put ourselves in the right place for the 2 races tomorrow, and yeah.
Look forward to that. Thanks for waiting and thanks for having a chat. Many congratulations, Finn, Leslie. We are now moving our attentions to Mazda MX-5 SuperCup racing, courtesy of Clapham North MOT. Thank you for their support. Let's go back to Scott. I'll be joining him in the box in a few moments.
Thank you very much, Richard. Now from Fiesta Juniors to our next Mazda MX-5 action, as he rightfully says. It is the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. Always entertainment here, and it should be, given we've got the grid in front of us. Patrick Fletcher, who starts on pole position alongside the returning Jack Harding. Watch for him from the front row of the grid. Then Jack Brewer with his best qualifying of the season so far, starting up in 3rd place alongside double Alton Park winner Joe Wiggin. Tom Griffiths, who won at Snetterton, starts on row 3 alongside James Cousins. He had better performance than he's had after a tough year so far. Then Jack Sycamore, an incredible AM-class pole in 8th in mixed conditions for Amy Watts. She starts from the 4th row of the grid. She's in the battle for the AM class, for the club class at the moment, with Ollie Hall, who's just behind her on the 5th row of the grid alongside Amy's teammate Will Batali. So Tiley 9th and Ollie Hall in 10th. There's Alex Jones 11th. Aiden Hills, though, is the big story, back in 12th. So not like in the mixed conditions, he starts back in row 6. Then it's Kamal Kelsey and Jim Barrett, ex-BMW Compact Cup racer, Alex Stott, and then it's Clive Powles. Chris Ginn and Bruce Robertson then come next on the 9th row of the grid, and then towards the back of Alex we have Steve Kite and Alison Dendy, the 2 Misty Racing drivers, right at the back of the grid in row 10. Quick run through the championship coming into this weekend, and on overall scores, Aiden Hills who leads with 1,073 points, and Joe Wiggin on 1,037. Then Patrick Fletcher in 3rd on 986. No Oliver Allwood here this weekend, who's 4th in points. So that means it's a good chance for the likes of Tom Griffiths, who's going to start he's in 5th in points, who can move up the order. No Lee Brittany either, or Nick Grindles, so the next highest driver behind Tom Griffiths is Alex Stott, who's in 8th in points, then Jack Sycamore and Jack Brewer. In the club class, it's much closer. There's a single point both on drop scores and on total scores separating Ollie Hall and Amy Watts. Amy led the class for most of the way, took a trio of victories at Snetterton, the perfect hat-trick, and now she has a chance to claim some points back and retake the points lead possibly as soon as the end of this race, provided she can stay in front of both her teammate Will Batali and her main rival currently, Ollie Hall. Will Batali on the comeback through the table after a rough Silverstone, which he was involved in an incident with Will Blackwell Chambers, who we wish well after his incident back in March. And he has been coming up the order. He currently sits 6th in points, but a lot of work still to do to get up the field. So, in black and red, on the left, it's Patrick Fletcher. On the right, in grey and red, is Jack Harding, of course, a former championship contender. He's been racing in the Civic Cup, but making his 2nd reappearance this season after he came back at Alton Park. MX-5 SuperCup, always fast and furious with some of the front runners in the mix, but also watch for Aiden Hills back on row 6. He won't stay there if the conditions start to suit him. So, green flag at the back, and we're ready for our first of 3 Mazda MX-5 SuperCup races here this weekend. Patrick Fletcher on pole position. Can Jack Harding and co beat him down towards turn 1? The red lights go on. The sprint to turn 1 begins any second now. It's a decent start from Jack Harding. Better start on the outside of the front row of the grid. So Jack Harding from the front row leads, but what a start from Joe Wiggin. He's come up the inside from the 2nd row of the grid. He's come alongside Patrick Fletcher. They'll be side by side for 2nd down towards Clairvaux for the first time, but it's Jack Harding who gets the whole shot. He turns in 1st from Wiggin in 2nd place as he wiggles his way through Clairvaux and Hawthorns. It's 3rd for Fletcher. 4th has gone to Tom Griffiths, who goes round the outside of Jack Brewer. James Cousins, who had a really rough year, is up in 6th and all out of shape on the exit of Hawthorns there. Was in fact Amy Watts, but I think she's still leading the club class. Yes, I think she is. It might be Ollie Hall, in fact, actually met up a couple of places. We'll wait and see. Onto the back straight for the first time. It's Harding, Wiggin and Fletcher. That's the top 3. And the tyre stack's been clipped by somebody. So that's down the middle of the track. But cars are 2 and 3 abreast of the mix. There's James Cousins going wheel to wheel with Jack Brewer. A little bit of a hip and shoulder there from Jack out exiting tower bend, and out of shape majorly there, I think, was Alex Jones. But he's held on to it. He's got Will Batali. Alex Stott trying to pick his way through. And the rain started to come down now through the Jim Clark S's. You can see it there. Wipers of blades as they go through the Jim Clark S's for the first time. Through Barcroft. Out towards the sunny in, sunny out. That's Jack Sycamore up the inside of Jack Brewer. And there, in blue, orange and black, is number 1. Aidan Hill's defending Pro Class champion. As Jack Brewer runs out wide, he loses out to both Jack Sycamore and Jack Sycamore's team boss, which is Aidan Hills. They're both running, of course, in the Hills Motorsport stable, if I remember correctly. Through the complex, and Harding now, who, it's been a while since we've seen him in the field, but good to see that he really is going for it, and a great start from the front row. It seems as though that outside the front row is the stronger option to get a better start off the line. We saw that from the Fiesta Juniors earlier on, and it's certainly proving true here in this first race of Super Cup. Cross the line to end lap number 1 then. So it's Harding who leads, Wiggin in second place, and the gap for the lead is now already 1.2 seconds. So this is pretty Jack Harding of old already in this first lap. Jack, of course, a former championship contender multiple times before. Sadly, always missed out on the championship, but he was always up there battling with the likes of Luke Herbert and Patrick Fletcher and co, and indeed Aidan Hills. So he's lost none of his touch in an MX-5 Super Cup car. He's more recently, prior to this short little cameo comeback, he's been racing mainly in the Civic Cup, where he took a couple of wins, but had lots of up and down fortunes, unfortunately, for Jack, and he's trying to hold on and just come back and just test the waters again, see how quick he really is. And he's certainly proving himself to be quite the capable MX-5 Super Cup racer, as he always was. Now through the right-hander and up towards Jim Clark S's for the second time. It's still Wiggin in second place, leading the train that's chasing after Jack at this point. Through the S's we go. It's a favourite part of the circuit for me, left and right. That flat-out Jim Clark S's. It might be not totally flat-out, but it'll certainly be quite high speed. Barcroft here has been tricky for a couple of drivers too. We saw Alex Kite, of course, come off and have that incident in Civic Cup. Patrick Fletcher runs wide to the first part, and that's going to put him on the grass, and under threat from Tom Griffiths right behind. They turn out through Sunny out, and now the short straight towards the complex here, where they'll wind their way back towards the hairpin and back to the start and finish straight. And Fletcher again was a little wide with the first part, trying to find the grip, find the slightly grippier, slightly drier parts of the circuit. But the fact the rain's coming down is not going to be helping all that much. Griffiths goes on the attack, looks round the outside and forces Fletcher to go defensive into the hairpin. And watch for car number 1, watch for Aidan Hills, the defending champion. He's trying to get himself in the mix too. He's got James Cousins, his teammate, right behind him. And now as they sprint down the pit straight, this is now for third position. It's got Fletcher on the right in black and red. It's blue and yellow for Tom Griffiths. He has the inside line into Clairvaux, breaks that little bit hard that later into the right-hander, and through he goes into podium place. And now Patrick Fletcher under threat from his main championship rival, Aidan Hills, who really needs to get past him and take some points off him here as they come through the S's now for the third time and onto the back straight. As ever in MX-5 Super Cup, Richard John Neal, fast and furious. But as for Jack Harding, it's a casual Saturday afternoon drive at the moment. He's out by 2.2 seconds and pulling away like he's never been away from Super Cup.
Superb stuff, isn't it? Really great first couple of opening laps, and he's away and down the road at the moment. Big bun fight going on, though, between these guys. And Hills on the outside at Tower gets the better of Fletcher. So it's Griffiths, the next man. Equally, is going to be equally as hard to get to pass. But wonderful stuff by Aidan Hills, who I saw in the paddock and was ruining the fact that he was so far down, but it doesn't seem to matter for Aidan because he's a quick starter and now makes his way through and past very neatly Tom Griffiths. So Hills now up into third place. He's on the podium from a lowly grid spot, but he's got Jack Harding and Joe Wiggin up ahead of him. Hills, I think, would he have taken a podium given his bad qualifying? I don't know. Every place gained, hard earned, and he's there. And you can see actually breaking the toe a little bit now from Tom Griffiths. Although Tom now closing up as they come back. The concertina effect comes into play as they come into the complex towards the end of the lap. Wipers working hard on the cars. Wiggin immediately ahead of him. They come neatly out of the hairpin down the straight to head towards Clairvaux once again. 9 minutes 41 on the clock. They pick up the signals from the pit crews on the wall. Harding, Wiggin, Hills, Griffiths and Fletcher. James Cossins next up in 6th from Jack Sycamore. Jack Brewer, who qualified well. Jack Brewer telling me that he'd actually never been beaten here in Mark 1s. Mark III's, of course, Super Cup, a different thing altogether, but he was very happy with his qualifying today.
Yeah, we played that interview just before the start of the race, so good to hear from Jack, of course, and good to see him having that full season after that really rough, premature end to his season, after that really awful incident he had at Brands Hatch. He's fully recovered from it, now trying to push forwards. Speaking of pushing forwards, this is now the top two in the championship, side by side and wheel to wheel and towards Tower Bend, and that is Aidan Hills, who, should remind you, is a former junior rallycross star, junior rallycross champion. And because of that, I was slightly surprised that he was back in 12th in qualifying. He started back on the 6th row of the grid, but certainly wasting no time in picking his way back up the order to 2nd place. And now he's going to be battling away with Jack Harden shortly if he can catch him. This is like 2019 all over again, I think, isn't it?
It certainly does look that way, doesn't it? And running well, Fletcher having a look to the inside of Tom Griffiths. He's got the line, and this is indicative. Oh, a little touch, goes a little bit sideways, does Patrick Fletcher, just to try and collect it up. No malice in any of those moves as well. And I was saying it was really good, clean racing, and Patch just with a little touch, getting sideways, backs out of it, keeps the car on track. Super stuff from him, but now he's got Tom Griffiths all over the back of him.
He does. Tom Griffiths, of course, is a race winner this season so far as well. Of course, he took that victory, that brilliant emotional victory for him and his family at Snetterton. He's been charging for so long, and he rates it as a really competitive series, as many people do. And that's not going to help Patrick Fletcher either. He was all twitchy and sideways, exiting the hairpin, and that's put him under threat from James Cousins, who's looking the most competitive I've seen him so far this season. They found something in terms of the pace for this number 24 car. I think that's one of the ex-Richard Amos cars. Didn't really have the speed in the first half of the season, but they found something either it's in these damp conditions or just in the break between the previous rounds at Anglesey and here at Croft. He's now managed to really find a bit more speed, and he's now right on the tail, in there in the top 5. He's quicker than I've seen him so far. Quick mention for the club class, a bit of a change round for that. It was Amy Watts leading, Amy Watts leading from pole. It's now Ollie Hall, who currently leads the class by a point in the championship standings, who's now ahead with Will Battali in 2nd place, and Amy Watts down to 3rd. So still in a podium place, but holding on. Now Wiggin now is under big pressure, this time from a dueling Griffiths and Fletcher. They're still wheel to wheel exiting Tower Bend on the sprint towards the Jim Clark S's, and Wiggin now's going to have a very tough time. He's going to try and attack but both defend. He's have to try and keep up chasing after Aidan Hills, but now going more defensive as he tries to hold off the charging pack behind, which is made up of Fletcher, Griffiths, Cousins, Sycamore, Stott and Brewer. They're all in the mix there too, and just behind them also are both Ollie Hall and Will Battali. They've pulled away from Amy Watts in that club class battle, so she's on her own by about roughly 6 seconds or so. Got some work to do in these damp conditions. As Griffiths now goes on to the attack, I've said this before and I've said it again many times, the harder this lot fight each other, easier it is for the cars around to make a break, particularly those in front. Griffiths looks up the inside to make the move for what will be 4th position, and Patch gets edged out wide. He might come back at him on the inside line. Griffiths looks at a little peek around the outside. Fletcher says thanks very much, opens up the space and through he goes. Cousins is all sideways on the exit. I told you it was all action in the MX-5 Super Cup, and it's proving it again already in this first half of the race.
Yeah, mega racing. Harding clear was over 3 seconds on the last lap. This lap, the gap comes down by Aidan Hills to 2.7. It's Alex Stott, though, with the fastest lap. He's back in 7th place. That is how very competitive the sharp end of this championship is. There are imitations of this championship, but this is the real deal, and you'll see in the battle here going on at Croft as the 41 car, Joe Wiggin, runs a little bit wide, picking up good momentum to take him through the chicane, down the back straight-ish. We have to call it, because it's not strictly straight as such, but Harding, 2.7 the gaps. Hills will be trying to close him down. This the battle for 3rd.
Talk about closing down, look at the timing screen. Hills is already not just 8 tenths quicker than Harding on the first sector alone. He set the fastest first sector of anybody. He won't be doing that if you're Patrick Fletcher running over the grass on the exit. No. He gets really shuffled out wide, and he really has been shuffled out of the queue, because look at the train of cars he's got around him. He shuffles back in just in front of Alex Stott, but he's now lost 3 spots as a result of that. He's lost out to Wiggin and to Griffiths, who now has Cousins up the inside. Where's this pace come from James Cousins? He's been a former race winner and championship contender, hasn't got on with this car at all the first half of the season, and suddenly, again, whether it's the conditions or the fact that it's just he's found some pace somewhere in that car, he's now just come alive. Here comes Fletcher down the outside of 1 and maybe 2, so he's defended from Stott, gone back around the outside of Cousins. That'll put him on the inside line for the next part into the complex, but he likes the outside line. Look, he's going down the inside of Griffiths. He's finding some grip somewhere as Patrick from somewhere. But Griffiths fights back on the inside. It's now 2 by 2 like Noah's Ark onto the hairpin. Through all of this is now Joe Wiggin. Fletcher dives up the inside, Stott's up the inside of all of them. Tags back and Wiggin, round goes Wiggin, it's tagged by Stott, and again the second time. And Ollie Hall, the club class leader, has nowhere to go, is straight into him. It's all action stations. Look at Wilbur Tiley in the white car, number 13. He's charged through. And that was all caused by Alex Stott. There's, I think, either water or smoke coming off the front of the 88 car, so he's possibly out of it. Fletcher back up the inside, defending from what is currently Wilbur Tiley. Now, that's going to be fifth position now. So Wilbur Tiley leads the club classes in 6th place overall.
Punching, isn't he?
He is punching a little bit. He's got Jack Sycamore to his inside through the complex, and now they both go around wide. Over the runoff area goes the 30 of Tiley. Meanwhile, for Balidas, before that happened, I noticed that on the last lap, it was the fastest first sector of the race for Aidan Hills. On the last lap, he was a full 2 seconds quicker on the last lap. So no wonder he's on his tail here, looking for the lead with just over 3.5 minutes to go. It is all kicked off, and it's only their first race of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely mega stuff. And I think Wilbur Tiley was actually ahead of Ollie Hall on that previous lap for club class.
No, I think Ollie Hall was leading, but he was the one that got caught up behind Joe Wiggin, because he was in the middle of the road after he got tagged twice by Alex Stott. So Ollie Hall had to stop to avoid making contact, and because of that, I think that's now promoted Wilbur Tiley up to the lead.
Wilbur was at the ahead the lap before, though, on the lap chart. So they'd swapped again.
Okay, fair enough then. There you go. But he took full advantage whilst Ollie Hall fell backwards in that case. But either way, Ollie Hall's hit trouble. He's now way down the order. He's now down in, he's off the, is he off the, I'm trying to see where I think he's still ahead of, he's still ahead of Amy Watts somehow, despite all of that, because Amy was quite far back by several seconds. So because of that, he's now got some work to do. Either way, we're looking at the leaders here as Aidan Hills goes on the attack, down the outside towards Clairvaux. He'll look for the undercut and the switch back here on towards Hawthorns. Trying to just try and hoodwink and just try and confuse Jack a little bit. Apply that pressure all the way through Hawthorns, back through the S's. And add on to the back straight now. He'll be right in the slipstream. In terms of lap times, Hill was another 4/10 quicker. James Cousins, meanwhile, on the last lap, set the fastest first sector of anybody. So he's motoring along. As here comes Hills on the attack, down the outside with Jack Harding again, driving like he's never been away from the championship. Hasn't lost any racecraft in these cars. Runs a little wide over the curb, but keeps the power down. I might lose him a touch momentum up towards Jim Clark S's. Aidan Hills is on his toes. He's right there, locked onto the rear bumper of the 65 car. We normally called him 43 Jack Harding, but somebody else has 43 this season. So because of that, he had to pick his second number. Through Barcroft, wiggling around with no grip. And here comes Hills up the inside, but Jack Harding again throws that block straight to the inside line. That was really good defensive drive from Jackie. Held him up, parked his car right on the apex of that first corner. Is forcing Aidan literally to go around the long way. But given the conditions, that might not be such a bad thing, because of course on the outside there's more grip. So therefore, if Hills can get himself to the outside line, he might well find himself in a passing place.
Superb stuff. The other thing I like about Aidan Hills, and I'm not denigrating anyone else, but completely plain white as I can see it, crash helmet, doesn't do the, let's go off and do a fancy livery or anything else. It just puts on a plain white helmet, gets in and races the car. He's now reigning champion, still putting pressure on, but this is good defence by Jack Harding out front. We've got 1 minute 10 on the clock. So is this is last lap board going out, or are we on to penultimate lap? Just trying to have a look down, can't quite see. Here comes Hills though, onto the outside, coming down into Clairvaux. Has a look here, is he going to be able to go for the cutback? Cousins gets the fastest lap as Hills looks for the lead, thinks better of it here. He might have to do the chase through the chicane. Now he's got the inside run as they come through Tower. Hills has got the lead, he's got in front.
Excellent racecraft from Aidan Hills, slipping up the inside and making the move stick. So Aidan Hills on the final lap of the race hits the front in the MX-5 SuperCup, and from 12th on the grid, I remind you, that's a really good charge through the order again. In these adverse conditions, we remind you, he is a junior rallycross champion before he came into circuit racing with the MX-5 SuperCup. He's also done a little bit of genetics on top of that too, but really showing just how quick he can be, particularly in these adverse conditions, and pushing on to what could be another win in the season. He's only taken so far for a defending champion, which is unusual, 2 wins this season. It'll be win number 3 if he can hold on, but he was all arms and elbows exiting the second part of the Jim Clark S's. But it's enough confidence and pace, it seems, to just pull away enough to put Jack Harding and that victory out of reach for the 65. Through Sunny and Sunny out. Behind them, it's looking still pretty close for 3rd and 4th position. Griffiths and Cousins are together. And if James Cousins, with the pace he's going, could possibly get onto the podium, what a story that could be. He's been out of it pretty much for most of the season, and in terms of performance, but if he can get onto the top 3 in the last couple of corners, that would really be a great story. Through the final couple of corners come the top 2 out of the complex. It's the hairpin. A final look from Jack Hardy. He has a little look up the inside line. Tries to put himself sideways, but he's a little too twitchy on the exit. Can't get the power down. On the sprint to the checker flag, it'll be a third win of the season for defending Pro Class champion Aidan Hills. Victory in race 1 from 12th on the grid in the MX-5 Super Cup. Now this is for the lead, I think, in the club class, and somehow Ollie Hall is back to the lead on the final lap of the race, despite getting held up by a spinning and tagged Joe Wiggin. There's some evidence of the little contact he made there after having to stop. But somehow Ollie Hall on the last lap of the race has retaken the club class lead and wins in the class on the final lap. Incredible. Global Tiny's car crawls across the line in second place in club class, and third place will go still to Amy Watts, but she's several seconds back after taking pole and getting the class. Across the line she goes. She will get the podium position. And behind, and look at the, oh, that's off the road, has gone 72, Steve Kite, so he's had a bit of adventure. And he crawls back on in front of both Jim Barrett and Joe Wiggin. So Joe Wiggin struggled round after his damage. He's lost out to Jim Barrett, so that will have pushed Joe Wiggin down to, I think, 17th, I think. We'll look across the line. There goes Clive Powles. Robinson comes across the line next. Then it'll be Jim Barrett, and then Joe Wiggin. So Wiggin comes across in 16th. He will be quite aggrieved after the contact from Alex Stott. Alex, meanwhile, of course, has pulled up on the circuit somewhere, so he was out of the race. We also lost Alex Jones from that race in the pit lane. Last car to come across the line is Chris Ginn, and he will take what will be 18th position in the end. Well, we promised entertainment and certainly being rather eventful in the MX-5 Super Cup, and it certainly has delivered, because it has been quite the race from start to finish. And incredibly, the winner didn't even start in the top 10. He started back in 12, but it is the defending Pro Class champion. That's what he can do. So, Aidan Hills then. Victory in race 1 of the weekend for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. He's victorious by half a second for Jack Harding, who will certainly welcome a podium in his second cameo appearance. Tom Griffiths holds on to third, just ahead of James Cousins in fourth, his best result by far this season, and a much more competitive looking number 24 car. And Patrick Fletcher was all arms and elbows for most of the race, but he held on for a top 5 finish ahead of Jack Sycamore and Jack Brewer. Then somehow Ollie Hall, despite getting caught up and tagging a spinning Joe Wiggin after he was collected at the hairpin, he somehow fights his way back up the order and passes Wilbur Tiley on the final lap to take the club class victory. From Tiley in second place, Amy Watts is third, and Alison Dendy, Kamal Kelsey, Clive Powles and Bruce Robinson. And then Joe Wiggin finished behind Jim Barrett, who was 15th. Joe Wiggin did finish the race after he got tabbed by Alex Stott. He comes home in 16th place. That'll be one of his drop scores already so far. And Steve Kite had a grassy moment at the end. Christopher Ginn, Alex Stott stopped after he tagged the back and got damage from hitting Joe Wiggin, and then Alexander Jones' race ended after 6 laps. He came into the pit lane and did not finish either. So the cars make their way into the pit lane. They'll be heading down to where an expected Richard John Neal will be, and I'm certain we'll be getting ourselves set for our next race. And so I think we can now have a chat with our top threes from Richard John Neal after what was a very entertaining and energetic first MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend.
The Hills Motorsport team very happy indeed. Just over away to my right, Tom Griffiths, who finishes in third place, gives Aidan a pat on the head. And Jack Harding as well comes up and gives Aidan, we'll catch up with Jack in a minute, and Aidan taking the win. Talk about making it hard work for yourself with qualifying. I had a quick shout at Aidan across the paddock this morning, and you said you were making life difficult for yourself with qualifying, Aidan, but great entertainment out there. Thank you for that, and well done.
It's not quite what I said to you, was it? But we can't repeat that on the team.
Exactly, well done, yeah.
Yeah, I did make it hard work. Annoyingly, these wet conditions are normally good for me, so in quali I was quite excited. I was 5 seconds off the pace. I had no idea what was wrong. I think we just ended up with a bad set of tyres, and you know, a dry tyre, wet track is perfect. And I'm out of breath. You know, P12 to win the race. Literally, as soon as we got through the first lap, I was like, this. I've got so much grip. This is on. And I was just hoping that no one was going to fight me too hard, because I saw Jack getting away, and I know how good he is from all the years I've raced him. So, what a race, yeah. To do it on the last lap, and a fair play to Jack. He knew I think he knew that was where I was quicker than him. He just couldn't quite get it to the inside to cover me before the chicane. And again, fair play to him for lifting off. He could have, gone through the chicane and cut it and made life harder for me. But yeah, great to get the win after a horrible qualifying. And unfortunately, I've got to do it again tomorrow.
You haven't, as I say, making work for yourself. The other thing, your moves and many of the other moves we saw, no barreling, no stupidity in that race. Considering the conditions were tricky out there, everybody behaved very well.
Yeah, but that's what it's like, isn't it? You know, sometimes Mazdas get a bad name, but the racing's actually really good most of the time. And to be honest, from a personal point of view, I knew I had so much pace I didn't really need to jeopardise the race by making contact or doing something stupid. So a massive thanks to everyone at Hills Motorsport. You know, I've been scratching my head, but Dave was telling me there's nothing to worry about, and he's obviously right. He knows what he's doing.
He knows. He's a wise man, Dave Longhurst, you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a hard weekend for us because we've got half our team over at Anglesey, half I'm here. So we're understaffed. All the drivers are here. My dad's coming over tonight from Anglesey to help for tomorrow. So it's a really busy weekend for me personally, racing, driving, running.
If it's worse tomorrow, we blame your dad.
Yeah, if he turns up and it goes to shit, then if he turns up and it goes wrong, then yeah, it's his fault. Yeah.
Nice one. Aidan, well done. Super drive. That was a pleasure to watch. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Let's grab a word with Jack Brewer. Jack? Sorry, Jack Harding. I was saying Jack Brewer. Sorry, get me Jack's muddle up. Jack, first of all, welcome back.
Thank you, mate.
Super job. Great race.
Yeah, it was good. Aidan's a man to beat. He's been in this for the last couple of years or so. Obviously, he's leading the championship. Just because he had a body qualifying didn't mean he weren't going to come through. I knew he would. But yeah, no, we had a mint start, and yeah, we drove away. Really, I think in the pace in those sort of like intermediate dry conditions, I think we had it really. As soon as it started to rain, you become the guinea pig. So obviously, I was going a bit slower than he was, and I could see him catching me. But obviously, as soon as we swapped positions on the last lap, I could follow what he did then. It's just like it's been hard to be in the front, but honestly, the team's done a fantastic job. AK Motorsport, honestly, can't thank them enough. We've brought the car from an unknown to a competitive car.
Will we see a bit more of you now?
Yeah, hopefully. If we can get some more sponsors and get on the grid, hopefully we'll be back maybe at Donington Park and things like that. We've got some stuff to sort out, but yeah, honestly, a massive thank you to my sponsors. Gazebo Foods are here this weekend, APH Science, Autovox Car Parts. Honestly, I couldn't do anything without any of them.
Brilliant, well done. We hope that they get behind you and support you. We'd love to see you back on the grid for some more rounds.
Thank you very much, Jed, mate.
Thank you very much, Jack Harding, you too. That. Let's have a word with Tom Griffiths, who's over here. So we'll drag Johnny round. Lovely trophies that we've got as well. Hey, Tom. Hello. So is that the gearbox that you had from Anglesey, or did you change it over again?
That's the one we finished Anglesey on. Yeah.
Working, didn't it?
It did. Yeah. It seems to be working well. So, yeah, fun race that.
That was a bit of a. I used the term too much, but it was a bun fight for third place, wasn't it?
Yeah. I think I kind of lucked into it a little bit. We're coming to the hairpin. I don't know what happened to Joe, but Joe ended up spinning around when I'd already made a mistake, and it just allowed me to kind of sail around the whole incident. So yeah, we'll claim it, and it was good.
Another podium, and obviously I think the weather conditions tomorrow supposedly slightly better.
Hopefully, because we could do without that. I think half the circuit was wet, half the circuit was dry at times, and yeah, so it was a hard race.
Well done. Great to see you. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks, Tom Griffiths. Let's go down. We've got the podium for the club class runners, and Ollie Hall taking a late victory. So we'll see if we can grab Ollie. Big photo opportunity going on behind us. Let's see if we can grab Ollie Hall. Where's that? Here we go.
How are we doing, boss?
Very good, thank you. Ollie bailed me out at lunchtime at Silverstone the start of the season. We had a great chat there. Even better when we have a winning chat, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I can't say the car's looking best for wear, but yeah, it's a great day. Obviously, the race started off dry, and look at it now, we're getting soaking wet, and we'll have to get the helmet dryer on tonight.
The lead of the club class changed, didn't it? Several times between you and Wilbur during that race.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great race. Wilbur had a bit of a shocker of a start, which we just spoke about, but then his pace came back through, and it was a good battle towards the end. And I got into the second to last corner, so it was it was a really great battle between us, and it's always clean between me and Wilbur. It's good racing. I like it.
That was a super race all round, given the conditions, yeah, and yeah, really good.
Definitely. Yeah, the track time is good. It's a bit shorter races today, but I think maybe that helped in my favour. But yeah, no, it was good. It was a good day's racing, so get ready for tomorrow, repair the damage.
Make it a double. Have a double tonight.
Thank
Just
you
the one,
much.
though. Well done. Ollie Hall takes it. Wilbur Tightly second. Let's have a quick word, Wilbur. Good to see you, Wilbur. To and fro that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look at it now. You know, at the start of the race, it was dry. We were all on dries. I'm just disappointed. I don't know if you saw, but I lost it in the last corner, didn't I? But yeah.
Club class is a great opportunity, though, isn't it, to come in and, you know, not necessarily fight for overall honours, but to train you and prepare you for that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, there's only like, 22 here this weekend. We've had obviously more. Yeah, I'm just upset, man. It's a really good it's a good standard. I mean, we've got Ollie, we've got Amy, I'm not sure who else was near, but yeah, it's a really good standard. I'm just heartbroken.
I'm sorry that you've lost, but tomorrow's another day and another step up on the podium. We'll see you, Wilbur. Amy, quick word with Amy. Well done, another podium. Well done.
Just about. Yeah, God, that was a struggle that time. There was some issues in quali. I had a little off, which was my own fault, but we knocked some tracking out, and they thought it was stones and maybe a balance, but it was not. That was evident from the green flag lap, so that was a hard race, but it was good fun. I'm disappointed not to be up in the mix. They sound like they look like the best fucking they look like the best race up the front, so I'm disappointed not to have been meddling with them, but there's tomorrow.
Do you know what it is with the swear words? I've only had 2 people swear this year, both female. That says a lot, doesn't it?
I swear, I know it's like a sailor. I spend too much time around industrial sites and racetracks. It's you guys who give it to me.
Yeah, we'll take the blame for that. Amy, well done on the podium. We'll see you tomorrow.
Brilliant, thanks.
Amy Watts there. The rain's coming down. We're looking forward to TCR. Let's have a little bit of a tease for TCR.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Next year, BT switch off their old analogue network for good. Make sure your business is ready to switch over to cloud telephony. Get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks today, for free. Future-proof your business now. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
Time to go touring car racing for the first time this weekend. Race 1 of 3 here at Croft for TCR UK, the TCR UK Touring Car Championship, lining up on the grid ahead of their first race of the weekend here in what is increasingly damp conditions. So it's similar conditions to what we had in qualifying this morning, but still it's going to be very tricky and very treacherous out there. Scott Woodwis and Henry Burdett on commentary here to go through all the action for today's race. And Henry, I think it wasn't as wet as it was this morning as it is in qualifying as it is now, so there might be some setup changes, but there was a bit of debate before they started coming to the grid over what tyres they were going to go for. Some had recently planned to go on wets, others were going to start on dries. I imagine everyone's on wets now, but from what we see here, it could be a very jumbled up race, particularly when we have Callum Newsham on pole. The Carl Bordy, the defending champion, starting in third place, and a few other cars out of position. But for all of that, the biggest story is there's one key car missing, not on the grid today at least, and that's the championship leader, Adam Shepherd, not on the grid today for various reasons.
Yes, it's been a day and a half from hell for Adam Shepherd and his team. Firstly, the van broke down on the way to the circuit yesterday. Then, after testing yesterday, they had a problem. The car just would not run. They diagnosed it as a possible ECU failure. They had packed up and they were on their way home when Adam's dad sort of went, well, let's go to a garage and just fiddle around with some of the wiring. They believe they have the car fixed. However, because Adam hasn't done his 3 laps, he didn't do qualifying because he hasn't done 3 laps of practice. He's not allowed to race today, but all things being equal, he very fired up. Adam Shepherd will be on the grid for tomorrow's 2 races. It does give Carl Bordley, Callum Newsham and the rest a chance to capitalise on Adam's absence from this race, but of course he'll use it as his drop score. But you don't want to be forced to use drop scores because you haven't started a race. You have one less mulligan to take, as it were. But you said earlier, as I wandered down the pit lane before the cars went out, there was a mixture of tyre choices. The rain has since returned in abundance, and I believe that the tyre debate is a short one, and we will be seeing lots of blue lettering around the Goodyear Eagle tyre compounds. You can see Darren Lewis, who qualified a fantastic 4th in what, as you said, is a mixed-up grid. Qualifying earlier today was held in slightly drier conditions, and there is a newcomer to the championship, number 101, Sam Laidlaw, graduating from the Audi TT series, along with his dad, Steve. Now, Sam is driving the car that Steve drove at Alton Park. So Sam's in the Hyundai, and Steve spoke to Steve earlier. He said he really liked the look of the Cupra. Went out and sort of sneakily bought one without telling Mrs. But he gets to race with his son on the TCR UK grid, and I have to say, the camera, the Alpha Live camera angle there is not really, well, it's very, very gloomy here. The cloud is extremely low here at Croft in North Yorkshire, and it seems as though the weather is set in for the duration. I have a feeling that the 20-minute race is going to be run in completely wet conditions. In qualifying, the track started to improve towards the end, but this is the most consistent amount of rain that we've had all day.
It is, and that will certainly mean that, as I've been talking about all day, it will mean that they've got a more definitive direction in which to put the setup, which is, I've said before, drivers like it either fully wet or they like it fully dry. Anything in between, it's either guesswork or it's a bit too confusing because you're never quite sure what the conditions are doing, and therefore the setup can be quite mixed. And we saw it even with the Civic Cup earlier on, when we saw some drivers are going more towards more of a wet setup, like Josh Farles did at one point. Some drivers are going more towards a dry setup, and it worked out for some better for others because they picked their way through the order. So for them, it's going to be pretty tricky to see if they can make that work.
So, but between all that, Callum Newsham took pole position by a full second this morning. So the driver who won his first race in the TCR UK standings earlier this year at Brands Hatch comes into the day 3rd in the points table in that number 16 JH Racing Hyundai i30. Of course, Callum, said that the championship was his goal this year, and he's got a little bit of work to do, but of course with he's starting in front of Carl Bordley, and with Adam Shepherd not here today, at least, then Callum was trying to capitalise on this. And of course, Adam Shepherd doesn't know if the problem is fully cured. He's going to be going out tomorrow driving half blind, as it were. But as the drivers weave their way down the back straight towards Tower Bend, I think it's about time, Scott, that we tell the viewers the starting lineup.
Yeah, so here's the grid then for race number 1 of the weekend for TCR UK here at Croft Circuit in North Yorkshire. Here's Callum Newsham on pole position in the number 16 Hyundai i30. He will start on pole alongside Brad Hutchinson in the Cupra for the Bondit with MPH racing team. Then it's 3rd place for the defending champion Carl Bordley in the Cupra, and 4th place for Darren Lewis. He had his first podium at Alton Park, looking to try and replicate that from the 2nd row. Sam Laidlaw on his first time out in the Hyundai, not a bad effort, 5th position for him. He'll start alongside Bradley Thurston, making another appearance in the on the Civic. Then it's 7th place for Will Beach, who ended Alton Park standing facing the wrong way after getting collected by Joe Marshall. That Golf is now back to full strength. He's now 8th for 7th for Capture Racing, alongside Rick Kerry in the Cupra. Then it's 9th place for Mark Smith, 10th for Stephen Laidlaw, who is in his first race in the new Cupra, which is going through shot there, and 11th place in the back of the grid in a Hyundai run by Jansport Racing, some chap called Stuart Lyons, who was out at Alton Park.
Never heard of him.
Back out again. One thing we should mention is that both Steve Laidlaw and Stuart Lyons, as per the champion regulations, are starting at the back of the grid by default, because the regulations state that if you change cars mid-season, you have to start from the back as a result of that. They have done, because of course Steve was in the Hyundai that Sam is now in, and Stuart was in the Brad Hutchinson's old Mark 1 or Gen 1 Audi RS3 TCR, which means that because he's changing for a Hyundai, he's now having to start from the back of the grid by default.
And there is a look at the back end of the circuit there. So we're coming into the complex, and you can see no dry line available. Very, very greasy. Like you alluded to just a moment ago, Scott, drivers prefer it when it's soaking wet. It's either bone dry or soaking wet. You know where you are. When the track is like this, it's greasy. The surface is very oily with all the rubber coming up. And yeah, you can't do right for doing wrong. What it does mean, though, is that getting these cars off the line is going to be critical. It's a 20-minute race, and there goes Carl Bordley. Brad Hutchinson, of course, this is his home circuit. The whole Bondit with MPH Racing team have got a huge hospitality area here. We're going to be doing a feature on them. He's got 8 players from the Huddersfield Giants Rugby Super League team coming here tomorrow. Which is excellent. A good crossover there, and lots of other good things going on. But now, for round 9 of the 2024 TCR UK Championship, the green flag at the back of the grid waves. The 5-second board goes out, and we are about to go racing. It's a good start from Hutchinson. It's a good start from the pole sitter, and in the middle of the pack, somebody doesn't go anywhere at all.
Sam Laidlaw, that's in the Hyundai. He doesn't get anywhere, but down towards Clever for the first time. Callum Newsham's been swamped by Brad Hutchinson to his right-hand side. Carboy to his left and sideways for the Hyundai. He's down from 1st to 3rd, but it's Brad Hutchinson from the front row of the grid. He hits the front. It's a Cupra 1-2, a Hyundai 3-4, and Bradley Thurston through all that. He's up to 5th position, side by side for 2nd and 3rd, and across the runoff area goes Carboy. There was a little bit of contact between the two of them, but they're now running down the back straight for the first time in the spray. Hutchinson leads side by side for 2nd between Newsham in the inside line, Bordley on the outside, and watching on is Darren Lewis in the 2nd of the Hyundais in the mix. And Bordley doesn't want to give it up here around the outside, keeps his foot in. This will put him on the inside for the first part of the Jim Clark S's. They're going to go wheel to wheel. You don't want to go side by side here. They're brave if they do so when they are going for it side by side. But eventually, Newsham capitulates, and through goes the defending champion into P2. And look at Newsham wiggling around over the curve, looking to try and get back, but Baldwin holds the defensive line, and through he goes. You can see it's definitively pretty wet now, so anyone on anything like other than a fully wet setup is probably going to be at a massive disadvantage in these early stages.
Yes, Callum Newsham will be kicking himself. He knew this was a golden opportunity to kickstart his title campaign, but it is Brad Hutchison who will lead at the end of the opening lap, and he will lead by a convincing margin as Darren Lewis comes into the picture in 4th position. Darren was the top qualifying Goodyear Diamond eligible driver, and there he goes doing that multicoloured number 285 Hyundai i30. That's the Darren Lewis Racing with JH Racing entry. There he is with the blue and orange tips on his car, as Hutchinson, though, clearing off 2.3 seconds up the road, and Brad Hutchison has clean vision. He has no spray, and Bordley almost drops a wheel off the circuit there, and sadly we've already had a pit visitor, Will Beach, who grabbed Gen 1 Cup pole position at the very last lap of qualifying, has already brought that Golf into pit lane.
And I'd say that Brad Hutchison was pretty substantial in the wet last year at Donington Park, when in a Cupra, no less. He was there before he fortunately got disqualified, but he proved the pace in the wet conditions that certainly worked out for him. So Brad Hutchison, if there's ever such thing as a rainmaster, certainly possibly one of them, that he could be a contender for that. But it's a great start from the front row that gets him up the order. Second, third and fourth together, though, as they come out of sunny in and sunny out, and now onto the back straight. There is Will Beach. You can see how hard the rain's coming down now. It really is full-on torrential rain here, so wet tyres in full effect for everyone. I believe this is the first wet race of the season, because I don't remember it was dry at Brands Hatch. I don't remember any. It was definitely quite warm and sunny at Snetterton, and there wasn't any wet weather from what I remember at Alton Park either.
Warm and sunny. Hasn't been warm and sunny at all in 2024 anywhere, but yeah, no, you are right. This is the first wet race, true wet race of the season. Now, what can Darren Lewis do about reigning and defending champion Carl Bordley? That Carl Bordley Motorsport with the Hart GT entered Cupra out of Hawthorns through the S's, or the chicane rather, onto the back straight. And this is where, coming down towards Tower Bend, you want to try and maximise the longest straight on the circuit, but then there's not a lot of runoff at the bottom of the bottom end of the circuit there, and you can see the drivers just testing different lines as they head out of Tower down towards the Jim Clark S's, and back with the trees overhanging the circuit, their visibility absolutely at a premium. Here is a good battle for 5th position. This is Bradley Thurston in the Honda, just in front of Rick Kerry. Then Stephen Laidlaw, and that's Stuart Lyons up in 8th place. Sam Laidlaw has, quite understandably, I think, on his debut, making a tentative getaway as Kerry to the inside. That opens the door for Steve Laidlaw as well, and Bradley Thurston losing 2 places. Good move there from Rick Kerry.
Yeah, and also we talk about Steve Laidlaw. He's not just changed cars, but changed teams. He's also moved across now to Area Motorsport, of course, who know all about front-wheel drive, given that they've run cars in several championships, including here on the package in Civic Cup and in the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship too. So making up 1 spot, and he might well be on the course to do so. As Stuart Lyons, meanwhile, fancies his chances up the inside in the Hyundai. Turns his way into the hairpin and picks off Bradley Thurston as a result. So I think on this one lap, he's lost 3 spots to Rick Kerry, Laidlaw and Lyons, and he might lose another by the time he gets to the line, which is going to be Sam Laidlaw. Thurston will try and come back at him down the pit straight towards Clairvaux once more. And whilst that's happening, the lead gap in front is starting to come down, because Callum Newsham, now that he's got a clear bit of track and he's back into 2nd place, he is now catching hand over fist Brad Hutchison. In fact, the last time he came through the first sector, last lap in fact, was the new fastest lap of the race. He was quicker by 7/10 of a second. He's taken another 3/10 out of him with the fastest first sector of anyone on this current lap. He now is only 1.7 off the lead, and he's pulled away by 2.7 from Carl Bordley. And what's interesting is most people are setting personal best, because it looks like it's still raining, but I think possibly because the wet tyres are getting stronger and stronger, because they're in their definitive conditions, it's possibly making them ironically a bit quicker than they were when it was still a little bit dry.
Yes, Goodyear doing a fantastic job bringing a great tyre to the championship this year. Lap times in the dry have been plummeting throughout the season, and obviously drivers getting very, very comfortable. A quick word about Stuart Lyons, starting from the back. Let's not forget. Oh, and there we go. That is Thurston running very wide down at Sunny Inn, and takes the escape road. Luckily for him, there was an escape road there. He returns to the circuit just in front of Mark Smith there. Speaking quickly about Stuart Lyons, let's not forget that Stuart broke a drive shaft in qualifying. So that team, the Maximum Motorsport with Jam Sport race team, have repaired a drive shaft and fixed the drive shaft in that car since qualifying. And I have to say that, joking aside about Championship Supremo Stuart Lyons, but he is running in 7th and closing in on Stephen Laidlaw, who is having a fantastic outing in his very first time in that car. But up at the front, battle developing as Callum Newsham 2.3 seconds was Brad Hutchinson's lead. Now it is down to just 1 second. And even though Newsham is in the spray and his visibility isn't going to be as great as Hutchinson's, you can see that Newsham's car visibly, he's looking more confident, more aggressive. He's leaning on those tyres going into the corners more than Hutchinson.
Yeah, look at the last lap times. He was faster by another 0.7 of a second. Another new fastest lap of the race for Newsham, dipping into the 1:31s now. And again, on this lap alone, he was 0.2 quicker on the first sector. He's lost a tenth in the second sector, meanwhile. So it looks to Hutchinson trying to respond in these increasingly wetter conditions here. As they come into the hairpin once again, they've still got 12.25 minutes to go. Out of the hairpin they come. And Newsham trying to close in a little more here. So the gap was a second. As they come across the line, what it's going to be, and also lap time wise. So last lap was a new personal best for Hutchinson, 1:32.442. But even then, Newsham was still only a tenth quicker. So slightly faster in both sectors 1 and 3 for the Hyundai as they come out through Hawthorne. So Callum Newsham taking full advantage of the fact that he's ahead of both cardboard. Then of course, no Adam Shepherd in this race. He's pretty much in the pound seats in terms of scoring maximum points if he can, but he needs to get around Hutchinson and catch him if he can. We'll look at the times in the first set. There's another new personal best, and Hutchinson matches Newsham as well. So it looks like it's now that Newsham or Hutchinson sees that Newsham is right there with him. It's holding on pretty close. The two different generation Cupras going to combat, Gen 1 versus Gen 2. This is Rick Kerry, former BMW racer, in the number 22 car, and he is now under threat now from Steve Laidlaw in that newer Cupra.
And this is the battle for 5th position. So rarefied air, without being unkind to them, for Rick Kerry and Stephen Laidlaw. Stephen Laidlaw, again, newer car, but in every sense of the word, the first time he's actually sat in it this weekend. Behind them, Stuart Lyons and Sam Laidlaw are locking horns, but up at the front now, the MPH with Bondit Racing Team, Brad Hutchinson and his family, they name their cars. Every car that Brad drives has to have a name, and this is Lola we are looking at here at the moment. They've called their Cupra Lola, but I'm not going to do any singing, but Lola is being encroached upon by Callum Newsham's Hyundai through Clervaux. And you can see Newsham, he's getting on the power earlier without using as much curb. He's got better drive off the corner. Great drive there. Now, you would expect Hutchinson to have better exit speed through the chicane down Tower Straight, but Newsham is able to peg him back. And I've just, out of the commentary box window as we look at Newsham having a little look up the inside. Oh, that was a deep dive. That was a very, very deep dive, and not quite on the money, but this could be on the money. This is Stephen Laidlaw up into P5, passing Rick Kerry.
Yeah, smooth move through Hawthorns, and through he goes. And as Brad Hutchinson steers Lola, as he's affectionately named the Cupra, through Barcroft and through the sunny in, sunny out complex, Newsham is just keeping as tight a line, as tight a pace as he can. In fact, the man that's really on the move now, fastest first sector, has now gone to Carl Bordley. He's now set at 27.917, and he's got some 4.5, 5 seconds to make up on that point. So he's lost the time in the first half of the race, but the second half, coming into it and maybe coming into his own. Newsham there had a small look up the inside into the exit of the complex, into the hairpin. They'll come once more. They were getting around Will Beach whilst they had that. So the Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR way down now to 11th place after he had an early visit into the pit lane. Across the line they come to end lap 7. The gap is still half a second between the top two, Hutchinson and the black and blue Gen 2 Cupra, and it's still Callum Newsham who's in the, I presume it's a Gen 1 Hyundai i30. The one thing I'm not quite sure about is that Callum Newsham is in what I can see, a Gen 1 Hyundai i30, but isn't in the Gen 1 Cup, which is a little bit confusing, but I'm not quite sure. But again, not 100% sure why that car is, but other Gen 1s are, but we'll wait and see. Down the back straight come the top two, and there's still plenty of spray around. I'm not sure how hard the rain is out there now. It's eased off a little bit, but if it has eased off, I think the wipers are more there to clear away the spray rather than any inclement rain that's still coming down here at Croft Circuit.
Yes, with all the low trees around the back of the circuit, there is zero breeze as well. So the residual water, the wind isn't there to sort of dry the track quickly, but here comes Newsham, and Newsham is looking aggressive. He's had a couple of half peaks but I have a feeling he's going to take a full-on glance at Hutchison before long. Hutchinson, though, can control the pace. In these conditions, the more you move offline, the trickier it is, and the more risk you run of potentially getting on the grass, which is like a skating rink. We've seen already today a couple of drivers in some of the support races take the grass, and there is zero traction. Now Newsham will try the crossover move. Hutchinson on the inside, side by side for the race lead. Hutchinson will have the racing line, but can Callum Newsham capitalise and go around the outside? Yes, he can. No, he can't. Good racing there from our two leaders, but Newsham certainly on the offensive. Let's look at the gap back to third place, Carl Boardley. It was 5.1 seconds as Hutchinson defends from Newsham. Boardley is starting to close in, and with 7 minutes to go, Scott, it's a three-way battle is not beyond the realms of possibility.
It's certainly possible. 4.2 seconds is the gap now between second and third place. Now, on that last lap, Boardley was 7/10 quicker than leader Hutchison, so that could certainly be a contest if he closes in the last few minutes. Look at Rick Kerry here, who continues on in 6th place in the Cupra. Ahead now, Sam Laidlaw, who is on a recovery after he stalled at the start. The top two here, as they run their way through the Jim Clark S's. It's still Hutchison holding on, but Callum Newsham just using all the road and a bit more, using every little bit of tarmac and curb and even grass he can get away with. Out through the right hand of Sunny in and Sunny out, and now on that short straight towards the complex again before the hairpin. Running out of time, 6.5 minutes just under to go, and it looks as though the Hutchison is really isn't comfortable in the slow section. Looks at the Newsham's Hyundai looks much stronger in the slow stuff, in the slow corners here, it's much better. Has a look up inside, thinks about a dive, but isn't far enough alongside. Little tap of the tail to remind him he's there. He got good traction off the hairpin last time by. Not so this time, but he'll stay in the slipstream, and of course in the wet, the slipstream isn't that strong because you've got a face full of water that's causing all the turbulence rather than the air in front. But back in towards Clairvaux they come once again, and Hutchison feels comfortable on the racing line enough to hold on. But it looks as though that, at least in these conditions, Newsham's car looks much more suited. The Hyundai looks better than the Cupra in the slower corners, particularly that complex when it winds through towards the hairpin. Much closer, much tighter turning circle for that car. He's able to get through and hold on to him as we come to 5.5 minutes to go. And the battle of the lead is still pretty hot, as the gap between the lead and so second and third place is now 3.8 seconds. Leader to Hutch, leader to Boardley now, first to third, 4.2.
This is an absolute masterclass at the moment from Brad Hutchison. Positional awareness. You're correct in what you're saying, Scott, is that Newsham's car is much better through the slow parts. But Hutchison knows it's impossible for Newsham to get past him during the slow sections, provided Brad just positions his car in the right place, and that's the wrong place as Newsham dives at the inside, wheel to wheel, side by side, through Sunny out. Newsham clips the inside curve and just gets the move done, and now he's coming into the part of the track where he is stronger. Can he pull away, or will Hutchison fight straight back?
He's going to try, and look at that, actually it's now that the hunter becomes the hunted, because Newsham, who takes the lead of this first TCR UK race of the weekend with a great opportunistic move through the Sunny in and Sunny out complex, now he becomes the pursued, as Brad Hutchison has to try and chase after to get back the lead. It's better traction off the hairpin that gives the Hyundai the better run off the corner.
And the happiest man of all at the moment is Carl Boardley, who has just taken 1.2 seconds as Newsham runs teetering on the edge of adhesion through Clairvaux. Boardley has come from 4.3 seconds behind to exactly 3 seconds down. You could see him in the back of the camera shot, but you can see Newsham after that sort of brief, nervy moment where he's got to realise, yes, he's quicker, but you can't push too hard. There's a very fine line between race-winning pace and, race-losing, incident here in these conditions. But Boardley, bit between his teeth, he's going to be hoping that Hutchison can get back on the rear bumper of Newsham, but Newsham is already gone. The gap between Callum Newsham and Brad Hutchison, well, it was half a second at the end of the previous lap. It's going to be a lot more, and if Brad Hutchison isn't careful, that man there, Leeds' Carl Boardley, is going to be knocking upon his rear bumper very soon.
I imagine so. That last time through the first sector, he was quicker by about a tenth. He set the fastest first sector of the race. That's the fastest second sector has now gone to Callum Newsham. even though it was a personal best for Baldy, Newsham, now he's out in front with clear air in front of him, is pretty much trying to spread eagle the top three a little more. There's Carl Baldy, defending champion, car number 1, proudly displayed on the rear window. Let's see what the gap is now between himself and Hutchinson, because he will have been closing in the last 3. He took a whole half a second out of him in the second sector, and another half a second. He took a full 1.2 seconds out of second place on that one alone. Callum Newsham has put all the sectors together in sectors 2 and 3 to go the fastest lap of the race. In fact, he and Hutton Broadley are the only drivers lapping sub 132. They've both gone into the 131s. Newsham's lap at 131.340, so he's now trying to pull away as much as he can. In fact, he's pulled away after 2 laps or so.
Bordley on the grass, sorry, Scott, that was...
Yeah, Bordley was off the road, you're right. He ran a little too wide. I think also so did Hutchinson a little bit. So I think Hutchinson tried to push on, but the 2 Coopers ran a little wide on the exit of the S's, and that's only giving Callum Newsham this race on a plate.
But look at the different trajectory of the cars. Brad Hutchinson, I think that his setup is going away. Certainly, he hasn't got the drive out of the corner. He's using a much wider line out of the corners. Bordley and Newsham were both able to get to the apex, get the power down a lot earlier and a lot cleaner than Brad Hutchinson. So I think Brad Hutchinson is in, how do we say this, Goodyear conservation mode. Now, here's the battle, however, between Steve Laidlaw, who has just been repassed by... So Steve Laidlaw is ahead of Rick Carey. Rick Carey is now having to defend from Sam Laidlaw. So on his TCR debut, we saw Sam quite correctly, tentative at the start, dropped back a little bit, but then gaining confidence lap by lap. And of course, you know, he described that car as a beast earlier on to me. So what's the one thing that you don't want to do on your very first weekend in TCR at a very, very tricky circuit such as Croft? It's you don't want the rain. You know, the difference between success and failure is finite in the rain, but Sam is building confidence lap on lap on lap, and he wants to get up to his dad. You know, they've had a couple of tussles, and even Stephen has said that there's been a few times where father and son have collided on circuit, and even Stephen said he doesn't mind blaming his son for that one, and Sam has said, well, yes, I have on a couple of occasions just crashed into dad, but now that the ante has been upped and they're in the highest level of touring car racing on this package. But here is the battle for second position. Hutchinson looks like he's got a little bit of body work, just sort of flapping, one of the sills. I wonder if that might be an after effect of Newsham's pass for the lead. I can't imagine, though, in these conditions, Scott, that a loose sill would have such a negative effect on performance, or am I talking nonsense?
Well, I'm not sure, but either way, he's running out of time because it looks as though the clock's about to tick down to 0, so it will be the final lap of the race. Baldy has one last chance to try and get him on the exit, the hairpin here if he can. He might not do it. He might be pretty close, but up towards the checkered flag anyway is going to come for the second time this season. Callum Newsham, who wins race 1 of the weekend here at Croft. It'll be second place in a headlight flash only just for Brad Hutchinson, and a third place after a strong drive for Carl Bordley. Meanwhile, further back, this isn't finished. This is a scrap further back between, that is Mark Smith, Bradley Thurston and Stuart Lyons. Now, Stuart was actually 8th going into the final lap of the race. He's now dropped behind both Mark and Bradley, so whatever happens there has happened there for Stuart Lyons. He's dropped to the base of the top 10. Either way, he'll come home possibly in 10th position, whereas even as high as 8th if he can make his way back up there. Darren Lewis, meanwhile, picks up 4th. It'll be Stephen Laidlaw on his first weekend in the Cooper, picks up P5. And then Rick Carey will just hold off by the looks of it Sam Laidlaw, who should be very pleased with a strong 7th place in the Hyundai in the end. And then it will be, I think, Mark Smith from Bradley Thurston, and then Stuart Lyons rounding off the top 10. The final couple of cars making their way.
I have an answer to your what happened to Stuart Lyons. The answer is here. Stuart Lyons, age 61. There's your answer. I'm going to interview the winners.
Whilst you do with that and the fallout, once you last couple of cars head across the line, it's going to be Mark Smith ahead of Bradley Thurston. He's going to be in trouble for that one. And then it was Stuart Lyons in P10, followed by Will Beach in 11th place. But it's a second win of the season for Callum Newsham in the JH Racing Hyundai i30N TCR. Well, I should correct myself, thanks to Phil Kinch, that car's not eligible for Gen 1, hence why I got confused. That's me being stupid, but we'll come to that later. Anyway, Callum Newsham takes victory in race 1 of the weekend in the wet, his second win of the season for JH Racing in the Hyundai. It's second place for Brad Hutchison after he started on the front row of the grid, and he had to battle his way to hold on for a lead for quite a while, then lost out in the second half of the race. Carl Borley was charging in the final stages, but clings on to third place. The defending champion takes P3 ahead of Darren Lewis in 4th, Stephen Laidlaw in 5th place in his first weekend in the Area Motorsport Cupra. 6th place goes to Rick Kerry in the EDF Motorsport Cupra, the Gen 1 car, and he also wins the Gen 1 Cup. Sam Laidlaw in his debut in the championship for Capture Motorsport is 7th in the Hyundai. 8th and 2nd in Gen 1 Cup is Mark Smith in the Cupra. 9th Bradley Thurston, 10th for Stuart Lyons in his first weekend in the Hyundai. Will Beach, after problems earlier on, is 6 laps down, but finishes the race anyway in the Capture Motorsport Golf and rounds out our 11-car field. Field making its way around. If you watch around the circuit and around the complex, give them a round of applause in the way, give them a clap because they deserve it after an entertaining race for TCR UK. Still plenty more coming up very, very shortly. We've got more of the sport timetable next. We've got 3 more races left today, one of each for the, no, 4 in fact actually. The next race coming up is the second of the weekend and of the day for the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Different conditions than they had earlier on this afternoon. So they'll be coming up for their race very shortly. Then it's going to be the Airtech Motorsport ST240 Championship, get their first race. And then the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship will be complete today with the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Championship. And that's going to be quite entertaining to complete day 1 of our Croft TCR UK race weekend adventure here with TCR UK and Brscc. Again, if you like what you see with all the championships and series here, head to the website, brscc.co.uk. You can also head to the TCR UK website on top of that too. So you can head to tcr-uk.co.uk for more information, and of course follow Brscc and TCR UK on all the social media channels as well. You can follow them all on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at least also you can follow Brscc on LinkedIn as well, which is also quite handy to pay too. So for our first podium of the weekend for TCR UK, let's have a chat down with our top 3 and race winner Callum Newsham with Henry Burdett here at Croft after Callum Newsham takes win number 2 of the season here at Croft.
Start, but it certainly was a great finish for Callum Newsham, who takes the congratulations from Dad Dave, and we'll wait for Callum to get his helmet off and to get obviously the winning Goodyear cap on. Looking at the car, you can see those Goodyear Eagles have stood up incredibly well to that 20-minute race, and celebrations going on behind. Firstly, there you go, sir, there's your victory cap. You haven't got time to size it up correctly. Well, apart from the start, that was a great recovery. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, that was a pretty sketchy start. Well done, mate. Yeah, that was a sketchy start from me because I was struggling. It's hard to get these off the line in the dry, let alone the wet. But yeah, I knew I had the pace, but I was just struggling at the start of the race. It was a lot wetter than it was in qualifying, so the setup's just a bit. It wasn't the best for that.
But I mean, it was apparent that you were faster than Brad for several laps, but obviously Brad doing an excellent job of just positioning his car. Out the back, you went for the move. You had a couple of half attempts, you know, but then the move got done. Talk us through the move.
Yeah, it was a good move. Well, I saw he got a bit sideways at the apex of Sonny in, and I just slid down the inside, give me enough room, and we just went through Sonny out, and I managed to get him on the exit.
Now, of course, you know, a win today, that means 10th in the first race on the grid tomorrow. Are we hoping for more of the same, or are you just hoping for a nice, dry, smooth run to the end of the weekend?
Well, no, I'd like to have another win, you know. I'll try and do that from P10 on the grid. But, you know, it's not going to be easy because these guys are fast. But, you know, we'll see what we can do.
But obviously, the first part of the weekend, pole position, maximum points on the entire day. Got to be feeling good because I think tomorrow is the halfway point of the season, you know, so yeah, that's going to hold you in good stead.
Yeah, no, it's good for the championship, and that's what I'm here for, so yeah, it's all good.
No problem at all. Well, there we go. So that's Callum Newsham. Now, it was a big cheer, obviously a big cheer for Callum, an even bigger cheer for Brad Hutchison over here. Of course, this is Brad's local circuit. The whole Bondit MPH racing team have got a huge hospitality area here. Now, I'll get this right. The Elland Roofing Supplies Cupra by Bondit. Right words?
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, we'll take that.
Okay, coming here, but still, still big smiles at the end between you and Callum. A great start, but at what point did you realise that the writing was possibly on the wall?
Yeah, so obviously it's probably the great thing about the championship, really, with the way the bop is and how different the cars are. Obviously, Callum struggled around some circuits, being dominant around others. You know, Brands actually at the start of the season, he was absolutely rapid. So yeah, I think the weather's played into his hands. The faster driver definitely won. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, no, it was just a great race. It was. I knew at the rate of knots he was catching me, it was going to be a bit of a difficult one. But yeah, sort of praying for a safety car or something to get us back in the mix. But yeah, no, I knew as soon as he got past, you know, I made a mistake going into study in, and he, you know, made the best out of the opportunity, unfortunately. But we'll go again. Hopefully, we can make a few changes overnight, and we can fight him tomorrow.
And of course, at the end of the race, you had to deal with the attentions of a certain Mr. Boardley as well. It really was a lap of two halves, wasn't it? The first half of the circuit was obviously wet, but then out the back, the spray was a real problem.
Yeah, fortunately I only had to deal with the spray for about a lap or so until Callum cleared off, and then it was back to being clear again. But yeah, it was difficult. I mean, by the end of it, I was sort of just coasting. There were fairly new wets at the start of that session. I tried to keep them that way as best as possible. Carl was there, giving me a quick flash of the lights at the end, and I knew he was coming through. He caught me up very fast. Dare say a few more laps, and we might have been a bit closer. But yeah, I was happy enough with the result anyway. And it's the first P2 I think I've ever had as well, which is quite nice, because I've been on the podium a number of times and never stood in the second spot. So yeah, that's a new one.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done, P2 today. I think we've got time for just one very quick word with Carl Boardley finishing in third place. No, we don't. This is Rick. Carl's down there, and we'd like to thank you, Rick. But we'll just quickly have a quick chat with Carl, who, along with Nick Hart and the Hart GT team, looking over the rear end of the car. Carl, I'm assuming that you would have wanted that race to go for a couple more minutes, and that would have given you time to set about Brad.
No, I wanted it to be dry.
Well, I mean, you can't have everything. You know.
Okay, well, we can wish, can't we?
Yeah. Obviously, you know, you fell back at the start, but then when they started battling, you closed in a little bit, just run out of time. But I'm judging by the expression that you are, you know, hoping for some nice Yorkshire sunshine tomorrow.
Yeah, any sort of sunshine I do, not just Yorkshire, but no, it's just one of those. We set the car for sort of like greasy conditions and tyres and stuff like that, and then by the time we'd sat on the grid, it decided to down on us. So yeah, loads of standing water. So probably took 10, 12 laps for my car to even sort of like start to come on. That's why at the start Callum was so much quicker than me. It's just like, get your head down, off you go. I'll hopefully catch you at the end, but didn't quite have the legs. So all good.
All good. A good podium. Thank you very much, Carl Boardley. Cars on track already for the next race. Back up to you in the commentary box, Scott.
They are indeed. Thank you very much, Henry. Cars are making their way through in what is now considerably more wetter conditions than they experienced earlier on. For the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, their second race of the day, and already a busy timetable for them all around. Let's take a look at the grid then for race number 2. Based on the results of race 1, which means that as a result of that, it is going to be race 1 winner Jonathan Greensmith who will start on pole position. So here's the grid then. Greensmith on pole, Paul Bateman, the championship leader, alongside him on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is set to be Jordan Head, who looks like possibly was reinstated, I think. I look at the results. Yes, he was. He had a 10-second penalty. Looks like he was rescinded. So he does, in fact, get that third place on back post-race. He will start on the second row alongside Pete Smith, who was flying along in the damp conditions and the wet. Let's see if he can go any quicker from row 2. Rob Greensmith starts in P5 alongside Simon Waterfall on 6th position. Row 4 sees his teammate Russell Halley in 7th alongside Bo Parry in 8th. Then it's Jamie Turner who starts in 9th with Jack Warry a couple of places higher than he was for race 1, but still further back than he'd like to be in P10 with work to do. 11th for Dougal McGregor for the head of Matthew Crozier, then Tom Greenwood and Rob McGregor. Alex Catula has got some work to do from back from 15th after he started 3rd in race 1. And Andrew McGregor, Simon Privet, Peter Williams, Adam Lawrence, Jonathan Fieldsen, Nick Ledoyen with lots of work to do from 21st on the grid, and then Stephen Sculler. And if he is at the back of the grid, we should also see Martin Tolley, which I can see a white MX-5, which is definitely his. So Martin Tolley, who retired, he didn't start the first race, he started from the back of the grid in 23rd. He will not stay there. Watch for him to come back through in car number 23. So as I mentioned, there was a change in the order after race 1 earlier on. You remember that Jordan Head, if you watched earlier on, had a 10-second time penalty. It was either for an out of position start or if it was for a jump start. Either way, he had that 10-second penalty rescinded, which means that he got back his 3rd place, and everyone who was moved up a place as a result of that penalty now moves back down again, and the original finishing order was correct, which means that Jordan Head does get, in fact, gets his first MX-5 Clubman podium, and he will hope to do the same again in race 2. He was looking pretty strong at that front and was up there giving the likes of Greensmith and Bateman some trouble, but Pete Smith also in the purple MX-5 with the little yellow headlight details on the right hand side was looking pretty racy too. He was the quickest man on track. In fact, he got the fastest lap point with a 1:44.583. Not as quick lap times I think this time by, given the fact we've got slightly more wetter conditions, but now as they come into position in the last couple of spots, we should be getting the green flag very shortly. So all identical Mark 1 MX-5s from Mazda. Of course, these cars are 1600cc, very cost effective, lots of great racing. Of course, MX-5 racing across the world is always a treat to behold, and as we've seen so far, particularly with the MX-5 Clubmans and the SuperCup, they never fail to disappoint. So they never fail to impress, rather than that.
We know what you meant.
They don't disappoint. Yeah, that's what I meant. Right, whilst I compose myself, let's look at the start. 5 seconds to go then, and the second race of the day for the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship begins any second now. And we are underway. Better start this time from pole for Jonathan Greensmith. Better launch from the pole man. Paul Bateman will go level with him as they head down towards Clapham for the first time. And Jordan has done it again. He's up now to 2nd place. Up the inside of the championship leader. Bateman breaks that a little bit later as he goes to cover off the apex at Clairvaux, which he does. Through the right-hander they go, through Hawthorns. They're bunching up in 2x2s. They come out of Hawthorns, out of Clairvaux, into Hawthorns, I should say. Running wide there, I think that's Pete Smith. He's lost a couple of places. One at least to Russell Halley, I can see, has got ahead of him. But now as they literally splash their way out through the S's and onto the back straight towards Tower for the first time. I look out my window, and it is Greensmith who leads them. He leads in the wet conditions. Bateman 2nd, Head 3rd, 4th place is Simon Waterfall with a good start for the 24 car. 5th is Parry, and that's Pete Smith going off the road. Pete Smith off the road into the barriers at Tower Bend, straight into the tyres, and I'm afraid that's his day done early. So the man who finished 4th in race number 1 just gets onto the wet stuff a little too much, may have touched the grass, locks up, or maybe it's not over. He just bounced off the tyres. It'll be slightly damaged on the front end, but if he can carry on and the mechanicals are all okay, he might well carry and get something as Simon Waterfall has a huge moment exiting the second part of the Jim Clark S's, gathers it up, but you can see already Richard John Neal always very good up the outside of Bo Parry. He was squeezed onto the white line. As you can see, Richard, conditions much worse than they were in race number 1, and people are getting caught out pretty quickly on this opening lap.
Yeah, very, very tricky conditions for them, but what a start. Johnny Greensmith getting it away very well indeed. Jordan Head working to try and get his proper podium interview this time. He's in 3rd, the red car, and up ahead of him, Paul Bateman. I really do hope, for Paul Bateman's sake, that I haven't jinxed him by saying he hasn't been off the podium.
We'd hope not, but he's also got a bit of, ironically, a dry spell in terms of victories, because he hasn't won a race since, and I'll get the points table back up because I had it earlier on this morning, so they come across the lines and lap number 1. Since Alton Park, and that was in the first race. Then he did finish the second race on the road in front, but a time penalty pushed him back down the order and gave Jack Warry the victory. So he's going to try and push on. Speaking of pushing, that was Simon Waterfall into the back of Bo Parry, and he gets a little sideways, but he holds on under braking. That was lucky, because sometimes when you get hit from behind, it gives you a bit more momentum that you don't want under braking, and he could have easily been shuffled off the road. But thankfully, Bo was slowing up enough and didn't get any lock-up or kind of wiggle around to control on that car to hold on to the place. But Simon Waterfall's had a eventful first lap. He had that huge moment exiting the Jim Clark S's. Then he bumps the back of Bo Parry's car. It's one to remember so far already.
That was a little bit of a thump, wasn't it? Last time I saw one harder than that was in the Formula 2 stock cars at Briscoe. I think you run actually relatively nearby here. That was a thump, so well played. And there's damage on the back.
It looks like it's either a bit of trim, or dare I say the exhaust is hanging off the back of that 24 car. So again, that's even more issues for Simon. And I remember back at the Anglesey in that summer celebration race we had, his car stopped in that race, and he was that distraught. I think he was in a good position to possibly win the Mark 1 class. And there was a really kind of heartbreaking shot of him with his car parked up, and he was almost like with his head and his hands in the barriers and leaning against it, just absolutely frustrated that he retired from the race in a good position. So hopefully he's going to come away from this with a strong result. 4th is looking good for him so far. I'll look at some of his best results throughout the season, and I think this is possibly, if he does finish in 4th place, it'll be one of, if not his best result to date in MX-5 Clubman, which if it is, will be an amazing result. That's Jordan Head, meanwhile, Jordan Head was third for moments at the time. Whatever happened there for him, seen him drop right down the order. So he's now lost out on a potential podium place. So he got a podium place in race 1, as that's Jamie Turner running wide. Thankfully avoids the tyre barrier against the wall in the mix. He gets back into the racing line. Meanwhile, Dougal McGregor gets into the tail of Rob's Greensmith. I know it's wet, but just calm down, everybody. It's the second race, and that's another car off the road, and that is Alex Catoulas off the road. It's either him or it's Bo Parry. Let's see. I fear it's Bo Parry because he's dropping down the timing screen. So Bo Parry, who came into the weekend in the top 5 in points, another car off the road. That's Simon Privett's off. I know it's treacherous conditions, but they're dropping like flies here for a second. There's Simon Crowe. There's Matthew Crozier going around the outside of Dougal McGregor, who's getting himself into all sorts of battles so far this afternoon. Through the right-hander at Hawthorns. In fact, safety car has been deployed because there are one or too many cars out on the circuit, which means a chance to regroup and catch our breath, because that was a very action-packed and animated first couple of laps in these conditions. It's not the sight that Johnny Greensmith wants to see. It is the sight that Paul Bateman wants to see, because, of course, he's now back in contention for a victory, because Johnny had such an advantage pulling away at one point. He was 1.1 seconds up the road, but Bateman on that last lap, on the first proper flying lap, did set the faster lap time by about 6 thousandths of a second. So pace-wise, they're even, but Bateman needs this safety car to try and get himself a possible win, and his first win, as you rightfully said, since Alton Park.
Yeah, he's going to certainly try and take the battle to Johnny Greensmith, but Greensmith's got that sort of aura about him of not unbeat. Nobody has an unbeatable aura, but particularly in Mazda Clubman's, but looking very good on a run at the moment. He will control the restart, so it's entirely down to him to pick when he wants to make the move. As we look across at Simon Privett's car, I was looking at the stats for Bo Parry. You mentioned Bo not having the best. This is by far and away his, ninth in the first race was his worst finish of the season so far. Had a DNF at Alton Park race 1, and other than that, his worst result was 7th place on Anglesey race 1. So Bo Parry not having a great day. Always tempted to say weekend, but it's day, isn't it, for the Clubmans? It was weekend on Anglesey, but this time out, single day. If you want to race Clubmans, and a lot of people that you talk to around the paddock love the idea that you can, not have to tie up your whole weekend for racing. You could come up on the Friday, maybe do a little bit of testing, or just rock up for Saturday qualifying, 2 races, go home, family Sunday, or get ready for work. A lot of people very busy, obviously, with work commitments, which helps pay for their racing enjoyment. And I think it's a great initiative, the Clubman Championship, by the club to, just offer the one-dayers. And I always remember going back with my late dad, bless him, who got me into racing. They changed the race date of our local stadium from Saturday night to Sunday night, and it killed it for him, because Saturday night he could go and watch the racing, rock up Saturday afternoon, watch it Sunday. Sunday, as soon as it changed to Sundays, I've got to go to work the next day, and he wanted the time to unwind. So it's exactly the same for these guys that are out there now. Yeah, it's good logistics in terms of some drivers if they just want to race on one day, and because of that, it does allow them to have more of a weekend, so they can race on the one day, and it frees up whatever day they race on, whether it is the Saturday or the Sunday. If you're racing on the Sunday, some drivers do tend to come down on the Saturday evening, or they'll stay for the weekend, because of course in many cases, I'm sure like many, they're racing fans. They enjoy racing through and through, so therefore for them they'll come and enjoy the atmosphere. They'll use the day to Saturday to set up, get the car scrutiny, get themselves in position. If it's better weather than this, they'll get the barbecue out, or get them going, awnings all going. And there's another car we missed that's off the road. That is Simon Waterfall. So that's unfortunate. So Simon Waterfall was having such a good run, but unfortunately his weekend's come to a premature end also. His car being dragged out of the gravel, and that car, it also has a little bit of a slightly scuffed and slightly crumpled front end. Yeah, that's going to need some work from the Close Racing team to get that car back race ready for the next rounds. Jack Murray third, up from original qualifying.
Oh yes,
before
you're
race
right.
1 from 12th.
Excellent stuff. And Jack will need those points, given the fact that he's finished way back in 10th in race 1. So that'll be one of his drop scores, I'm certain, when we start to properly look into those. At the moment, whenever you look at the points tables, you'll see the total scores and the drop scores, but they're currently sorted by total scores, because the drops only really come into proper effect when we get towards the end of the season, particularly the last round of the season. I'm going to interrupt myself because I've noticed where Simon Privet is. He's on the exit of the Jim Clark exit. He's obviously had a moment like Simon Waterfall's, but ultimately he's lost the back end and gone straight into the crop field on the inside line. So it looks like he's pretty stuck and beached there. The question I tend to ask in that situation is, which is, I used the exact words, did he jump or was he pushed? As in the case, did he do it by himself, or did he have help? I'd like to think hopefully he didn't have any help, but it's quite an odd place to find yourself there, and one of the recovery teams there to try and drag him out. Again, big shout out to all of our marshals, our recovery teams, our rescue units, officials, volunteers for all the effort they're putting in, of course, in what's not so pleasant weather conditions. It's supposed to be summer in the UK, but then again, this is summer in the UK, so it's always wet half the time. It has been quite pleasant in some areas in terms of hitting 20 degrees. We had a couple of really nice warm weekends. Anglesey was quite warm, of course, for last time out for the Masters, but here at Croft in this part of the world, it's, again, what some would call a typical British summer's day, which is wet and damp, not necessarily cold, but just not quite pleasant in terms of its weather-wise. You know, Southern Privet, meanwhile, it's about to get a bit of a toe out of the crop field, I think.
Yep, they'll get him away. We're not going to have too much racing time left, are we? Once this is recovered to safety, 5:42 left on the clock, and the train making its way. Train, that's what they call train in Yorkshire, isn't it? As we're in Yorkshire. Train. The train going down the back straight at the moment, so probably another lap behind the safety car after this one.
Now, the key thing is that Paul Bateman, as I mentioned, this is ultimately benefiting him the most because he was trying to chase down Johnny Greensmith and he was running on pretty equal pace. Now he's got him right in front of him again, so on the restart, if he can catch him unawares and get a good start, that'll be key. Now, the one thing that's going to be interesting is that you notice here that there is one car that's kind of not meant to be there, and that's Bo Parry. He's not leading the race, but he has a spin and he's down at the back of the field. It just so happens that the safety car has picked him up. And that's going to be interesting because, of course, if we're on the safety car at the moment, he is out of position. So I would try to figure out whether or not what the rule would be in terms of if they let him through, but how quick they'll be able to get him back around. Of course, they're also still recovering Simon Privet's car, which is now out of the crop field and is now being reversed back onto the circuit so he can now continue. Because he didn't get out of the car, so he can still carry on. Gives the recovery the thing, thumbs up. Cheers, mate. Thank you. And he does so just as the pack arrives behind the safety car. But I think there's also an element of what to do about Bo Parry, because if they let him go, or essentially the safety car's got to pick up the leader on the restart, not the car that's a lap down. So that's going to be interesting what they do with that in that situation.
It takes the control away, doesn't it, from Johnny Greensmith for the restart, which we were talking about.
I should go do a quick run through of the top 10 because there are some very interesting names up there that are quite high up in the top 10 that are having some good races today. So Johnny Greensmith leads the way from Paul Bateman in second place, as you rightfully spotted, Richard. Jack Warry in third place from where he started back in 10th. Russell Halley's up to 4th. Duca McGregor's up to 5th position. That's a really good effort. He's guesting this weekend, so he's not scoring any points, but he is a guest driver this weekend, so up to P5 in these conditions. So well done for him. Matthew Crozier's having a much better time this one. He had a bit of an issue in race 1 and spun out a little bit, but he's now carrying on in that sense. Rob Greensmith in 7th place. Thomas Greenwood's up to 8th. It's good to see hit another newcomer in the top 10. 9th is Jordan Head after he had that rotation, so he was 3rd at one point. And then it's Jamie Turner who rounds up the top 10, who also had his own moment. And, right, I think they're now telling Bo Parry to do the wave around. But the whole thing is that either they tell him to do the wave around and then go safety car at the end of this time by, because ultimately if they wait for Bo to come back around, it's going to be too slow. So, unfortunately for Bo, he'll have to keep this. Might technically, I guess, in some cases, will probably be his restart in a way, if you like, in inverted commas, because he'll have to go at this kind of pace to try and catch the back of the train. But I think potentially, for the purpose of getting as much racing as you can in this race, they might well do the restart. It could end up being a one-lap dash, but we'll wait and see. Bo Parry, meanwhile, is now free to go and try and catch the back of the train. I don't think he will, but he'll give it a good red-hot go anyway. And so Johnny Greensmith might be about to get his possibly easiest win of the season so far, provided it stays where it is. But again, that will, of course, will also depend on what the process will be when we get the race underway again. They've got to get around again back to the line in 2 minutes 20 seconds, and the last safety car lap was 3 minutes. That might have been affected somehow by the fact that we had the wave through for Bo Parry and they slowed up to let him through, so that might have affected the time somewhere. But given the fact we've got 2 minutes to go and a safety car lap's relatively lengthy in itself, I don't like saying this, but I have a slightly ominous feeling, Richard, that we may possibly end this race on the safety car, given the fact that we might run out of time.
Yeah, I think you could well be right. 1:52 left.
Yeah. Which is what we never want to see it, but unfortunately, it's just the circumstance of where we are in terms of how it's gone with the race. And the fact that also looking at the order, they are still waiting to come. No, here they are. They're at Barcroft. No, they might be okay, but because the pace is sped up a little bit, so we might actually get a one-lap dash here to see who can take the victory. So Paul Bateman's going to have to be on his toes and right behind, like literally on Johnny Greensmith's bumper on the restart to try and make this work. But even then, in these wet conditions, how much of a risk do you take? And it's like we talked about before, it's the races that you don't win to win you the championship. So how desperate is Paul Bateman going to be, really, to get that victory? Because how much does he think 2 points is going to be the difference by the end of the season?
Lights are out. He's got nothing to lose because he can afford a drop score at the moment. We're over the halfway point. We've got 3 events left after today, so 6 more races. He could have a go. If it was me, I'd say as long as it wasn't silly, I think mathematically he can afford to have a go.
Let's see what he does then. Out of the hairpin they'll come, up to the green flag to get racing back underway. If it was in America, we'd have the white flag as well for the last lap. They slide their way out of the hairpin. So 1 lap dash for the cash then between Jonathan Greensmith and Paul Bateman. It's on for the victory, and Paul has got a decent restart. So 1 flying lap then to see who wins this second Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship race. And Bateman's there. He's had a good run through Clairvaux. A little wide in the background for Russ Halley. He might possibly lose out to Dougal McGregor if he's not careful. But Bateman here trying to push on. So is Jack Warry in 3rd place. He's gone with them. Out through Hawthorns, now through the S's onto the back straight for the final time at racing speeds. And always a twitch from Bateman. You can tell he's pushing because the body language of that car is pretty active. Out onto the back straight goes the rest of the pack. Sliding their way through. So Bateman's not close enough to have an attack at Tower. He's getting close though, very close. Thought for a second he wasn't going to stop there, but he's all on the back of the bumper now for Greensmith through Tower Bend. So he's close on this half lap. Jordan Head, meanwhile, goes up the inside of Thomas Greenwood and tries to take 8th place back, but the outside line we know is much better in the wet. It's the karting line as it's called. And Thomas Greenwood does hold on to that position. Jim Clark S's for the final time. Bateman is still there, but he's not close enough, particularly in these conditions, to make a real move. Through Barcroft, one last time down towards the sunny in, sunny out complex. And well, Jack Warry's there as well. If something happens in these last few corners, he could be the main benefactor. He's closer to Bateman than Bateman is to Greensmith. That could be interesting at the hairpin. But I think Greensmith might just about have enough. I'm sure he would have fancied a little bit more green flag racing, but I'm certain that with racing drivers, a win's a win, and some will take it any way that comes. Bateman will push him, though, all the way to the end. He's not done here with the second part of the complex, up towards the hairpin for the final time. Is there a possible move in here? Goes to the inside to defend. Will there be a last-minute switch back? Could it be a traction drag race to the line? Oh, look at Warry up the inside for 2nd place. Warry can snatch 2nd on the line. In fact, do you think he has got it? It's going to be Johnny Greensmith who will win the 2nd race of the weekend for MX-5 Clubman. Side by side for 2nd. Warry, Bateman, who gets it? Bateman gets it on the line. Bateman takes it still by 0.2 of a second at the flag. That was a really cheeky, opportunistic move there. And why not? But Warry wanted and needed points, so he went for it right to the end. Just missed out, but got a very valuable 3rd place. So Captain Jack, as he's known by the team, gets himself a very fine podium place, and that's a good run for him. And again, it's the races that you don't win that can go towards to winning the championship. Because if you get on the days where you can't win, get the 2nd places, get the 3rds, get the top 5s. All those points properly can and do make a difference towards the end of the season. So Johnny Greensmith then, still the man to beat. That's now 5 in a row for Johnny. The hat-trick at Anglesey and the double at Croft. He's now won 2 complete events in a row, and that certainly is going to thrust him right into championship contention, given that he's won 5 in a row. You don't do that and not put yourself in the championship fight. So Greensmith then goes 5 out of 5 in the last 5 races, and he wins on that last lap dash by 0.7 of a second, 3/4 of a second ahead of Paul Bateman, who just held off Jack Warry at the line at the checkered flag to take 2nd. Warry takes 3rd, Russell Halley 4th, and guest driver Dougal McGregor, a fine drive in the wet, to take 5th position. Matt Crozier 6th, Rob Greensmith 7th, so a good weekend for him on his MX-5 Club and comeback for the 2nd time this season. And Thomas Greenwood and Jordan Head ahead of Martin Tolley in the top 10. That's a drive we didn't spot. Martin Tolley from the back of the grid in 22nd to 10th. Really good drive for Martin. Then Rob McGregor in 11th place. Jamie Turner had a little moment and slipped down to 12th. Andrew McGregor completes the McGregors in the top 13. And then ahead of Jonathan Fieldsend in 14th place, followed by Peter Williams, Nick LeDoyen, Adam Lawrence, David Sculler, and then Bo Parry, who was technically a lap down, but he had to be waved through. And we lost Pete Smith, who was a lap down after he went off into the barriers at the start of the first lap, but then carried on. And we lost Simon Waterfall after he went off at Clairvaux, and Simon Privet after he had a spin, exiting the Jim Clark S's and had to be recovered, but he was 5 laps down. The MX-5 Clubman Championship are now done for the day. They will be out for the weekend. They'll be back out next time whenever you see the Mazda MX-5 Championship next. And just to double check their calendar, of course they'll be along with the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship, which is yet to race today, and the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship, who have raced today. Will be back out for 2 races tomorrow. The next rounds for the MX-5 Clubman, they'll be out at the Mini Nürburgring, Cadwell Park, which is on the 10th and 11th of August. So the next race is coming up on the timetable. Next is going to be the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s as they prepare an assembly. Let's head down to pit lane with Richard John Neal on our top 3 for our second Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship race.
So Johnny Greensmith makes it 5 on the bounce. Well done, Johnny. Paul Bateman having that drag to the flag with Jack Warry. What a finish that was. Scott called it a dash for cash. I don't that means Scott's going to get his wallet out. Probably not, but absolutely right. Shame that we had the safety car, but superb stuff. Jack Warry's actually got his crash helmet off already. He's going to come across and congratulate Johnny Greensmith. Jack, as you got your helmet off, you very nearly got it.
Oh, so close. But to come away from this weekend with a podium, it's a great result for me. I started way back. So to get up into 3rd is great news.
What was the story? Because qualifying was 12th, 10th in the first race, and then from 10th up into P3, very nearly second in that race.
It sounds like racing driver excuses 101, but I got a poorly engine, so I could only rev up to 6,000, and then I got a misfire. So the rain was a godsend because it sort of leveled the playing field somewhat, and I was able to make a bit of progress.
We saw some great driving from you. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant stuff. Jack Warry takes 3rd place. We're going to do a 3-2-1. I think it's Paul Bateman then in P2. We're doing it the reverse way this time, Paul. But second, he nearly got you, but you got the better of the drag race out of that final hairpin.
Well, and yeah. I just slipped into the mud slightly, and he had a tight line. And but I'm annoyed. I don't know, I couldn't plunge inside Greensmith up at Tower. Maybe I could have had a go, but he blocked me, and we had 1 lap. So 1 lap.
It's a shame, wasn't it? But you know, hopefully next time out at Cadwell the weather will be.
As long as nobody's hurt. But it's very tricky out the back there. You know, there are some moments at high speed, and if you go off, you're going to hit something hard. And I'm glad everybody's all right.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing you at Cadwell.
Thank you.
Good luck, Paul. Thanks ever so much for chatting to us. Well done on P2. And Johnny Greensmith, there he is, takes the win. Well done. 5 on the bounce, and you're going to continue this at Cadwell Park.
All being well, yeah. It's going great up to now, so yeah, I think I was super cautious on that last lap. Paul nearly had me, to be honest, but yeah, carry on the good form. Way to go.
In terms of the restart, we were a little bit worried because the safety car picked up Bo, and we thought, oh, hang on, Johnny might not be able to control the restart the way you wanted.
Yeah, we're going through my mind whether they're going to let him through and carry on, or whether he's going to start on that race, and then I would have to stay behind him until start and finish line and stuff. So yeah, we're all going through my head, and then I saw him waving past on that.
The officials had it sorted.
Yeah, they had it sorted. So yeah, really.
Cars on track, Johnny. Well done. 5 out of 5. Lovely to see you again. Congratulations. Jonathan Greensmith takes the win. 5 on the bounce. Incredible stuff for the Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship with the Brscc. We now stay with another staple from the club. It's the Airtech Fiesta ST240s on track. I'm going to nip up to the commentary box and get back in the dry to give you the grid. Let's go back to Scott Woodward.
So, from rear-wheel drive Mazda MX-5s to front-wheel drive turbocharged Fiestas, as Richard rightly says, it is race 1 of the weekend coming up for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. It's been a battle of youth versus experience on the grid this season, and in the qualifying, experience beat out youth. It was, in fact, Alistair Kellett, the championship leader, who starts on pole position for race number 1. He was on pole by a massive 1.4 seconds, as you can see, for one of his perennial rivals, Simon Horobin, on the front row of the grid. John Cooper, who's been in a good vein of form in the last couple of weekends, he starts 3rd, alongside a really good effort from Henry Howard. He's been getting quicker since Alton Park. And Joseph Knight, who took a podium at Snetterton, he starts in 5th. He was in the top 2 of most of the session, dropped back to a 5th position spot alongside Zach Lucas, who took a victory back at Snetterton. Charlie Ellis, who starts alongside Harry Hayes, 2 rookies this weekend, this season, start on the 4th row of the grid. Archie Johnson, who leads the AM-class points, which will come to in a second, starts on row 5 alongside Lucas Hayden. And Connor Blackburn and Daniel Lewis, who's one of our Fiesta Junior graduates into the ST240s, starts in P12. Gary Miller, who's 3rd in points, but way back down in 13th place, the Irishman in car number 4, will start alongside James Pope, but it's Sean Reynolds, good to see him back on the grid, and Morgan Kidd, last year's Club Class champion. There's Caitlin May and a newcomer, Adam Durrant, welcome to him in the championship, racing with Jam Sport. Then Luke Moore in the almost kind of Spitfire livery machine. Marco Ricci, good to see him once again back on the grid. And it's then Christopher Blackburn at the back of the grid in car 174 to round out a really solid 21 car grid this weekend for the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. So there's an overall points table plus also Pro and Am classes. In the overall standings, it is Alistair Kellett who, on overall scores, is nearly 80 points ahead of the cars in front of cars behind him. 381 points compared to Zach Lucas on 301. Then it's 304. He's tied with the second place with Gary Miller on 304 each, in fact, actually. Then it's Simon Horrobin on 268 and Lucas Hayden in 263, and that's the Pro class top 5 as well. In the Am class, it's Archie Johnson who leads from James Pope and Daniel Lewis, who has won a race outright this season. That was race 3 at Brands Hatch, and then Caitlin May and Charlie Ellis complete the top 5 in that category too. There's a main points table, but where you finish determines how many points you score towards your particular class. So if you win the Am class but are 6th, for example, overall, you get the points for finishing 6th overall rather than a full score for winning your class, if that makes sense. So on the front of the grid, it is in blue and yellow is Alistair Kellett, in grey and orange is Simon Horrobin, and then it's the black, white, red and green machine of John Cooper on the second row, and the purple Fiesta ST240 with the black nose, that is Henry Howarth. He's the top qualifying Am driver, and he's certainly getting quicker. He was in really good form at Alton Park, carrying it on here at Croft. Let's see if he can possibly even go as far as taking an overall podium, but it is the older drivers, the more experienced drivers in the field, using all of that knowledge to full effect. Green flag at the back then, all set to go for our first Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 race of the weekend here at Croft. Alistair Kellett, the championship leader, looking for another win to try and extend his lead, but can Simon Horrobin and co try and stop him? And the red lights go on, red lights are off now, and we're at Fiesta ST240 racing for the first time. Better start from the outside of the front row again this time for Simon Horrobin. He might well win the drag race initially, but here comes Alistair Kellett in the second phase of the start, and John Cooper with a rocket start from the second row takes off the wing mirror of Horrobin, so he can't turn in and touches the back of the 14 car, but holds on to it. So that was a pretty close moment there for them. 2 and 3 abreast to Hawthorns might not work behind them for 6th, 7th and 8th. They all picked their way through. It's not a great start for Joseph Knight. He started 5th position, but down to about 8th after where he got off the line. So a few cars not getting as well off the line as some in these wet conditions, but the rest of the pack turns its way through. And these fantastic 240 brake horsepower, turbocharged front-wheel drive cars. They are literally like little mini touring cars, these machines. Front-wheel drive, slick or wet tyres, and also, of course, turbocharged, lots of power and lots of acceleration. Even with 240 brake horsepower, these things are rockets in a straight line, and they really are giving some drivers a possible future grounding into TCR touring, other touring car series, or beyond. So Alistair Kellett then in the wet continues on in the lead through Barcroft. 2nd for Horrobin, 3rd for Cooper, then Zach Lucas in 4th, 5th place now for Henry Howarth. It's 6th now for Charlie Ellis. So good start for Chellis in there. He got his first couple of Am class podiums last time out at Alton Park, and he's got quite a supporter base amongst his team. It's good to see Charlie having a good, strong opening few corners to this race. As they come towards the end of this first lap, Richard John Neal, Alistair Kellett doing what Alistair Kellett does, which is getting to the front of the race and likely dominate. But as I mentioned in the build-up to it, this season's been very much youth versus experience, and it's experience that's winning out against the younger drivers in the field.
Alistair's, yeah, sort of laid down a bit of a marker, hasn't he? Zach Lucas, of course, had 2 poles for the first 2 meetings and the 1 win, and then Alistair Kellett had 3 wins in the first 2 meetings, so has sort of returned the favour a little bit. Zach on the back foot a wee bit at the moment, but still in podium territory. 3rd place at the moment behind Simon Horrobin, so still in with a shout, but Kellett away down the road. We're looking at the 42, Henry Howarth, who is the Am class pole setter. Charlie Ellis next up in the 11, so that's the Am class battle there, purple versus red, and they're pretty high up as well, those 2 guys.
Yeah, 5th to 8th, that's the battle for 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th for Am class on this. This is really good. The next Pro class car in that order is 9th place, Joseph Knight. So the Am class drivers, the Am class, sometimes because it's their first season, they want to get to grips, they want to class themselves immediately as a Pro driver, but impressively, some of these drivers, if they stick around for a second season, certainly will move up to the Pro class, I'm almost certain. They really are showing some really good form in these early stages and getting up there and scoring really healthy, strong points amongst the overall order. Because, of course, I mentioned what you score based on where you finish overall, not necessarily in your class. So it'll be intriguing to see how they can get on, particularly with the likes of Archie Johnson, who is down in 10th. He's being beaten by 5 of his Am class rivals. That'll be quite intriguing points-wise. Charlie Ellis, meanwhile, with Chellis as he's known to look up the inside. That was way too deep into the corner. Takes off the wing mirror and the side skirt for Henry Howarth. Through goes Harry Hayes, but he might take up the lead, in fact. So that little tete-a-tete between them through the sunny in and sunny out might even give now Harry Hayes the lead in AM class. Looks like Daniel Lewis also went through as well. And Chellis is trying to hold on here. Here comes Harry Hayes round the outside for the second part of the complex. Chellis tries to go back at him on the inside, just about hits the brake pedal so he doesn't repeat the feat that he happened on at Haworth. And Hayes, meanwhile, goes straight to the apex to defend the position. So that was all action stations for the AM class, and it's all changed around in the blink of an eye.
It was, people don't like me using the word, but it was a robust move, wasn't it, that caused that issue. And I can't think of a better word at the moment. Forceful? I don't know. It's better for the Clarks to have a look at that, but as we look at Zach Lucas' change of number this year, as we heard...
That's Harry Hayes, who was leading the AM class, and so there's been, after, shall we say, Clairvaux, which is not what we always like to see, but...
He's spoilt me line about, we haven't seen him on the podium yet, so he's ruined that.
I think you find that's the commentator's curse, Richard.
Yeah.
So he's now off the road, hopefully not with anything that might put him out of the race, but yeah, that AM class battle is getting feisty, shall we say. As you can see now, Harry Hayes is, Charlie Ellis's front splitter is flapping around in the wind now. And through all of that, it's now Dan Lewis who leads. We've had, I think, every one of that top four that was battling for the lead is now taking a turn in the lead in the AM class. First it was, who was it? It was Henry Haworth, then it was Charlie Ellis, then Harry Hayes, and now it's Dan Lewis in the lead in the class now, which is quite interesting. And through all of it also benefiting is, of all people, Archie Johnson. So he comes up through the order. He'll be somewhere deeper in the top, higher up in the top 10. There's Henry Haworth carrying on ahead of Lucas Hayden. He was all arms and elbows exiting Clairvaux a couple of times in qualifying, so he's going to try to get some grip. Meanwhile, in front of the pro class, the more experienced drivers are having a bit more of a serene and calmer time up front, because you've got Alistair Kellett here clear by 2 seconds, ahead of Simon Horrobin in second place. There's the recovering Harry Hayes after he had his moment at Clairvaux or Hawthorns. The question is always, did he jump or was he pushed? But we'll let the stewards decide that, because we didn't see that part. A telltale sign at the front, on the front of his car, I think, nonetheless, but I think we'll say no more about it, I think, after that side. Kellett, meanwhile, is enjoying the wet conditions. Fastest lap of the race, he's now gone to a 1:39.932. That's pretty impressive, considering everyone else is doing 40s into the low to mid 40-something times. 1:39.9 shows that Kellett's certainly got the power down. And as Archie Johnson takes full effect of Charlie Ellis's front splitter flapping around in the turbulent air, he's now up another spot into 7th place. Still Dan Lewis, who leads the class, meanwhile. He'll be 5th position. But into 7th place and second in class, there goes Archie Johnson, as they turn their way onto the back straight for the now 4th time. And the fastest first sector of anyone has just been set by Dan Lewis. So he's now setting a really good pace. Of course, he was a front runner in a championship contender in last year's Fiesta Junior Championship, and even won a race outright in race number 3 at Brands Hatch. That was a partially reversed grid, and he had such great pace, and he pulled away from everybody else and became the first AM/club class driver, as the class was known last year, to win a race outright, which was fantastic. And so some might argue, yes, he might not essentially be an AM driver in terms of pace, but it is his first season as a senior driver out of Fiesta Juniors, so certainly he would have felt that his pace at least might have put him around, he felt, the AM class, but certainly showing good pace that I'm certain if he sticks around for next year, he will most definitely go into pro, because he has got the pace to be up there and match that.
This is, all good stuff at the moment. Kellett, Horrobin and Cooper, and the thing that strikes me about the 3 drivers that we've got at the head of the field is the experience in there, with Zach Lucas in 4th position, Henry Haworth having a look there to try and make a position on Charlie Ellis, but then leaves the door open. Lucas Hayden nips through on the inside. Coming up to play as well is the treble 7, I think. That's is that Sean Reynolds in the treble 7? That's
yes, Sean Reynolds, yeah. It's good to see him back after he had
an
incident.
I'm thinking, hang on, he's not racing Fiestas at the moment, but
he had an incident, I think, at Brands Hatch, where I think he had he tweaked his wrist a little, I think, as a result of that, so he had to set out a couple of rounds. But good to see him back on the grid. Good to see that fluorescent yellow and grey number 777 on the grid too as well. So good to see him back to fighting fitness. That's not so good to see though. Running wide on the exit. No, there's no rallycross circuit this weekend, Sean. Keep it on the grey stuff. There you go.
So Kellett's still out front with that fastest lap. Simon Horrobin in second.
And behind that was Gary Miller getting very robust. That's Henry Haworth getting into his second tangle of the day. So he's already had a bit of a dust up with Charlie Ellis. Now he's been rudely shoved out the way by both Gary Miller and Sean Reynolds. And James Pope's taken advantage of that too. So that means that Haworth's lost 3 spots in one corner.
Yeah, not good for him. There's some great liveries in this championship as well.
Absolutely.
And, you know, how good they look in these murky, wet conditions just tells you how good they are.
My favourite has to be Marco Ricci's new livery, which has got a real proper retro. We can see it on track. He's down in... Where is Marco? I think he must down towards the back. Yeah, he's down 21st, unfortunately, in last. But if we happen to get a shot at him, if he's being lapped or anything else, or if we happen to see him on camera, his car's got a very neon kind of 80s retro vibe in that livery. Gary Miller's... He is rather energetic when it comes to making moves. He was up the inside of Sean Reynolds. That's the second time he tried to pass him up the inside and it hasn't quite worked. And he's just tapping on his rear bumper with that Morse code, looking for a third move. It hasn't quite. I think Sean Reynolds with a flick of the tail there said, do you mind, Gary? Please, if you're going to get past me, do it the right way. Side by side down the pit straight. And now we've got Sean Reynolds trying to drag him into the right-hander. Can he hold on to it here? He breaks it a little bit later. Miller was looking for the inside undercut, but as Sean Reynolds bounces his way over the curb, he now finds Charlie Ellis as his next adversary in front. Tries to take the tighter line exiting Hawthorns, and Gary Miller goes with him. He might well try and stay in the toe if he can. You don't get much of a toe in the wet conditions because the turbulence of the water in front of you tends to kind of negate whatever toe you get. So you have to try and do the best job you can. Who was that running wide? Ellis ran two was onto the grass, I think, looking at it, and that's put him under threat. And Gary Miller with a huge twitch under brakes. It gets him still incredibly up the inside of Charlie Ellis. He might even pull that move off. And I have to ask again, how on earth has he has done that?
And he used the space that was there. He wasn't even close to going into the side of Charlie Ellis's car. Now Gary Miller hasn't finished outside of the hasn't finished outside of the top 6 all year.
You're right.
Here he is flying. Charlie Ellis has
with a huge lose. Big spin up towards the exiting Barcroft, the sunny in, the sunny out, and that could be the wet conditions. Just dropped a wheel around he went. Harry Hayes goes past him as a result of that, but Charlie Ellis is one of those drivers so far in this first race where he's almost had it all happen for him today. It's only gone half distance. Oh, and that's more incidents going on. That's Sean Reynolds and Gary Miller, who have not finished with each other, sadly, and that's now led with Sean Reynolds off the road into the grass. I think these Fiestas are getting a bit overexcited at the moment, I think, because there's a lot going on in this first half of the race.
There's a lot to cope with out there. This is, you know, a tricky track at the best of times, and the wet makes it even more so when you've got the extremely close competition between these rocket ships out there. Kellett now 4 seconds clear of Horobin and Cooper. Zach Lucas still is there in 4th place, and amateur class Lewis from Johnson. Need to check my TSL to see who's 3rd at the moment. James Pope, need to keep an eye on James Pope at the moment. So he passed, Chellis has dropped right the way down after his moment. So it's Pope from Howarth for 3rd place, and Pope's got a little bit of ground at the moment over Henry Howarth for that final podium step on the AM class.
Yeah, it's a little more civilised, shall we say, at the front with the top 4, because in terms of this, it's a lot calmer and there's a lot less going on at the front, but it's still pretty racy between the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th between Simon Horobin, John Cooper and Zach Lucas, battling amongst each other for the podium places, because Alistair Kellett at the moment has this race on lockdown, quite literally. 4.7 seconds is the gap. We look further back to see Gary Miller, who has had all sorts going on and getting involved in all sorts in the first half of the race. He's now got to on his tail. I think that was Caitlin May, I think, not too far behind him. No, James Pope in the kind of Martini, another car with the sporting a Martini-esque livery on that car, which is quite fitting given that Ford and Martini have a bit of a history in the World Rally Championship in terms of sponsorship. And see there, the pink car there, we don't talk about her too much, and it's unfortunate we don't. Morgan Kidd, who was last year's what you'd call now the AM class winner. It was called Club Class last year. Put some great performances. In fact, actually, last year at Croft was her best performance today because she was in 7th place as one of her best finishes. Won the class all 3 times, and she had the pace to keep at least in touching distance the first 6 cars that were all pro class. So she's had good fortune last year. Not so much great fortune this year with some technical issues and not quite on the pace. Done plenty of testing, but just hasn't quite had the same sort of speed, which is a shame because Morgan, at times, when the car's worked for her, has been absolutely brilliant and been up there just as quick as any of the pro class guys up at the front. So hopefully in the second half of the season they find whatever it is that's holding her or the car back, and she's able to get a bit more in terms of a bit more speed to get up there and score some better results.
That would be good to see, and this is good to see at the moment. Zach Lucas, you could see on the edge there, just trying to get every piece of performance out of himself
and the car. He's the third of this three-way battle for second, third and fourth place. John Cooper, the man that's being chased at the moment in the Simply Car Sales machine, with Simon Horrobin in the more plain grey car. Horrobin and Cooper by far the most experienced drivers in the field. I can't remember exactly how many. I did have a stat, and I'll probably dig it out again next time. Ironically, the stats I was digging out for today were existing lap records and previous race winners. Well, lap records can go out of the window, can't they, in this weather?
Particularly,
it is Alistair Kellett, and I think he's one of the few drivers to have actually won here in the past. But on the grass goes John Cooper, and up onto a podium position now goes Zach Lucas as a result.
And up into the air went John Cooper with that. It was a bucking Bronco, that car. I say bucking with a B, before anyone mishears me. I didn't
you weren't quoting Amy Watts from earlier on.
No, I wasn't, so thankfully, just to clarify that. Anyway, up into the hairpin is more action in the, mostly AM class. Caitlin May is up in the, no, she is in the AM class. This is an AM class battle for fourth, the best of the rest in the category, outside the top three. So Henry Howarth in purple and black, the white car of Caitlin May, who's had some good performances in the past. Caitlin not on exactly the same sort of pace that she'd like to be. And Harry Hayes' car that's going to need a little bit of attention after this race. Currently holding onto the position. And then just behind them is the aforementioned Morgan Kidd, who's back in 15th place. And again, maybe struggling a bit with the pace. And hopefully she picks up a little bit more, because this is not quite the same as the pace we saw her last year when she was getting close to the AM class runners, to the pro class runners, literally here this time, not this time last year, but at Croft last year, when she was on course for the AM title. Through tower they go. She's also been chased down by our newcomer, Adam Durrant, so into car 74, part of the Jam Sport stable. He confused me for a second because he was wearing what looks like Jamie Going's race helmet in the car, and I thought for a second it was Jamie Going in the car for whatever reason. I don't know why I thought
Ringing
that.
For him.
But I had a quick look. I thought, no, it is him, because I recognise Jamie Going's eyes anyway in terms of how they look. So I'd recognise him in the car anyway. So that was definitely Adam Durrant, and doing a grand job too on his first outing in the Fiesta ST2 Awards. It's good to see again another new driver in the championship. Good to see it mid-season, which is nice to see. Usually you get a lot of them coming at the beginning of the season and stick around for most of the year, if not all the whole season. Good to see we've got a newcomer coming in mid-season, which is always nice to see.
That is good to see, yeah. Great for the Fiesta Champion. Now I'm wondering, is Henry Howarth's car the one that's attracted the meatball flag? He's got that.
The race control should tell, on timing should tell me on race control whether it's him or somebody else. So let's see what the timing says. I mean, visibly it might well be Harry Hayes' car, because that car's got obviously a little bit of front end damage that will need some repair. There's nothing on race control that's saying exactly which one's getting the black and orange flag. I want to have a quick look on the insert on the. I can't see anything on the pit wall either that says exactly what number it is.
There's more hanging off Hayes' car. I think that's a good shout by you, Scott. Certainly more.
Yeah, it may well be that one, but we'll see who heeds what. Oh, and that was, I thought for a second there that Harry Hayes was putting the brake lights on, but that was just me looking at the rain light that was coming on. Oh, that's Zach Lucas.
Oh, well,
Zach Lucas off the road, as you rightfully said, from third place, and that was exiting Jim Clark S. That's been a particularly treacherous part of the circuit throughout today. Lucas ambles his way back on. A little bit of front-end damage. Through goes Archie Johnson, so he slipped down to 7th place as a result of that. So through has gone John Cooper into third. Now Zach Lucas had gone up to third. He got up to third place because Cooper had run wide. But now Zach Lucas has had his own mishap. He's now dropped back behind Cooper, Lewis, Knight, and now Johnson back down to 7th. So he's off the podium, and that will also put him down into 5th position in pro class as well. But he'll score the points for finishing 7th. So as I mentioned, you don't get points for where you are in your class. It's where you finish overall. So ultimately, the higher up you finish, the better you'll score towards your own class total, as well as the overall score on top of that too. So a lot of dramatic moments in this first Fiesta S240 race. Another one's just seen Gary Miller run wide on the exit of the hairpin. So they're all at it at the moment.
And it proves, when you see the odd spin, and I've seen races with considerably more spins, it just underlines how, firstly, how on the edge the drivers are and how close the edge is to getting things wrong. But we haven't seen, drivers getting things badly wrong out there. They're all driving well. They're driving on the limit. Zach was absolutely on the limit when he was challenging for that third place to try and get it away from John Cooper. And I would argue that maybe the pressure that he put Cooper on possibly forced John Cooper to make that little mistake. We'll know a little bit more when we get the interviews at the end of the race, but Cooper getting back into third.
And that's Archie Johnson, who's the leader in the AM class. Oh dear, that looks as though that's not just water on the circuit. That looks like fluid out the front of the car, I'm afraid. So Archie Johnson, who was leading the not in the race, but leading the AM class in terms of the points. Sadly, he won't make the finish. That's Lucas Hayden getting very wide on the exit of Jim Clark S's. They are pushing the limits here in this first race at Croft in these wet conditions. They really are going for it, aren't they?
Puts Henry Howarth back on the podium for the AM class now, I think.
He does, you're right. So James Pope is second. Henry Howarth does get to third. So I think he'll have some stories to tell for this first race. As we will look at Chris Stutz, Connor Blackburn, who's had a slightly quieter race out there at the moment, been chased by Lucas Hayden. And they're both chasing down Zach Lucas, who is now, of course, in 7th place, recovering after that little off into the tyres, exiting Jim Clark S. It was just before Barcroft, so not having seen it, my guess would be that he possibly would have lost it on the exit or touched the wheel, tried to correct it one way then the other, and eventually saw himself off the road. Up front, I think we're on to the final lap of the race now, because Alistair Kellett has a 5.7 second advantage as we continue to watch Connor Blackburn chasing after Zach Lucas for what could be... Oh, he's up to 6th now, so Zach Lucas has made a pass and he's up into 6th position. Of course, they've all moved up one spot because Archie Johnson's out of the race. Meanwhile, up at the front, this man, we've not really seen much of him, but for good reason, because all the action's been behind him. But Alistair Kellett doing Alistair Kellett things, which is to get out in front, dominate the way. And he's very much fired up, particularly this year, because the last 3 seasons, if you remember, and there, Richard, in 2021 he missed out on the final round due to a last lap incident a last race incident on the first lap. 2022 he missed out because he had a missed out windscreen, and therefore lost the amount of points he wanted to try and get, and lost out to Jensen Brickley. And 2023 just lost out simply on points. He won the last race of the season, but just the amount of points that he did or didn't have just wasn't enough to stop Albert Webster from winning the championship. So he's been determined more than ever this year to make this season the season that he wins the ST240 title. He's a former champion in 2016 back in the old multi-class format when he was in Class D in a ZTEC S. But now in the ST240s, he's continuing to spread eagle the field and push as hard as he wants to in order to try and hopefully put himself on course, fighting for that ST240 title. He's begun this weekend in the best possible fashion. Alistair Kellett to the checkered flag, a wonderful, comfortable win for race number 1, and he weaves in delight in celebration, and so he should. That's a really strong drive for Alistair. Lights the flag from pole position. 2nd place to Simon Horrobin, and 3rd to finish off the most experienced podium of all 3 drivers, I'm sure, in the mix. John Cooper picks up 3rd place, another podium for him. That's his 5th. That's his third place in a row, if I'm correct. He got 2 at Alton Park. Dan Lewis wins the AM class, and also his 4th overall from Joseph Knight in 5th position. Zach Lucas recovers from that incident off into the tyres that gets him 6th position. 7th will go to Connor Blackburn, 8th to Lucas Hayden, 9th to Gary Miller, 10th to Harry Hayes in the end. And then what happened to Henry Howarth in the end? Because he was in the mix for the AM class podium, and now he's 4th. So something's happened in that last lap and a half, unfortunately. But he will come back, I'm sure, tomorrow and try and declare himself. They're still racing towards the back of the field for the final few positions. You've got Luke Ward, Christopher Blackburn and Marco Ricci. You see what I mean by the livery. It's going to be a drag race here, as I thought it was going to be between for position. That would have been for 17th and 18th place. Marco Ricci takes 19th, and then the only car we won't see that take the checkered flag, I believe, is going to be Archie Johnson, because his car pulled up just at Barcroft with a mechanical issue. So no, that was down at Tower Bend, so they're going to have to recover that car and get it out of the way. So that was action-packed in that first Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship race. But through it all, the man who saw the least amount of action in the end was the man that leads the championship and the man that won the race. So, results from race number 1 sees Alistair Kellett, the championship leader, once again take victory in the Fiesta ST240 Championship, sponsored by Airtech Motorsport, and he wins by 5.5 seconds from Simon Horrobin in 2nd place and John Cooper in 3rd. So the most experienced drivers in the field take 1st, 2nd and 3rd, proving the experience counts for a lot. Dan Lewis, who's one of the youngest drivers in the field, takes the AM class, winning 4th, and Joseph Knight in 5th position, and Zach Lucas in 6th after he had that off into the tyres just before Barcroft. Connor Blackburn 7th, Lucas Hayden 8th, Gary Miller, who was involved in all sorts in that race, picks up 9th place. James Pope 2nd in AM class, and had Harry Hayes in 3rd in class, 10th and 11th overall. And Henry Howarth lost out a podium on the final lap of the race. Maybe we can find out what happened there. And that was followed by Caitlin May, Morgan Kidd, Adam Durrant, Sean Reynolds, Luke Ward, Christopher Blackburn and Marco Ricci. The only cars we didn't see finish the race. Well, Archie Johnson didn't finish the race. He was, well, he says he's a lap down, but he was pulling off the road at Tower Bend. His car's not there anymore, so maybe he did make it to the flag, but just a lap down. And then Charlie Ellis, again, was involved in all sorts himself too, at the back of the field in 21st and 2 laps down. There is Charlie, in fact, going through the shop. 2 more races left to go. Next one coming up is going to be for the Gas Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. That'll come shortly. But before that, we can hear from our top 3s in Pro and Am for Richard John Neal in pit lane from that first AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 race.
Some warm applause has greeted Alistair Kellett as a winner of our first race of the weekend for the AirTech Motorsport Fiestas. Alistair gets himself out of the car. Tell you what, it looks like he's had a bit of a workout. He's going to go over and have a quick word with Simon Horrobin and John Cooper. What a race that was. Very difficult conditions out there. Simon's mirror is damaged. Handshakes, well done. Alistair, congratulations. Thank you. Super job. Lots of shenanigans behind you, but you were very much focused on clear track, probably the best place to be in those conditions.
Yeah, it was to get to the first corner first. Did that, got out of the first corner, and then John and Simon, I think, were battling behind, and the car was just on rails for the whole race. And it was a case of do it back off, and then if you back off and lose concentration, you fall off. So I just didn't look in the mirror, just kept going, and I have no idea who was behind me.
It was a wee bit. Take the spoils of victory. So we'll take the honours. A winner every round so far as well.
I think so, yeah. So hopefully we can keep that going till the end of the year. We'll see what happens. Yeah, it's good at the moment.
We'll try not to jinx it, Alistair, but it's such a tough championship year on year. And one of the things that stood out for Scott and myself commentating on the race was the amount of experience at the top end of the field. You've won here before. I think John's won here before, but nobody else in the field has.
Yeah, I think Simon, the 3 of us won here. So I think experience showed this morning in qualifying in the wet, and top 3 experience again. So the old hands are still at the front, so we'll keep the youngsters behind for another while.
Love to see the older drivers mixing with youngsters. Well done. We'll catch you again. I guess.
Can I just say a happy 21st birthday to my daughter Chloe, who's in Canada at the moment working, so happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Chloe. Hope you have a fantastic day. What a way to celebrate. Good stuff, Alistair. Thanks ever so much. Simon Horrobin, P2. Let's grab a quick word with Simon. Fairly straightforward.
Yeah, trying to catch Alistair. It was all right for the first few laps, and then the back tyres were just shot. He just come on and he went strong, and I just dropped off, and then I just had to try and keep in front of John there.
And John had his own battles, didn't he, with Zach Lucas earlier on?
Well, yeah, there was one point there I thought I'd back him up a little bit, because obviously give him the pleasure of Zach and that, so he might be giving me some breathing space, you know. Just the back end was all over the place, slippery out there.
Nice one. Well done. Good to see P2, Simon.
Thank you very much.
And the experience that we have on the podium, John Cooper, I think the most experienced driver in the field. We mentioned that before this year. He backed you up into Zach. Zach, did he force you into a mistake?
No, I kept missing gears. It was all my own out of that one, yeah. And then Zach had a bit of a slide out back, and I managed to nip back past him. We were a good ding-dong, that. I kept making mistakes, he kept making mistakes. I enjoyed that, so good race. And then I saw Dan coming in, and I thought, oh, not again. But we just managed to get away. So.
Satisfying race, though?
Yeah, I enjoyed that. I was a little bit off the start. I was at the side of Simon, but I could see his wing mirror got folded in, so a little bit hesitant, and I just got back to it with Zach then. So good race, enjoyed it.
Well done for bringing it home in P3, and more power to your elbow tomorrow.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, John Cooper. We're going to have a quick word down with Dan Lewis, who took the AM class win. Dan, let's see if we can grab a word with Dan. AM class winner.
Yes.
Congratulations, yeah. And a happy man.
Yeah, 100%. That was a brilliant race. We started P12, obviously ended up P1 in class and P4 overall, which I think is not bad considering it's nice and wet. No offs for me, so that was a lovely clean race for me. It was all good, yeah.
You know, again, to make the point we were saying in the comms box, it was the race for us about experience. These 3 guys that finished ahead of you got the most experience of racing here. They've taken wins here. This is relatively new ground for you.
So I've actually raced here twice now, once in the Mark 6 ST in the juniors and in the Mark 7 D-Tech in juniors as well. But I've got some experience in the wet here, so I think it translated today, so it's great, yeah, loving it.
Class win's mega, isn't it? But obviously you're going to be looking to get up with the overall podium, and that's now doable.
Yeah, that comes with experience, you know. So it'll come, and maybe in a couple of rounds' time I'll be at the top again. So.
And some of the juniors need to be looking at what you're doing and maybe making the move next year, or maybe you don't want them in next year.
Well, I know a lot of the juniors are really quick, but yeah, no, it's definitely a good step up to come from juniors into these, and it's definitely the right way to go, I think. Or something front-wheel drive, you know, or maybe rear-wheel drive if you're feeling different, but, you know, I love a Fiesta.
Super one. Great driving in the wet. Dan Lewis, many congratulations. Takes the win. We'll get the spoils of class victory to you in a moment. James Pope takes 2nd position. Well done, James. Congratulations. Enjoy that?
Yeah, it was scary. It was scary. I was just guessing round the corners because I couldn't see anything. I literally could not see nothing because the heat windscreen wasn't working. And I came into tower and arrived, and I was like, I'm here. Yeah, I'm really happy with the second place. I felt I had good pace overall. In qualifying, I was a bit annoying, got set back, so I had a lap deleted. That managed to pull it back in the end. I was just practically guessing going around.
Was it track limits, the qualifying?
Yeah, it was track limits, yeah. But I'm really happy with it. Really, really happy.
And anything to change? Obviously, with conditions, you're probably not thinking about changing things other than being advised on wet setup to maybe dry tomorrow.
Yeah, the start was a brand new thing for me. I'd never really done a wet start on that before, so the turbo was a different learning curve for me. But I managed to get a good start, just a bit messy on the opening lap into turn 1, and managed to get pushed back a bit, but we're working on it next race.
Okay, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Well done.
Thank you.
Nice bit of silver weather. Enjoy your evening. And I think our third and final podium finisher is, wasn't Henry Howarth, was it? Harry Hayes. It's alliterative anyway. Henry Howarth, how you are. You're live to the nation. First podium. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I don't know what to say. I'll go now and chill and see my girlfriend. I don't know, what do I say into the mic?
Well, it's up to us to ask the questions. But what have you done differently today, or what's happened differently to bring you here?
I don't know. It's my second time at Croft overall, and I just kind of pushed really, and had trust in the car in the wet, and I got my podium.
And that's the start of, being able to move forward, isn't it? Yeah. Obviously, you try and consolidate your position in the AM class, move up and join some of those pros.
Yeah, of course, fingers crossed. It's only my fourth time ever in a race car, so yeah, I'm really proud of myself.
And how have you got here? What was the background before Fiestas?
So my father, who owns Brscc Limited, who's on the car, we sponsored a driver called Toby Trice, who raced in Ginetta, and then it kind of took it on from there, and then we got into it December last year.
Toby's racing in the Porsche Sprint Cup Great Britain this year, isn't he, and doing a lot to promote fertility issues for men, so we appreciate it. So he got you guys involved?
So he reached out to my father because my father's got a rail business and Toby's a train driver by trade. Yep. So he reached out to Brscc Limited, and we kind of got on board from there, and joint teams, and then a couple of years later I'm here on the podium.
So he's passed on the bug for racing, thankfully hasn't passed on the bug for pink bobble hats.
Yeah, absolutely, no, I appreciate it.
It's a good brand, isn't it, Toby's brand? But great start. I hope it's the first of many podiums. Many congratulations. We got cars out on track. We'll see you next time on the podium. First time podium finisher, always a good thing. Are we going to get another one in the next race? We're looking forward to the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s, and they'll be with us in just a couple of moments.
Who knows, maybe we might well get a first-time podium finisher. It's a slightly more jumbled-up grid again for the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Thanks to Richard and thanks to all of our podium finishers. Well done to them. We'll see the Fiesta SC240s back on the grid tomorrow. So, let's take a look at the grid for our first MX-5 Championship race of the weekend. And it is going to be Luke Pullen, who starts on pole position after a great effort in qualifying, puts him on pole by half a second alongside Adam Sparrow. Yet to win a race this season, was vice champion last year, can today be the day he finally takes a first top step visit of 2024. Ewan Thomas, who switched from Mark 3s to Mark 1s, he starts on a personal best third, and then Neil Chisnell in P4. With a great qualifying, that put himself in the fourth place on the grid. He'll then have Jack Noller and Levi Aisbert on the third row of the grid, ahead of William Chadwick and Tim Dorr. He's then followed by Harry Storer and Adam Craig. Then it's the 29 of Thomas Brown alongside Ollie Walden on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 sees Martin Tolley back out in the Mark 1 again after his MX-5 Clubman antics. And it's Chris Delwell alongside him. Graham Rumsey and Keith Dalton start on the 8th row of the grid ahead of Clyde Chisnell and Simon Privet. And then towards the back of the grid we have Jonathan Fieldstead and Tim Storer, father of Harry. Then it's Richard Bartlett and Jason Aisbert round out the 22-car field that we have for this weekend in the Gaz Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. So the big thing we need to talk about here is the fact that we are missing one key person, and that's the championship leader, because Thomas Langford, who I think will have some work commitments working on a bit from the right, must be for Extreme E, because he works to Extreme E when he's not racing for Mazda MX-5. Not here this weekend, so therefore this gives a major opportunity to his three main championship rivals, them being, of course, Luke Pullen, Adam Sparrow, and I should know this off heart, but I'll admit in a second. Luke Pullen and Adam Sparrow, at least, are going to be two of his main championship contenders in the season. And he will be hoping that they can take some big points away from him, particularly if they can finish first and second. In what order they will end up if they're first and second still remains to be decided, as we know. But the impressive qualifying from some of the drivers in there, it should be, includes Neil Chisnell. Good effort from him to put his car number 8 into position. So, yeah, Jack Noller's the other one to watch out for too. He was the dominant winner at Anglesey. Won all 3 races and has really thrust himself properly into championship contention. In fact, he comes into the weekend on overall scores only 14 points behind Thomas Langford. So he has got a real chance to leapfrog him, but also so do both Luke Pullen and Adam Sparrow. Adam comes into the weekend, he is now 33 points off the top, and Luke Pullen's got some work to do. He's got some ground to make up. He's making up ground ever since he had a DNF in the very first race of the season. We had a wheels shear off at Silverstone, but he's been recovering ever since, and he actually picked up 2 victories at Alton Park. Wasn't on the podium at Anglesey last time, but did pick up 3 top 5s that will certainly have helped him in terms of points. But from pole position, there's a real opportunity here that he could pick up a very strong result. So, the kind of camo livery car, Luke Pullen, starts on pole position. It's the silver car with the orange bonnet. That is Adam Sparrow on the front row of the grid. The all-white car with the kind of, looks like Exol sponsor on the front is the Ewan Thomas, and also watch for Jack Noller, who's in the Go For It racing car, white with red wheels. The 5-second board's gone up. Time for our first Mazda MX-5 Championship action of the weekend as we go lights out. It's a strong start there from Harry Storer from the 3rd row of the grid. He peeked out just as they came off the line. Lights went green. He's already up to 3rd, maybe 2nd. Jack Noller slots the gap between Neil Chisnell and looks like that's Ewan Thomas. Thomas leans on Noller through the first corner. It's nearly 3 abreast to Clairvaux. There's more fisticuffs going through Clairvaux and Hawthorns, but it looks like Thomas will hold on to the place. It's allowed both Pullen and Sparrow to get away cleanly from the start, but they're all fighting over 3rd place here with Thomas in front of Noller, then Chisnell. It's then Storer, William Chabot with a good start. It's not Harry Storer, in fact, it's car 13. So car 13 in MX-5 Championship.
Levi Aisbett.
It's Levi Aisbett, so that was a strong start from Levi too. So thanks for the save on that one, Richard. He's done a good start there. Up the inside goes Noller for 3rd position. Ewan Thomas takes the wide approach around the outside. Now there's a yellow, looks like there's a slippery surface flag gone out. I'm not sure if that's anything that's gone down. As Harry Storer gets a big wiggle on. Or that's because it is quite slippery out there, particularly because of several cars that have going off, and Adam Sparrow's finding that one out particularly quickly. Yeah, there's a warning of how treacherous and slippery it is around this part of the circuit in particular. I'm not sure if there's been anyone dropping extra fluid down there, like oil or fluid that you can't necessarily see in these wet conditions.
Johnny, the cameraman, was speculating with me that someone had put some oil down on the previous race that maybe we haven't seen.
Possibly. It's a thought. The only other reason why I thought they'd put that flag out, if it's not for oil, is because of the amount of cars that have had issues at that part of the circuit when it's been wet. So they've said, look, just take it steady through that part of the course,
good shout. Because
of how wet it is out there and how many cars have fallen foul of it. So whether it's one way or the other, certainly drivers have to be a bit more careful down the back end of the circuit. Not being too careful there was William Chadwick up the inside of Leo Aisbett. A nice clean move up the inside. He's almost got it done. Aisbett gets a good run on the exit. In fact, on the acceleration part off the corner, we'll get him back again here, and also it's side by side behind him between that's Harry Storer and Tim Dorr. Off the road has gone the other Storer, that's Tim Storer off the road in car 50. So as one's battling for position, the other one recovering after a spin. Chadwick tries to find the apex and turns in just around the outside of Aisbett. Meanwhile, Tim Dorr getting into it with Harry Storer. Tim Dorr, the defending Masters champion, and he is currently 3rd in those points. It's Graham Rumsey who leads the Masters standings from Chris Delwell, and then Tim Dorr in 3rd place. So they will be battling through. In fact, he is the highest placed Masters driver at the moment. 2nd of those is Martin Tolley, who is 12th overall. Then you find the Masters points leader, Graham Rumsey, in 13th. End of the opening lap, it's Luke Pullen who leads by 0.3 of a second. They're now a second and a half clear from the fight for 3rd between Ewan Thomas and Jack Noller. Ewan making the switch from SuperCup to Mark 1s mid-season, and he's made his first appearance at Alton Park. And since then, has been pretty well suited to the Mark 1s in many cases. And he's now moving up the order. Jack Noller 4th, Neil Chisnell 5th, Levi Aisbett 6th, then Will Chadwick. This battle between Harry Storer and Tim Dorr, which has now got Tim in front of Harry, and Adam Craig rounding out the top 10. So into sunny in and sunny out for the second time. And field just getting a tiny bit spread out. Everyone trying to find as much grip as they can in these opening couple of laps in conditions that are quite different to what they had in qualifying. It was damp and it was a little bit drizzly, but it wasn't quite as wet as it is here on track this afternoon. So the slight weather conditions. It's not a significant changing conditions that have required an extra formation lap. It's enough for them to realise that it is damp and slippery, but a bit more than it was compared to this morning's conditions. Just seeing Adam Craig there. He's has some up and down fortunes and some up and down pace sometimes. Sometimes I've seen him, he's been pretty quick. Other times he's been sort of hovering around the top 10, which is usually where usually in the second half of the top 10 is where you tend to find him. Sort of the 6th to 10th range. He's currently sat in 10th at the moment behind Harry Storer and Tim Dorr. There's the Anglesey Dominator. Jack Noller in 4th position, taking all 3 victories, and again, that really has pushed him right into contention for the championship. And even though both Pull and the Sparrow are quite conveniently finishing quite a few positions ahead of him at the moment, it will certainly be, in fact, he's 4th, and of course it's 1st and 2nd, so they'll take a few more points out of him. But I imagine that Jack Noller, by the end of today's race, if he stays where he is or moves up a couple more spots, will effectively take over the championship lead on total points, which is exactly what he'll be hoping to do. Shame we don't have championship leader Thomas Langford this weekend, but I imagine he has got some prior work commitments with Extreme E that's forced to clash. It means he can't make it this weekend. It'll probably mean, though, Richard, that if he does come back for the remaining rounds, like Jacob Hotchkiss in Fiestas, he can't afford a slip-up.
Yeah, it's all about managing the... It creates a different mindset as well, isn't it? Knowing that you've got to finish, knowing that you've got to get those points, if he's going for the championship, rather than just thinking about coming out and enjoying each individual race.
Does indeed. Certainly, if he comes back for Cadwell Park, which I certainly will do, he'll be fired up to, again, get himself back to the top step. For the races that he's competed in, he hasn't finished off the podium once. So he's been on the podium consistently. So in terms of drop scores, these 3 races will become his drop scores. But it means then, as we talked about, is that every single result after that has got to be a strong one. And if he can keep that up and stay on the podium for the rest of the season for the races that he can do, that again will put him in no end of a strong position, particularly when drop scores come into play. It'll put him in the pound seats to hopefully hold on to that lead.
And you need that. You need that psychological advantage, as it were, and confidence to take into the closing stages. Are we still, by the way, on the scenario where drop scores can't be done on the last event?
It's slightly changed this year. If you take part in the final event, you can drop it. If you don't take part in it, you can't drop it.
Oh, that's cool. That's brilliant.
So that's a bit tweak to it. There were some people that liked that rule. Some people didn't quite like it being hampered in the last round. So there's a choice there, is that you can drop it as long as you take part in the event. But if you choose not to, you can't drop it, and it has to count as one of the
so
major
you carry
scores.
that advantage.
So that's an interesting sort of little dynamic in there, and that's across a few BRSC championships in that one. In that you can use the drop score at the final rounds of drop score, but you've got to take part in it in order to be able to use it.
That's absolutely fair, isn't it?
So that's
you want the showdown, don't you? You want the
you
top
do.
runners there.
And we've seen it in other championships in the past, as we watched William Chadwick and Neil Chisnell battling over 5th position. We've seen it in the past where the champion will dominate, and then either for safety because they want to keep the car clean or don't want to get themselves potentially in trouble that could cause disqualification or something else, but they'll park the car on the sidelines for the last round of the season and watch it and let everyone else fight each other. Right? And I'm maybe a purist says, whoa, Neil Chisnell gets a huge tank slapper on. Maybe that it was a twitch at least for Extinction Car guesses, but I'm one of those purists that if you win the championship, I mean, example, Max Verstappen wins the championship, but he does all the races. He doesn't sort of stop 2/3 of the way through if he wins the championship and goes, I'll give it to Liam Lawson or whoever's the reserve driver. He goes and does the whole races. Now, granted, yes, F1 is different to club racing, absolutely,
it's
the budgets and size. But at the same time, if you're the champion, in my view, you do all the races to show that you've actually probably done it from start to finish. And it's up to you to make sure that you can get through all those races cleanly. So, yeah, I think that's a good rule in terms of it gives them incentive to do the final round, but also it means that you do get the ultimate thing of if you don't do it, then you can't use it as a drop round. It's almost like an ultimate penalty.
And then everyone will moan that you do the first race and then park up, but at least they're there.
Well, I guess it's their prerogative, but that's more the end of the season before against now in the second half. At the front of the field, Luke Pullen sets a new fastest lap of the race. He's now just about under a second ahead now of Adam Sparrow. Now, Pullen will be on for his 3rd win of the season. Adam Sparrow his 1st, because he hasn't won a race so far this season. Vice champion last year, where he won a handful of races, to last year's champion with Steve Foden, of course, who is now in Audi TTs, which we'll see next time in next race up, coming in the Audi TTs. And took that win when he took the win, but it was inherited slightly by the fact he got it from Adam Blair after he had a DQ. So because of that, or a penalty, which meant that Steve Foden did win, but he won it kind of off the road rather than on the road, which is, you take each win as it comes, but you have to wait and see how it works. But of course, he still has his grounding in MX-5s, and that was a really nice move out on the outside from Will Chadwick. He's using all of the experience, I think, as this year's eSports winner, because he was the eSports series winner, and translating that well onto the circuit. Good to see him up the front, and has come on well in these last few meetings where he's been up there towards the front. He was particularly strong at Anglesey, where he was in that mix for a podium finish. He got about 4th, so hasn't had a podium yet, but he's been threatening the last few meetings. And actually, to be fair, he's not too far behind Jack Noller and Ewan Thomas. If he can keep on pushing, it's possible.
He's looking good, and the one thing you can't really, people say you can't really get wet driving skills in sim racing or e-racing or i-racing.
I'd say possibly the best example to do that is probably nowadays is possibly iRacing. Their new Tempest weather system has got, from what people have reviewed, they're people raving about it because it's so realistic. It's properly custom built from the ground up. And a lot of people are saying when they drive it, yeah, this feels exactly how it should do in terms of wet weathers. And you can get MX-5s in there. It's granted it's the newer MX-5 Global Cup car. I think the older Mark III one still exists as well. But for Mark 1s has not quite made it to iRacing, if at all, if it ever will. But some drivers might have started using that. Others might be using just iRacing as a training tool just for certain circuits. I believe, if I'm right, I think Croft is on the way. I think it's on the way for iRacing. I need to double check it whether it's that. There's Cadwell Park and Thruxton are coming, and also Croft on top of that. But anyway, that's esports. We'll get back onto the race at hand here, as we tend to go off into tangents. This is the fight we need to watch for then. Luke Pullen and Adam Sparrow. With Sparrow setting the new fastest lap of the race, he was about 3.5 tenths quicker on that lap, and sets a 1:49.164 to go even quicker. And he was a fraction slow, about a tenth slower than Pullen through the first sector. And Ewan Thomas has lost half a second to Jack Noller as well, so that's now nose to tail by less than a second for the final podium place. And also keep an eye on Chadwick. His first sector was quicker than both of them, so he's closing in. He's only got about a second to find also. So there could be a three-way scrap for third place as well as a one-on-one fight for the lead.
This is like one of those races where you interview the 4th place guy and, oh, if I'd have had another lap, you know, we might get that from Adam Sparrow. But yeah, he has, as you said, got the bit between his teeth and trying to close in. We haven't had a podium yet, have we, for you and Thomas? So not in SuperCup, and I don't think I haven't been at all the Mark 1 rounds. Let me have a quick look at my summary. I don't think Ewan's had one yet. Let's have a quick look through. No, I don't think he has. So this could be a first podium for the ex-Carter.
Yeah, and he had some decent enough results starting off in the SuperCup, but they decided to make the switch from Alton Park onwards into Mark 1. He feels a lot more comfortable in the Mark 1. And he showed some good pace here too, so he's actually in front of one or two of the regular front-running cars. So good stuff from him so far. Jack Noller, meanwhile,
Chadwick's done well to catch him, hasn't he?
He has, very, very well. In fact, Luke Pullen sets the new fastest lap of the race, and as I expected, given how quick he was going, Will Chadwick steals it. So that went from a 1:48.736 literally to a 1:48.733. So he stole it by 0.03 of a second on that lap, and so he is the fastest man on track at the moment. And as we talked about it, that first podium for Will Chadwick, touch wood, it could be on, but he first needs to obviously get past Noller and then Thomas to do so. And he's also running out of time. It's only 3.5 minutes, so he's going to have to get on with it.
He will. What a fascinating dynamic this race has had in terms of Pullen getting away, Sparrow responding, trying to close in, got fastest lap, then Pullen went faster than him, momentarily getting fastest lap, and then William Chadwick in 5th position, who's having a look.
That's Noller.
As Noller goes off.
Jack Noller off into the gravel, the man second in the championship coming into the weekend. And Jack Noller skids off through the gravel. Thankfully, he tracks through it. I've seen other drivers who have not been so fortunate in that gravel trap in the past, but thankfully, because it's been raining, the gravel in there is slightly more solid and more hard packed. So therefore, thankfully, he's managed to track through. He's now dropped to what will be 8th position because he's now behind Tim Dorr. So he's lost out to Thomas, to Chadwick, to Neil Chisnell, to Levi Aisbert, and now Tim Dorr through that mishap. He'll be kicking himself for it, and in terms of his worst results, that might well be his worst result because he hasn't finished outside the top 5 in all the race. Finished every single race, hasn't finished outside the top 5. So that will be one of his automatic drop scores if he stays where he is in now, what will be 8th position. Now for the lead, Sparrow's closed back in on this lap. He's now found... Yeah, he's found about 6/10 on this lap, and he's right on the back bumper of Luke Pullen, who is hoping to try and add to his double clean sweep at Alton Park, where he took his first 2 wins of the season. Took his first 2 wins of his MX-5 career last year in fine fashion at Donington Park. But Adam Sparrow, who takes the fastest lap of the race back again, 1:48.618, so he lowers it by about another 10th or so. He's still trying to push on, and I think Pullen was a bit hesitant through the first apex of Hawthorne there. Now through the curb, and I can see Pullen twitching away at the wheel, trying to find grit. And I think Sparrow's a bit more comfortable behind the wheel of that car, and I think possibly, Rich, he could be sizing him up for a move in the next lap or two.
It would be well timed, wouldn't it, if he can do it? And here he comes now, has a little look out. He's going to have a look down the inside run and does it. He's through. Adam Sparrow upsets the order, grabs the lead going into Tower Corner, runs a little bit wide. Luke Pullen's going to try and come back.
Not done yet. He puts a wheel onto the white line. You never want to do that. He squeezes him to the edge of the circuit, but he forces Pullen to back out of it momentarily. We know how treacherous it is here, through the Jim Clark S's. They're still wanting him to be a bit careful in terms of conditions. In fact, the red and yellow flag has gone, so the slippery surface flag is there no more. And if it is raining, it's raining very gently. If not, they've just got the wipers on just to deal with any droplets of water or spray on the car if there is any. But Pullen's not finished here. He's not been dropped by Adam Sparrow, so he's keeping with him, and they're going to come on to the last lap of the race. So one more time around the Croft circuit today. They'll have 2 more chances tomorrow to try and replicate that if they can. Into the complex they'll come. And Sparrow then, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, but he is quite literally just a fraction over a lap away from his first win of the season. And he'll be desperate to try and make that happen because he's been trying so hard. He's gone pretty much, that will have been, how many races has he done? He's done 11 races so far in the first half of the season without a victory. His 12th attempt in 2024. It could be a victory, but Pullen's coming back at him down the pit straight with a good exit off the hairpin. Does the dummy to the inside line. Will he be daring enough to go later on the brakes? It's a spit of flame on the downshift, but Sparrow takes the racing line, sweeps across and holds on to the place. Meanwhile, for third, it's on between Thomas and Chadwick. These two had never been on the podium before. One of them's got to give, and he's up the inside. There's a little tap in the tail from Chadwick. He's pushing him all the way through, quite literally. This is the fight for the first ever podium. Who's it going to be? It's Thomas or Chadwick between them. Out of the S's onto the back straight towards Tower. These are the 2 fights for the lead in third place. Here comes Pullen down the outside to try and reclaim the lead. There's going to be more grip on the outside line. Does he stick it round the outside? Yes, he's halfway through. He's 3/4 of the way there. And Sparrow, it shows on the edge of the road. He's off the road onto the grass, and that might be game, set, and match, I think, Richard.
Yeah, absolutely right. He had a go, got a bit squeezed. They might have words about that, didn't give each other room. But racing here side by side for third position is the battle for the final podium, and Chadwick's through.
Brilliant gutsy stuff up the inside. You don't go side by side with Jim Clark S's, particularly in these conditions. But William Chadwick, absolute guts of steel to get through. And now Thomas looks back up the inside, tries to hold the line, squeezes back up the inside. They make contact, they touch. But Chadwick's still round the outside with more grit. Thomas isn't going to give it up. And Chadwick does indeed go back to him. He slides wide, he's off onto the grass, he's off the road. Sideways and off of a podium place. Thomas goes back through. All happening. He loses 4th as well because passing goes Levi Hayes, but it's all happening on the last lap. Plenty of activity, but this man, finally, it seems that his 12th attempt in 2024, vice champion last year, still in the hunt for the championship, and finally in 2024, it is going to be a long-awaited first win of the year for Adam Sparrow in race 1 of the season, of the weekend, rather, for the Gasshocks Mazda MX-5 Championship. Sparrow wins, Pullen in 2nd place, and Ewan Thomas will take his first MX-5 Championship podium in 3rd place. It'll be 4 for Levi Hayes, but it'll be now 6th for William Chadwick because he lost out to Neil Chisnell as well. That's heartbreak for him. He'll want to try and rebound and put that right tomorrow. After the scrap for 7th and 8th after Nola's off the road, side by side to the line, and it's going to be Nola just by 0.135 of a second from Tim Dorr, who is also top Masters driver. Then Harry Storrott and Adam Craig round out the top 10. That's quite a wholesome podium, that. Adam Sparrow's first victory of the season. Oops, off the road's gone 991, and that is into the tyres, glancing off the barrier, Simon Privet. So he's been in the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship also. He had a spin in one of the earlier races, but he's now got off the road and had a rather eventful day. He can regroup and come back tomorrow. He will come through in what was going to be 15th, but he's off the road, in fact. He's dropped down several spots. So Sparrow with his first win of the season. Luke Pullen takes another podium finish and a first podium in the championship since switching to Mark 1s. Goes the way of Ewan Thomas. Levi Hayes, but also, I should mention, that might well be his best result of the season. It is. His previous best result was 6th place, and that was in the first race at Alton. So great effort from Levi Hayes, but to pick up 4th, his best result of the year. And Neil Chisnell also improving too. So, for the first time this season, at last, Adam Sparrow takes his first victory of the year in the Gas-Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship, but with a gutsy move to get through and a robust defence to hold off Luke Pullen back in second place by 0.4 of a second. Ewan Thomas, after that last lap tussle, gets his first MX-5 Championship podium, ahead of Levi Aisbett with a personal best result. Neil Chisnell picks up 5th. That might well be one of his best results of the season. It is. Best result since Brands Hatch, but it's William Chadwick who just lost out on a podium but will come back stronger tomorrow in 6th. Likewise, Jack Noller, he was off the road at the town corner. He rebounds to 7th, only just ahead of Tim Dorr in 8th from Harry Storer and Adam Craig. Then Ollie Walden, Thomas Brown, Martin Tolley finishes 13th ahead of Graham Rumsey in 14th. They were 2nd and 3rd in the Masters category behind Tim Dorr. 15th place goes to Chris Thelwell from Keith Dalton, Clive Chisnell, and Jonathan Fieldsen, Simon Privet after he had his small off at the end of the race. And then Richard Bartlett, Jason Aisbett and Tim Storer, who we saw spinning off at the end of the race, and he was 4 laps down in the end and looks like didn't complete the race. One race left to come then today, which is the first race of the day for the weekend for the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, sponsored by Demon Tweaks, and that should be quite entertaining in the mix. But equally entertaining was today's MX-5 Championship race, and here's Richard with the top 3, and the first time for this year, the winner, Adam Sparrow.
Delighted Adam Sparrow nips across, and I did wonder about whether the room on the go that Luke Pullen had to come back at him might be an issue, but very clearly not. Great camaraderie from the drivers, and a superb first win of the season for Adam Sparrow. The team rightly pleased with that, and Adam, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's one off your back.
Yes, yeah, it's taken half the season, but consistent podiums and first win.
We were looking at the qualifying times and thinking, hey, hang about, the top 3 in the race are exactly as they were in qualifying, not something we get used to seeing in Mazda racing, and then you pulled off a move at the outside at Tower.
Yeah, it was great racing between myself and Luke. I think he had the edge on me, but I saw he made a mistake, so I thought now or never, and then I just had to make my car as wide as possible.
He tried to come back at you, and he was on the grass. A little bit of a squeeze?
I tried to give him as much room as possible, but it's just greasy out there, so.
But nice to get that first win of the season.
Yes, exactly. I'd like to say a massive thank you to the MX-5 shop and BC Cars Motorsport and also Midland Tyre Shaving. It's a good start to the weekend. Also, let's say a good luck to Steve Foden, who's about to go out in the TTs.
Yeah, nice one. We're looking forward to Adam. Congratulations. Brilliant to do a winner's interview with you. Very well done indeed. Luke Pullen takes P2.
How you doing?
Very well, thank you. Good to see you. I was just saying that the speculation I had was that you were squeezed onto the dirt there on that last lap, but the camaraderie here is fantastic.
It is, I'm going to absolutely tooth at Adam later for squeezing me off the track. No, to be honest, it's the last lap. It's greasy conditions. I probably would have done the same to him, what he did to me. So I'm not emotional about it. At the end of the day, we ran a great race. We were speaking beforehand about the pace we had in quali in these conditions, and yeah, it was from start to finish. Really, we pulled away, and I just wish I've made a mistake on the second to last lap and he got me, but it's always a pleasure running with Adam, and happy that we can both pick up some decent points.
That is so good to hear. Congratulations on racing as it should be. A fine P2. We'll see you in P1 next time out. We've got time for one quick interview with Ewan Thomas. I think a first car podium for you. Is that right, Ewan? Many congratulations. Switch from SuperCup to rejoin the Gas-Shocks or join the Gas-Shocks Championship. Decision work for you. What was the thinking behind that?
Oh, well, we just had some problems technically, and so we thought we'd give it a fresh start because I'd just come from karting beginning of this year, so now I've arrived, I suppose.
And a maiden podium, a little bit of a historic moment for us. So, congratulations, that's straightforward for you. A little bit of pressure in the later stages.
Yeah, it was not straightforward. I had good pace at the beginning and then sort of tailed off a bit towards the end, and so I got put under pressure by Chadwick, but yeah, we've managed to get it. We had a little bit of unfortunate contact, but it was just really hard racing. But yeah, I just want to thank AB Motorsport, Midland Tyre Shaving, my dad, Kokora Performance, and my sponsors, Compound and Exol.
Many congratulations. First of many podiums, I hope. We look forward to seeing you resume battle with William Chadwick in tomorrow's racing. Well, as you heard, Steve Foden was wished well in the upcoming race, the Audi TT, sponsored by Demon Tweaks, and we'll be with them on the grid in just a few moments.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, good to have the Audi TTs up once again on the grid. The Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup Racing Champions quickly rattled through the grid for their first race. It's pole position for this first one for Bradley Burns, who starts on the front row of the grid alongside Carl Swift. We'll hope his race lasts longer than the pit straight opening at Alton Park. If you want to find out what happened, well, go back and watch the live stream. Meanwhile, on the second row of the grid, it's double Alton Park race winner Matt Luff, who starts alongside William Stacey. Then Paul Luty and Andrew Dye on the third row of the grid. Andrew Dye getting better in form after a shaky start to the year. Row 4 sees Ross McCarr and a newcomer Sam Heading, who switched across from the SuperCup into his first TT Cup debut race. Then it is Mark Bryce and Charles Budd who round out the top 10, followed by Sean Smith and Jason Pelosi on 11th and 12th on the grid. Then we have Nick Brady and Steve Foden, of course, took his first TT win after he inherited it from Adam Blair after he was disqualified at Snetterton, so he'll be looking to go well from 14th. Patrick Booth and Paul Savage on the 5th on the 8th row of the grid, ahead of Sam Meager and Ruby Smith. Then Morgan Root and Brad Kaler then come next, from Daniel Budd and Tim Gray, and David Richardson right at the back of the grid for our 23-car field here, starting off at Croft. So, Audi TT Cup, brand new championship for this season. It debuted last year as a series, but first year as a championship, supported and sponsored by Demon Tweaks. And as you can see, some top quality cars and top quality drivers across the field from start to finish. And Bradley Burns hasn't won a race yet in the Audi TT Cup Racing Championship, looking to take that here today in race number 1. But he's got Carl Swift alongside him, a slightly different looking car, silver, black, grey, orange, blue and two-tone blue. That's after his race car was involved in the start line incident at race 1 at Croft. But thankfully back on the grid and now trying to rebound, because on drop scores he still leads the championship. But trying to try and get some more points in the mix to try and get himself back on the horse in terms of point scoring. As I say, Matt Luff is the double race winner. He's the black and silver car with the little yellow piping. Watch for him. Started from the second row of the grid, took a double victory. William Stacey, who has been mostly racing rear-wheel drive up before this year, but back at the wheel of an Audi TT for front-wheel drive for the first time and getting stronger with each season. Also keep an eye out for Paul Luty as well, starting 5th on the grid. He's the white car with the offset red colouring just in the third row of the grid. He's also sponsored by a rather favourable sponsor, I think Tunnock's Tea Cakes, or Tunnock's Caramels wafers, which is always quite a delight to see in the race admin office when you see those. And Andrew Dyer also as well, who is in the black, red, orange and yellow number 15 machine. Former race winner on top of that. And you can't miss Ross McCarr either, because he is in the Martini liveried car with the blue wheels. He's got the little blue neon LED strip around the grille, so watch for that car from the 4th row of the grid. All the cars are Mark II generation Audi TT 2-litre front-wheel drive race cars that you can run either a DSG gearbox or a manual, and they have a custom front splitter and rear wing, custom SW Motorsports roll cage. They are plenty of sponsors, plenty of supporters for the championship, and these cars really do look the part, sound the part and race the part. They've been an absolute sensation over the last 12 to 18 months, plenty of them in the mix. We'll be waiting for more action as it goes on. So just the last few cars is being pushed back into positions. They're not starting out of place and possibly getting a penalty. 87 being pushed back, which is Brad Kaler, and also Tim Gray's being pushed back into position. Last car at the back there is David Richardson, as he prepares for liftoff, as does everyone else. So we'll see a green flag at the back very, very shortly. And then our final race of this TCR UK race weekend Saturday is all set to get underway. 23 Audi TTs all set for the off here in North Yorkshire. Green flag waving at the back any second now, as it does. And so Bradley Burns on quest for possibly his first TT Cup race victory, but can Carl Swift & Co stop him in the next 15 minutes? Let's find out then. Revs are about to rise for our first Audi TT Cup Racing Championship race, sponsored by Demon Tweaks. It's Bradley Burns on pole, Carl Swift alongside him on the front row. Watch for Lufford Stacey from the second row. We're lights out and racing. It's a good start from the front row from Carl Swift on the outside, as it has been for several cars today. And they charge down towards Clairvaux for the first time, and it is Carl Swift who gets the better second phase of the start to lead initially, but Bradley Burns lays from the brakes, goes deep into Clairvaux, slides wide and holds on, goes onto the gravel, but somehow tracks his way through and holds on to the place. It's also a good start for William Stacey. He started 4th and has got past Matt Luff already. The top 4 trying to escape as they come out of Hawthorne, out of the S's and onto the back straight for the first time. And it looks as though it is going to be the top 4 breaking away from 5th place downwards. It looks like it might well be, that looks like it's, I'm trying to look like it is to come back into the shot now. It's Paul Luty who's wiggling around under brakes. Then it's 6th for Andrew Dyer, 7th for Mark Grice. That's a much better form from him after he's had a tricky start into life in TTs. He's up there in 7th place, the former multiple-time vice champion in Civic Cup. And he turns his way out of tower as everyone else does. They come towards the Jim Clark S's for the first time. So Bradley Burns doing everything right that he needs to try and get himself out, try and chase down after, to stay ahead of Carl Swift at this point. This is the fight for third developing early days already between Alton Park winner Matt Luff and Will Stacey, who's yet to take a victory but has taken a couple of podiums to his name so far. And Andrew Dye, who's one of the carryover drivers from last year, was one of the first few drivers to pioneer in this championship and cross over into the Audi TTs. He's, of course, a former racer in the City Car Cup, so no stranger to front-wheel drive. And he absolutely loves these TTs. He races his TT not just in the championship, but also in the likes of Club Sport and Super Sport. As Sam Heading gets a little introduction to TT racing from Sean Smith, gets edged out wide and also loses out a place to Ross Macker. One of last year's race winners also. Good to see Ross looking competitive this weekend. Across the line to end lap number 1. The fantastic noise they make as they bundle their way past the pit straight and past the commentary box here. They sound like proper race cars, these 2-litre Audi TTs Mark IIs. Custom front splitter, custom rear wing, custom SW Motorsports FIA homologated roll cage, and all the fantastic supporters and suppliers that we have on board with this championship. And they really are a championship that has taken a lot of people by storm and inspired a lot of people on top of that too. Running wide there, one of the buds, that's 47, which is going to be 47 was, I should get it, Daniel Budd, brother of Charlie. As we see here, Matt Luff is pulled away from Will Stacey, and now Richard looks as though he's under threat from Paul Luty and Andrew Dye, who have stopped fighting amongst themselves and are now battling to try and steal 4th place away from Stacey.
Yeah, this is one of the stories for me. Paul Luty being up at the sharp end, always used to seeing the Scot up at the sharp end of things in whatever he races, and it's just like whether the conditions have come to him this weekend. He's in the Tunnocks car. They're very welcome to bring product up to the box if they want to.
There is a box of caramel wafers in the race admin, so I might pick up a couple if there's any left tomorrow for us in the box. Because they've done so all season. I've always seen that every single weekend they've been out, that caramel, that box starts full and definitely ends empty by the time since the weekend. And I admit I've had one of those myself already this weekend. It might not be the last one. Up towards the complex, I think that's why he's that fast. He's been stocking up on caramels and getting himself up there. Oh, that was a bit of a traffic jam into the complex. That was Mark Grice almost into the back of Andrew Dye, and now with the threat from Sean Smith on the outside, and keeping a watching brief there with Ross Macker. He might get the undercut on Smith and Grice if they're not careful. Out of the hairpin they go for the second time, and down the pit straight once more. And now onto the pit straight now to start lap 3. Gap is 1.8 seconds out in front, and Bradley Burns yet to win a race in Audi TTs, but of course a name familiar to you and I, of course, for a champion racing here this weekend from back in the days of Fiesta Juniors.
Yeah, actually, I forgot about that. Yeah,
and he was incredibly quick in Fiesta Juniors and one of the front runners. Since then, the only thing I know he's raced, he's done a little bit of endurance racing at club level elsewhere. But the only thing I know him racing from before is actually, in all things, at that young age, TCR Germany. He went to TCR
Cup with us. He was on.
He did. Oops, that's the background. Sorry, that was Sean Smith spinning. That's the leading Masters driver, and there's dirt and dust all over the place. Dirt and grass bring onto the circuit. That must have been midway through. He's been off the road, and that's Mark Grice also is going slowly. I don't want to put 2 and 2 together, but they were 7th and 8th, so I'll let you figure it out by yourself. And if there's anything for afters, it's down to the clerk of the course. But Mark Grice struggling, and with Sean Smith recovering after a spin. So I think something may have happened there, but what? We'll let the clerk of the course decide and look at the footage.
I think that puts Patrick Booth in one of the Martini liveried 4G racing cars. We spoke to him in the build-up to the meeting. I'm not sure if the interview managed to make it to air yet, but we might get to have a look tomorrow as Morgan Root, one of the Rob Boston prepared cars, pops up on the inside, makes the pass on Patrick Booth. Patrick in the Masters class. Rob Boston, incidentally, I don't know if you've covered this, apologies if you have, Scott, for our viewers as well, but the Rob Boston car that we saw at the previous round, he's actually sold the car. And do you know who's driving it?
I'm going to guess it's possibly Sam Heading.
Sam Heading, yeah, spot on. Yep.
Sam Heading moving across from MX-5 SuperCup, who was racing with Rob Boston Racing anyway, if I'm correct. Or he was at least. I think he was racing at AB Motorsport at one point, and then he switched to Rob Boston, or other way around. Either way, he's either back or still with Rob Boston in the Audi TTs, and certainly getting a bit of an education. Currently sat at the moment in 7th place, so good early start for him. And that's interesting. That's a switch from rear-wheel drive to front-wheel drive, and that's not always a simple thing to do for some drivers. So it shows good adaptability and good overall speed, at least regardless of what drive trainings have to deal with.
He's got a good coach, isn't he, with Rob Boston. Rob was quick in whatever he raced in.
Just pointed out, Mark Grice has pulled off on a little inroad between the exit of Tower Bend and the pit straight. So sadly, Mark Grice, who we know how quick he is because he's been, I think, a 3-time vice champion in Civic Cup in the past. He's a good driver in front-wheel drives. Just can't get a break in TTs this season. Absolutely just no luck at all for him this season.
It will probably come when this championship, obviously it started as a series last year, and when it joined us this year, and we got so many big names coming into it from different disciplines, and I think drivers are actually spoiled for choice now, you know, because you could go into the Senior Fiesta Championship, you could go into Mazda's, Mark 1 or SuperCup, or you could come and race here. So, you know, there are plenty of places to get some great live streaming coverage as well. And this is a mega weekend for us, isn't it, having the Mazdas. We love whatever guest formulas we have on with our TCR and Civic Cup shows. But, yeah, just super mega weekend that we've got here at Croft. Change of position there.
Yeah, that would have been Daniel Budd up the inside of Paul Savage. And that would have been for 15th position. There's a lot also having a good scrap here. This is over 10th down to 13th. This is between Jason Pelosi, Nick Brady, Steve Foden, and out the inside of him goes Morgan Root, former mini racer, keeping with the front wheel drive theme. Another Rob Boston racing car, while Steve Foden now with Area Motorsport. And again, he had a shaky start of the season, but there was an issue which they found with the car, which they, after the first race at Brands Hatch, they found out what the issue was, fixed it, and of course he was on form all the way through Snetterton. Had a, again, a not so fortunate weekend at Alton Park, and just trying to find his feet in the wet conditions in this car. And I think this is one of the first few wet races that we've had. And Morgan Root touches the inside, smashes the tyre stack that brings it into the middle of the road. That might be his race no further. That's an impact enough that it's brought the hazard lights on. He's parked the car right on the exit. He just hooked the inside wheel through the inside of Hawthorns. He just tipped the car sideways, and the route he was taking, unfortunately, just took him towards the tyre stack, and I'm afraid that's caused him out of the race. Now, that will be at the very least a safety car, because his car is, at the moment, unable to really move.
Yeah, shame for Morgan Root. First, as you said, encountered him in the mini challenge. I think it was the Coopers originally. Remember rocking up and having a chat with him at the mini festival. Sean Smith getting it all sideways again. Not the happiest of races for Smith at the moment. Completely different discipline for Sean this year. Moves over. He's still actually got the lead of the Masters class, and Patrick Booth is, I think, or was immediately behind him in terms of track, and that's going to close up now with the safety car coming out. And not great for our leader, Bradley Burns, who'd got a 7-second lead over Matt Luff. And that is going to get erased now, and Matt Luff will be delighted. Carl Swift now showing down. Oh, Carl Swift's gone as well by the look of it. Down to 6.
Yeah, you're right. He's gone down to 6th position. In fact,
even more.
No, he's still there. There might be a timing issue because he's right there just behind Bradley Burns.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's me looking at the timing tower and ignoring the... Sorry, apologies to all Carl Swift's many fans that are out there.
This is the tricky part. I think the Masters, they have to wait, first of all, push away Morgan Root's car, and then try and reposition the tyre stack, which has now been moved out of its position from what was on the inside of the first part of the S's. Now, whether the Masters can do that themselves, or if they're going to need some help from a towed vehicle or possibly a snatch vehicle, either way. Because I saw one of the tractor kind of forklift tractor machines that we have in the assembly area actually move and lift one of those tyre stacks whilst it was in assembly, able to move it out of the way to a different position. So whether or not that can be moved by simply just manpower alone, I'm not 100%, or whether it's in a position which could be deemed inappropriate or not, I'm not sure. It's difficult to tell from that angle. I'll look at outside the window. Yeah, it's fairly on the road by the look of it, so I think they may well have to get something to quickly move it out of the way, or push it back into position, or something that gets it out of the way. It's a small benefit, at least, that the longer the safety car we have, the easier it is for Bradley Burns to retain it. There is the said vehicle I was talking about, and thankfully it's on its toes and quickly going around to get itself back, get the aforementioned errant tyre stack now back into its place, and hopefully get this race back underway pretty quickly.
I always want the Thunderbirds theme tune when you get little vehicles. That one would come out of the little pod, wouldn't it? On
which
Thunderbird 2.
Which Thunderbird would that be then?
I won't do the tune.
Which Thunderbird would that be then?
It would come out. What's the Thunderbird 2 pod? Don't know what pod number.
Okay,
but could be one of the pods. It's nearest to Thunderbird 4, isn't it? The underwater one, but clearly it's not underwater.
Even though I'm 33 years old, I never really watched Thunderbirds. It was never really one of my shows, but it was a different time for me. Right, we get to see some. Look at that. Didn't need to pick it up, just pushing it out of the way. And so that should, and Morgan Roots car it's pushed back to a more safer position on the exit of that S's corner. So that now should mean that we could get racing back underway fairly shortly. In fact, it's now a disincentive to not run wide on the exit of the S's rather than cut the inside corner. So they've repositioned it, pretty much next to Morgan Roots' car, just in front of it, but off the track, which means that I think next time by, we hopefully should get racing going again. That'll be enough for at least 1 lap, if not 2. But I wonder how much it'll be. So it should be racing next time by, because Roots' car's out of the way. So too now is the errant tyre stack. So 3.5 minutes to go, and a safety car lap as they come across the line takes they'll go a bit quicker on this lap because the drama will have been cleared. So I think they're going to get 1 more lap. It's going to be just like the MX-5 Clubman race. We'll have a 1 lap dash for cash, as we call it, and it will be, I'm sure.
The Mazda drivers want to know if that was your cash, by the way. But
it was my cash.
It was
definitely not. Definitely not mine. I wouldn't have anywhere near enough to start.
I won't name a Brscc official in case I offend anybody for money. But
I have an idea who it might have been, but I won't out them on screen. Anyway, back to the safety car. We should give a run through the order, of course, on the safety car. We're going to get a 1-lap shootout here to see who wins this race. So Bradley Burns, who hasn't won a TT Cup race yet, is in the lead. It's now showing even though the time screen says Matt Luff, it's not. It's Carl Swift who it looks like he has some kind of transponder issue. So he is definitely in second place, even though it's showing that he's way down the order. He's not. He is in the race. He's definitely not 2 laps down because he hasn't come into the pit lane anyway. It's definitely a transponder issue or a timing issue. So Carl Swift is definitely second place. Forget what the timing screen says for the time being until it fixes itself. So Matt Luff is now 3rd. Paul Luty is 4th. Will Stacey will be 5th. It'll be Andrew Dyer 6th, Heading 7th, McCarr 8th, and then it'll be Charlie Budd in 9th and Jason Pelozzi rounding out the top 10. So we'll be waiting to see how they can make an impact on this final lap, if at all. And I imagine we should be seeing the safety car lights out any second now, and we will go back to Audi TT Cup racing.
Yeah, Sam Heading's made a good debut, hasn't he? And the other thing I didn't say off the start, I didn't get a chance, but he doesn't have second gear. So the fact that he had to cope through that, I said to Rob, is that the team's fault? But no, they couldn't fix it in time. You know that Rob and the team would fix it if they could, but
of course.
Had an issue with second gear. So he's in 6th place. So this is another very welcome big name addition to the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup. Bradley Burns about to get them all going again, and the safety car restart is under his control.
Yep, and given the pace he had before the safety car, this might well be a foregone conclusion, but we'll wait and see. He's got a great restart off the final corner and has pretty much gapped totally Carl Swift on the restart. So wasting no time at all, because he knows he's on course at the moment for his first Audi TT Cup Racing Championship race win. How nice it is to have Bradley Burns not just back in sort of a club racing champion, back on the Brscc championship. Because he's got the history there with being a former Fiesta Junior. How nice is it to have him in the mix? A Fiesta Junior alumni, potentially on his way to winning in one of the sports series for Audi TT Cup. So it's still 2nd place for Carl Swift and still 3rd place for Matt Luff at the moment. Again, I'm not quite sure why Carl Swift has that timing issue, but he's definitely showing as in 2nd place. If he's down 2 laps purposely because he hasn't done anything, there's a reason for that, but I don't know why. Anyway. Swift is, for some reason he's showing as a lap down, but he's definitely not a lap down because he is in there. They're probably trying to restore him back into the timing tower. But Bradley Burns makes his way out through the Jim Clark S's for the final time, back under racing speed. Little twitch as he goes over the white line. It looks as though he's on course for it. Carl Swift will be there for 2nd place. It's good redemption for barely getting off the line in race number 1 after what happened at Alton Park. And 3rd place for Matt Luff. That'll be another podium for him after his 2 victories. The race to the line is going to be for 4th between Luty and Stacey, all the way to the checkered flag by the look of it. As they come through down the back straight and towards the complex the final time. This man is about to add himself to the likes of Matt Luff and Carl Swift in terms of race winners, and Steve Foden. So he'll be the 4th different race winner. He's been threatening ever since the start of the season, but now finally he will head to the top step of the podium, and Bradley Burns can now finally call himself an Audi TT Cup Racing Championship race winner. He takes victory in race number 1 at Croft, And in fine style too, victory for Bradley Burns. It should be second for Carl Swift, despite what the timing tower says. Third will go to Matt Luff. Fourth should go to Paul Luty. Fifth to go to Will Stacey. Sixth for Andrew Dyer. And it should be Sam Heading, Ross Macker, Charlie Budd and Jason Pelosi rounding out the top 10. Sean Smith will recover to 11th after his couple of spins. Should be 12th for Steve Foden. Then Budd, Brady, Booth, Meagher, Savage, Ruby Smith, Kayla and Gray and Richardson. As I mentioned, Carl Swift shows 21st, but he was definitely in second place. Expect that to be corrected. And the only non-finishes that we had was Morgan Root after he got sideways and whacked the tyre stack, which saw him out of the race, and Mark Grice after possible collisions with others saw him out of the race with damage. And again, just not having the luck that a former multiple-time vice champion in Civic Cup should have. So, racing completed for today then. The last race of Saturday. More coming tomorrow, starting from 12 o'clock, because there is no early running in the morning due to church rules here at Croft. But for the last race of the day, it's another first-time winner, and it is one that's been coming for quite a while in this championship. It goes to Bradley Burns. Victory by 2.9 seconds. That's how much you can get away in one lap on a restart. He wins. It should be not Matt Luff in second place. It should be Carl Swift. So imagine this table where everyone shuffled down one behind Carl Swift. The Swift should be second. It should be there. He goes. He gets slotted right at the top at the end, just on time. So Swift wins from Matt Luff in second. Bradley Burns wins. Carl Swift in second. Matt Luff in third. There we go. Then it's Paul Luty, Will Stacey, Andrew Dyer, Sam Heading, Ross Macker, Charlie Budd and Jensen Pelosi rounding up the top 10. Then Sean Smith, who recovers to win the Masters in 11th, Steve Foden 12th, Daniel Budd 13th and Nick Brady in 14th place. 15th downwards sees Patrick Booth and Sam Meagher, so the two 4G racing teammates are together in 15th and 16th places. Then Paul Savage, Ruby Smith, Brad Kayla, Tim Gray, David Richardson, and the two cars we didn't see finish were Morgan Root after he had his off at the S's, and Mark Grice after he pulled up after contact earlier on. So whilst we wait for the top three to reach Richard John Neal, which they're just coming to pit lane now, just quickly fill you in on what to expect from tomorrow. Of course, we've got more great racing action coming up here at Croft. Of course, it all kicks off from 12 tomorrow, starting with our second TCR UK race, and that will be happening at 12. It's starting around about sort of 10 past 12. We'll have Henry Baudet and Paul O'Neill on commentary for that, and also for the Civic Cup races too. Then we have more action after TCR from the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s, then SuperCup, Fiesta Juniors, all the MX-5 Challenger and SuperCup and Audi TT. Speaking of which, let's head down to our final top three of the day, and our first time winner in Audi TT is Bradley Burns. He's with Richard John Neal in pit lane.
First win in the championship for Bradley Burns, and in fact our three drivers on the podium, useful territory for us, so all good consistent names but in a different order, which is what we see over the course of the season that we've had so far. Bradley will take the bubbly and the trophy, the winner's hat as well. No hands left to do a handshake. Well, he rearranges things. Bradley Burns, many congratulations. What does that mean to get that first win in the Demon Twigs Audi TT Cup?
Yeah, it's really good. We've had a challenging start of the year, I'd say. Unfortunate results, but no, this weekend's gone really well so far, qualifying and that race.
Your former colleagues, well, your former championship was the juniors. You're a product of the Fiesta Junior Championship, so it must be nice to have the current crop watching you and knowing what they could be doing in a few years.
Yeah, there's names in here that I see in the Fiestas that I still remember when I was racing. So yeah, it's good to come back, have some fun, and yeah, enjoy it.
Car obviously worked for you today, tricky conditions. What are the thoughts on tomorrow? Have you done a weather check for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm not too sure what it's doing. Car, yeah, seems really good air. He's done a mega job on the car. Yeah, it feels absolutely mega out there.
How concerned were you when the safety car came out? Because you had a huge lead and then that disappeared.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate because I did see it was probably a 3-4 second lead, and then when I saw safety car was a bit of a pain, but I knew it wouldn't be long because I could see it on the board, so just had one lap just to keep it. That was good.
And that first win, hopefully the first of many. Bradley Burns, many congratulations.
Perfect, thank you.
Let's move on to our second place driver, and Carl Swift takes P2.
Thank you.
Carl, I wasn't at Alton Park, so you can blame me for the rotten time. Well, not a win though, is it?
It's not, but it's a finish, and that's what we need for a championship. I'm happy with Larry with that. I mean, Brad's been quick in testing all weekend. We've had his data, and we can see what he can do, but matching it is another thing. Is like 23-year-old commitment versus 40-year-old commitment. It's different.
The Brscc Championship seemed to match the older drivers, if we can call 40 old. It's young by my standards, but with the youngsters, and it seems to be something they balance very well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've got good youngsters in this championship that are experienced. You know, only 23, but he's done international racing, and his Matt was won a championship. So we've got great young drivers with that pace that we can take something from and have a good race with. It's good.
Some good drivers in it, aren't there?
There is. I don't think anyone realises, but there's some pace in here.
I think people are starting to sort of sit up and take notice.
As well as Civic Cup as well. I mean, that's the same with Files and Edmondsman, and that battle's going to last all year, and that pace is just another level. You know, I mean, me and Matt are both Civic Cup champions, but not sure I would fare up in that this year.
Oh, you'd be there or thereabouts, and you'll be there or thereabouts tomorrow. What are the plans for tomorrow? Any changes?
Plans for tomorrow? Keep it the same, really. Just get a good night's kip. Get a good night kip, look at the data, see what's happening, but he's just got that little bit of something around here that I don't know if we can catch.
We'll see. Carl, congratulations. Sleep well. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's get Matt Luff over for third position. Matt, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Another podium. We frequently see it. I think points lead. Is it on drop scores coming here or before drop scores?
I think it's on aggregate I'm leading. Right. After drop scores, I'm about 7 behind. So still all to play for. And yeah, more points in the bag, really. Third place. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I mean, it's nice to get a win, but I'm really happy for Brad. I'm really happy for Carl. Sketchy conditions out there. So I'm just happy just to get away with no damage, really. But yeah, third place, I'm chuffed.
Shame about the safety car. Hopefully a little bit more racing tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, I think this new staggered grid system is definitely helping because, you know, leading up to this point, we've had a few issues off the start. Just, you know, people being too close together and colliding. Hopefully, you won't have as many safety cars now. Get on some good racing. But yeah, fingers crossed. Looking forward to it tomorrow.
It's worked. It's great that the club are listening to what people are saying and thinking about what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the most important thing at the end of the day is safety. So we don't want to have any more crashes. We want to all go out there, have a fair race, have a good race. So yeah, that's what they're aiming towards, and it looks like they've done it. So looking forward to it.
Nice one, Matt. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Matt Luff takes third position. Our Masters winner is Sean Smith. We'll get Sean over. Making a habit of this, Sean, but you tried your hardest not to get this interview by the look of it in the race. Talk us through the various things that occurred.
I made it really hard work, I think. It was, I think we started P11, got up to about P5, and then I think someone took out the barrier, the tyres, in the middle of the race, and literally he went one way and I chose the other and spun. So we were near the back, worked our way through. I don't know, safety car helped as well a bit. So it was, yeah, it was all right, it was good. So car was good, felt good.
The key thing for me is you're picking up the Masters wins, but also you're edging towards those overall front runners as well, which I know is where you want to be.
Yeah, that's it. I think we were about P4 coming into here, something like without the drop round. So, but I needed to be a bit further forward in this one to make it count a bit more, I think. So, but these boys are quick. They're quick in the dry and quick in the wet. So I've got a bit more work to do.
And as we've said before, it's been a big change from your previous racing.
Yeah, it's completely different front-wheel drive. So rear-wheel drive only, so it's good. I'm enjoying it. We're enjoying setting up the car and learning about them, so we'll just move forward, hopefully.
Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Sean, congratulations on another Masters win. We'll let you get the spoils and we'll see you tomorrow.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Sean Smith taking, it's our last podium interview of the day here. A day that we've had in memory of Bill Kirkpatrick. And we said that at the start of the day. He's been in our thoughts all day. He'll be in our thoughts all weekend and indeed for the rest of the season. I hope you've enjoyed the racing today with TCR UK Championship event here at Croft. We've had great racing from those with Callum Newsham taking his first win of the season. We've had the Milltek Civic Cup giving us great action. 3 lots of Mazdas joining us as well. Absolute Brscc heaven, isn't it? Plus the Fiesta Juniors and the Fiesta Senior Championship as well have given us some superb action. We'll be back online around about noon tomorrow, so get on your browser, set your alarm just before noon, and we'll have the run-in and the look forward to all of tomorrow's action. A big thank you to everybody who supported us today, marshals, medics, officials, all the drivers for giving us great service and entertainment throughout the day, and all of the teams and support people for getting us through a terrific day's racing. Finally, a thank you for you at home for watching and your support for us here, Alpha Live doing the production, and all of us at the Brscc again say thank you. Have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.